It is the weekend that we have all been waiting for here with our Calling All Heroes Minor 3 broadcast. I'm, of course, Tiny Shiny, joined by Clutch Key. We got a great weekend ahead of us. This year of Calling All Heroes has just gotten better and better with every tournament that we've had, and we're looking so forward to this next couple of days of competition.
Yeah, we got 8 matches to go through. Again, excited to see 7 on the Challenger side, 1 on the Rising side. Obviously, our grand finals when we get to that entire schedule throughout the whole weekend. But last tournament, you'll remember, I mean, when we got to Minor 2, it was such a banger of a tournament. And we might even get a banger of a series here as well. The only teams that I know if I'm going through the entire schedule of games throughout the Swiss stages, is that only our 7 and our 8 seeds of Oasis as well as Hypnos Isolates have only been 2-0 matches. Otherwise, everyone else in this series has played at least 1-2-1 or 1-2 matchups. So this could be exciting as well. And with the most recent patch with some changes involved as well, this could go any which way. I mean, that patch was only what, 3 days removed now? So this is going to be some exciting things to see if teams can figure it out.
The expectations are high indeed, and I think that also has to do a lot with where we are in the regular season of our Calling All Heroes circuit, right? We're now on the 5th out of those 6 events, but also, as you mentioned, that Swiss stage, the structure that we kind of got to get here in the first place, what we like to look at is how those teams perform. They get their first look at each other, but also on a different patch, Keegan, if I'm not mistaken, that was on the previous one. So there has been some things that have changed up throughout the way. But what is most important about this event, you may ask? This is the second to last one that you are going to get to have an opportunity to qualify for those championships that will be taking place in February of this year. And at a certain point of time, if your team hasn't been consistently qualifying or performing at a higher level, these circuit points, these placements are going to matter more and more.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, second to the last chance you've got here before we get to major number 3, and that's in December already, right? You got about a month in between right now this weekend as well as major number 3, but everything is worth so many points, right? You look at the amount of points that everything is worth, and for minor number 3, yes, it may be a smaller amount. It's only half of that first place that you would get in a major, but it's still really, really big points. I'm in the 5th out of 6 tournaments before the LCQ, before the championships. Every single point counts, and even second place, right? 350, 275, 225 for the first top 4. That is nothing to scoff at. If you land up in the top 4, you're getting yourselves a good amount of points, and you're giving yourself what is most importantly momentum heading into at least major 3, the final tournament before we get to the last 2.
And what makes it so interesting is that there have been some wrenches thrown into some teams' plans. There's a level of unpredictability this weekend, not only because of the recent patch, but also because of some scheduling conflicts that we'll see how that impacts teams more later on. So the rosters that they held in the Swiss stage just last weekend may look different from who will be fronting today, starting in the playoffs. It is, of course, a double elimination format, so it's not a one and you're done. You have a little bit of room to work with, a bit more of a cushion. So, and one of my favorite things about this, Keegan, actually, is we talked about all the different new things. My favorite new thing is the map pool. If you've been watching OWCS at all, this is what we're moving to. We're no longer just going in the same map order. Teams now have the ability to pick the map type as well as the map that is being played.
Yep, Control starts us off first as always, but then afterwards, hybrid, escort, push, and what we'd like to call it, right, clash flash mode, right? That's the points where at this point, right, you can pick any of the 4, but in the meanwhile, you can go in any which way order you want. So strategizing maps now becomes a little bit more important, right? It's not just looking at what map mode is next. You can go anywhere you want. If you feel you're more comfortable than the other team on escort, or you feel you're more comfortable than the team on push, you're loving your chances on this as well. And a big thing to note as well for Control, right, Lijiang Tower out of the pool. So the most comfortable map for Control is out of range. And at the same time, too, for the map pool here, for this game mode as well. Again, Clash and Flash. I know some teams have favored Clash, some teams have favored Flash. If we get to that, I know recently, I mean, we were talking about Collegiate earlier, right? And we were talking about teams mainly going for New Junk City, mainly going for Surabasa, but I have seen some teams throw that curveball, go for the newest mode on Throne of Anubis, maybe. So this is going to be really interesting to see if any teams go to that Flashpoint or go to the Clashpoint mode. But again, it's the importance of strategy now with maps just got a lot bigger with this new map mode type.
And there's always been some sort of influence that maps have had, like on the outcome of the game. There's just certain teams that prefer to play certain compositions, which maps will go towards. But in this specific scenario, you now have significantly more control on the direction of the series. You can get your escort maps in there. You can get somebody like Wisps, for example, their Widowmaker map that you know that they're going to excel on. So it's things like this that are going to play into the strategies, and it all comes together in one excellent ball of fun that we have going on this weekend. And to make sure that you guys can stay updated on that, go ahead, drop a follow here, not only on the Twitch and YouTube channel at Overwatch_Esports, but also on X for all of those fun moments, the scores, and of course, we got some super fun stuff for you guys to claim along with this too, Keegan. I know we were both really excited about these.
I was waiting just to see these all weekend long, all week long, all prior to Minor 3 long, because I knew we were having something cooking in the back. And now for Minor number 3, we got some pretty good cards. And all I'm going to ask, somebody log in for me, because I really, really want these drops. These are so good. The name card, I know you and I are going to rock if and when we get those. So this is such a pretty lineup, and I go and just keep watching throughout the weekend, man. This is going to be if you get these cards, I promise you, I bet you're going to be using them.
And a big thing to note here, too, these are only for Calling All Heroes and for this weekend, too. So if you want a chance to get your hands on these, which I know that I will. Purple, I'm just going to put it out there. It's the best color. It's been the color of my hair for the longest time. It's the color of my room, my mouse, anything that you look around. Purple is a great color. It matches that of Calling All Heroes. We can all match together. We can all rock it
So what I'm hearing is your hair color tomorrow is not going to be blonde. It is going to be purple tomorrow, right? That's what I'm hearing.
Tomorrow. Yeah, totally. I'll do it. Genuinely, I'll do it. Interestingly enough, we do have a lot of purple-themed teams in our bracket. I did notice that when we were kind of going through, but you get to look at that and see the beautiful rainbow that we've got going on. And big thing to note here, Keegan, we have our big teams. Nightmare Timeless, YFP, Oblivion. Those are our top two from the previous Minor 2 event, met in the finals, and YFP for the first time ended up taking that title. Nightmare Timeless have looking a little bit weaker in comparison to those past times, but they're against new forms of competition. Roster mania has happened in the past month or so since our Minor 2 event.
Yeah, this feels like a whole shuffle of all the different players, right? And I know there was different things about, players getting points and all that. My head is spinning based on everything else, right? Nightmare Timeless and YFP Oblivion, I know we talk about those two teams a lot, but I'm used to, for me right now in the minors, right, I'm used to seeing that that Nightmare Timeless team at the top spot. Now they're in that third matchup in the bracket, right? That number 2 seed down, which means they're vulnerable, right? I mean, after all, in this entire bracket, this Nightmare Timeless team has not missed out on the finals. Yes, their record going down the line, right? Second, first, second, but that means they have not missed a single grand finals yet. But this could be a time where Goliath gets taken down. Maybe there's an opportunity, right, that maybe Nightmare Timeless gets taken down a peg, or maybe, I mean, they may not have had the greatest Swiss stage, but who knows, right? Maybe they just threw up the fake, and then now this time they're playing for real. Who knows at this point?
Hey, it would be the ultimate outplay of the Nightmare Timeless squad. But if there's any team that is going to take them down, it's probably one of these two that we're going to see for our first matchup today. Our 4th and 5th seed, respectively, Queen's Gambit will be taking on EXO Azathoth. And when you look at these two rosters, you're like, Queen's Gambit, who is that? If you have paid attention to the past Calling All Heroes events, the core of this team is from Fluffy Mafia, from both Calling All Heroes Minor 2, but before that, in Arazaki, it's your Santana, Missin, Kuna, Chloe, Merge, Regime. All of these players have been on the same squad and actually have moved around some of the least, just from the original core that they started this circuit with.
Yeah, and again, you talked about different shuffles, right, with Fluffy and Arizaki here as well, 4 players, right, and then you have Narukato and Kuna from Bubble Blowers at the same time, Santix from EXO Azathoth, so a teammate playing against former teammate, I guess you could say, if Santix does indeed play, if she plays there. But this is a lot of roster shuffles, and then you talk about one roster shuffle, but when you talk about EXO Azathoth, on the other hand, maybe not so much of a shuffle in this case, because as this team goes along, a lot of these members have stayed the same, and the only person you're looking at that's new, right, is Lua on the substitute side, and then Jeremy87 from Bubble Blowers. Otherwise, everybody else has stayed the same from the last tournament. So when you're looking at this entire roster right now, It just looks the same to me, if I'm going to be honest. It looks nearly the same.
Azathoth, I think, is the team that has the least amount of changes to their roster, other than losing Santix over to, of course, Queen's Gambit, and the addition of Jeremy here. That's about it, and that addition of Jeremy is one that I want to highlight. We saw them perform incredibly well back on BBBB, as we were calling them. They got 4th place in the previous minor event, and it was kind of Jeremy's debut, the CEO of Venture, as they like to go by. Don't know if we're going to be seeing too much of that particular hero today, but nonetheless, a talented player who knows to play amongst a roster. These are two teams that have always been with its like 3rd to 5th place sort of division, and they're going to start us off by playing against each other. Both have upset potential, and this is really going to set the pace for how this playoff bracket goes.
Yeah, both of these teams coming in with a map record of 8-6 for Queen's Gambit, 8-7 of Azathoth up to this point from Swiss stage. So now both of these teams actually coming into this ended up with a loss. Queen's Gambit in Swiss stage 6 lost to YP Oblivion 0-2, and then against Fable for Azathoth 1-2. So one of these teams is going to come out here breaking that kind of coming in with the loss streak and trying to make sure that they can advance into the winners bracket. And for Azathoth, you would love to see that, because the highest finish that they've had so far is a 5th and 6th from major number 2 as just Azathoth. So in all honesty, Azathoth really needs a win here in the bracket stage. And right now, again, maybe the team composition or maybe the team staying together for the majority of it might help them out, especially down this line now that we're in the 5th tournament of the series, 5th tournament of the season. So now let's see what happens, and let's go into our map here, because this is going to be really, really fun to watch. And the first map we get to watch, Molly, is Oasis. So, like I said, Lijiang Tower maybe being out of the map pool takes them out of their comfort zone. Obviously, higher seed picks for between the two teams for which control map we're going to. But with Oasis to start, this will be kind of fun to watch which compositions are going to come out.
Oasis, I think this will be the most comfortable out of the maps that are in the current pool, and won't be shocked if it's repeated quite a few times. You see, it's similar to Lijiang Tower, honestly, Keegan, is you have your one Brawley Point in University that we're looking at now. You got your typically more dive poke leaning in City Center and Gardens, which can kind of be whatever you want it to be based on the team. But what I'm kind of more interested in seeing is Queen's Gambit in particular. I talked to Regime a little bit earlier this week. Regime is the support player for this team. While they will not be playing today, they did mention that Queen's Gambit is playing off-meta. As for what off-meta means, they didn't go into detail. They wanted to keep it a surprise for today, and I'm just curious. Like, what is considered off-meta at this point? Are we really moved in a comfortable spot away from this Orisa? Is it the return of more of this Ramatra, these dive compositions? Santana particularly known for that Ramatra Mauga sort of era, but if we're going in a Wrecking Ball direction, I'm not going to hate it either.
I'm not going to hate it either. Yeah, right. I mean, Orisa did get a little bit of a nerf, right, with her Javelin doing a little bit less damage and her base health, yes, increasing, but the base armor decreasing at the same time, too, that 50-50 split. So Orisa's going to get played, but Queen's Gambit, if they want to go into the backline, Santana is perfect for this on the Wrecking Ball, just trying to make this backline feel uncomfortable. You can already see Benevolence falling oh so low here. They just want to play quickly into it, but got to be careful.
With Colleen being on the Baptiste, you're pretty much a sitting duck against this kind of Wrecking Ball dive that we've got going on here. Nissan is great at following up with Santana. They've been on the same team for months now at this point. Azathoth, it's going to be a test of can they stop themselves from getting lost in the sauce, essentially. The one thing they do have with this competition, though, is stability on this point. Queen's Gambit can't get that first capture because of it, and they end up losing this in the process.
Yeah, for Azathoth, their main thing is if they can play patient, they're going to win a lot of fights here. Queen's Gambit, their main thing with this Wrecking Ball and this Tracer combination is you need a first pick. You need to establish that first pick against the stability here, but that Immortality Clip's going to cause a lot of trouble. It's a one-for-one trade, the one supports.
But you'd much rather have a Juno in this situation. That's kind of all the mobility that Azathoth we're banking on right now, and Queen's Gambit loses support, much less of a deal in the long run. Pauline's doing a good job of keeping everybody healed up, but Jeremy just kind of waiting for that passive regen before they start to re-engage on their own. The Pharah in particular, another one of their very notable heroes, and it's done enough. It's just kind of preventing Queen's Gambit support players from pushing up or just finding a rocket directly onto Missin and Kuna to follow it up. Much work being done by Jeremy.
Yeah, the Pharah's not taking any pressure. Yes, you had a little bit of health, but you weren't able to push up on that far, which allowed her to reset, allows her to be back with the rest of the team. And look at the ultimate pool now. Exo Azathoth's going to have everything on the board. Queen's Gambit, yes, coming up soon as well, but Kuna's still 30% behind, at least on an ultimate here. So Exo Azathoth has this ability. They have the engage to work with right now. It's just that Queen's Gambit just cannot find that first pick.
They haven't been able to get there yet, and it's so hard to set up with a Wrecking Ball, right? You have to have a pile drive timing that's good. Missa needs to get in a position where she can blink into the team, and it can even get the Pulse Bomb. It's eventually Kuna will break that dry run, grabs Unlucky Man out of the air, and the Minefield prevents the usage of the Implication Matrix on the other side. Queen's Gambit finally caused the chaos that they've been looking to all game long, but they're going to have to bring it back from one fight territory.
Yeah, 90% is not the start you kind of want to give up here for Queen's Gambit, but they are able to find that first pick thanks to the start there from Santana and Missa, and Santana putting a great landmines inside of that side room, pressuring out Benevolence and Pauline. But Exo Azathoth, great discipline, only using one ult, which is Pauline's Application Matrix. They got 4. Queen's Gambit's only got 3 here.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Exo Azathoth to re-engage, especially if they just want to walk in with that Juno ultimate, as we've been seeing many teams do. The only problem is Santix merge. They have plenty of tools to match that themselves, so it'll be a rather stern on the start. The bobs from exchange on both ends. Instead, Jeremy in the backline grabs 3, blows them all to bits, and Queen's Gambit. And we gotta say checkmate here on this map because it's all Jeremy in the kill feed.
Looking good right now. Azathoth making sure that their ultimates are in play. And in fact, again, look, I mean, now Kuna switching on over from the Ashe just to touch the point into the Sombra instead. Now Exo Azathoth's got a lot of go buttons. Terror Surge going to be big, but Santix still has Transcendence to work off of.
The importance of the Zen in this composition is impeccable, but the problem is you just don't have the same sustain. Santix gets back, yes, but not before Santana and Merge both get sent 6 feet under. Exo Azathoth are stable as can be here on Gardens, and Santix, they throw a couple orbs here and there, but the sustain is long gone. Actually managed to get a second one. She's putting in quite a bit of work on the Zenyatta. You just can't contest the point. Nobody can get there. It's all on to Santana now, who with a lone target has all of the eyes on them, and the best you can do is roll around this point, stall it out. Kuna returning on this Sombra now. There's not a real win condition to work with. They're kind of banking on some sort of one-off play working in this direction, Keegan, but it's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy at all. They have a few entry points here, but as soon as Aspire gets online right now, Forever taking down Kuna is so big for your stall composition. Yeah. This Wrecking Ball can only do so much, but taking down Jeremy might be a big part of it if they can trade this out.
They're managing to do so. Both the DPS from Exo Azathoth have been taken care of as well. Missa puts quite a few shots into Pauline, but no, she'll actually win out the 1v1 against Merge on the high ground. That is a key point again. Exo Azathoth, but they're just really struggling to pull out these eliminations. Keegan, this is the strength of this Wrecking Ball composition. It moves so fast. Your uptime is insane, and it's darn near impossible to nail down these targets. Pauline is putting in God's work up on the high ground, and Exo Azathoth eventually clear those pests from the points will claim Gardens.
For a minute there, I thought Queen's Gambit could have brought it back, right? Santana almost coming up on a landmines, right? They almost had everything going their way. But in the end, it is just Exo Azathoth with the stability that they had. Nobody was dying on Queen's Gambit or on Exo Azathoth's side. Queen's Gambit was relying on the stall composition to reset to get everybody back. But when you do that, right, you need those picks to fall. And unfortunately, Exo Azathoth was the first one to get them. Credit to Forever 774 and Pauline holding down the fourth. Pauline getting to another application matrix just to help that out with the damage side, getting those picks, making sure Queen's Gambit is unstabilized, is having to reset over and over again. And that's what you get with the Wrecking Ball composition. You're looking for anything, but when you try to stall, yes, you can stall for a long time, but it's not going to be very stable for you. So now with Exo Azathoth up 1-0, they're going to advance on. They're going to try to play a little bit more of the dive game. Forever 77-4 switches on over to the Diva instead. Benevolence now and Kuna both switching on over to the Caspies.
And this job of Santix just got so much harder. You're going to have to withstand now an entire dive. Brigitte is in a great spot. Unlucky Main, it can kind of exist much more freely, where Santix will have to fight for her life. All the meanwhile, Forever is just basically Thanos, if you think about it. So much health, so much burst damage that this tank can put on, and Queen's Gambit crumble under the pressure.
Yeah, the big thing here about this Juno is that if there's no Brig next to her, She's literally unprotected right now, and the same thing goes on the other side, and the same thing goes on the other side for Santix here, that if you have no break to worry about either, which Merch will switch into, you've really got no protection for anybody else, so they'll start to swap off here. I wouldn't be surprised if Santix switches off, but in fact, they believe that the Zen Brig is still going to be enough, which I guess for this mobile composition isn't bad, but at the same time, too, with the way Exo Azathoth is playing, this is not looking the greatest, especially if you can't protect your Zen.
The amount of healing doesn't really... I think they just see so much value within this Discord orb that Santix has, and the problem is for Queen's Gambit, we really haven't seen them set up these typical dives that you would see with a Wrecking Ball. It's Santana just rolling around and harassing, but there haven't been those timings. With Miss is never in the position to follow up when Santana goes in, the Discord orbs are placed, yeah, but you can't get these like quick one-burst eliminations. Exo Azathoth are either playing so well with each other or are executing a successful counter dive to make this happen. Now an opportunity, Forever forced to use the Remax, but instead of the Benevolence from the high ground, gets value out of the Deadeye, at least with one Elim, and dodges out of the way of Santana, going in like a Wrecking Ball does, and they'll have to roll right on out shortly after.
Yeah, but that allows the rest of the team to just walk right in for Exo Azathoth to get a pick on the back line here. Benevolence getting this in is so huge, and for the stall tactic as well. That actually forces out Transcendence right near the road too, so that's actually big for Exo Azathoth. They forced that out already.
And now for Queen's Gambit, you kind of have to commit into this fight. It's just unfortunate. It's not the one you want to. Jeremy and Forever have taken care of both of the supports. It's all just falling like dominoes from here. There'll be one more contest to come through, but Jeremy wants to make sure that doesn't happen.
Well, 90%, somebody's got to be able to touch here for Exo Azathoth. They really are, for Queen's Gambit rather. The only thing they're going to have is Santana, but Santana did die early on, so the only thing you're going to have to touch this point is the Wrecking Ball. I don't even know if you get there.
Oh no, the poof! No! There was no way for Santana to get in to touch, and this was a dominant showing out of Exo Azathoth. Like, they did not skip a beat. Queen's Gambit were playing to disrupt and just be a nuisance to any sort of plan that Exo Azathoth formed, and it's like that they didn't even care. They didn't even give that attention that they needed, and you have to shout out Jeremy for how much they were able to do on both the Pharah and Tracer.
We talk about that direct hit at the end, the one to Zenyatta too. That's such good timing on that, just to get the 3 plus the 1. I mean, you're looking at a very good Exo Azathoth team, and against this Queen's Gambit team, right, that has some new players, right? Four new players, or 4 players from Inarizaki / Fluffy, 2 from Bubble Blowers, 1 from Exo Azathoth. You kind of feel like maybe there's some meshing to go on, but it didn't feel like that Wrecking Ball composition was going on at all. It didn't feel like, yes, it got one pick in the first pick in maybe one fight, but that was only 41% to get you back on the gardens. On otherwise, it was all Exo Azathoth. They looked a lot more stable. They looked a lot more composed. And when their composition allowed them to, right, especially at the end there, you saw the Diva putting on the pressure to the back line. Yes, you see some value in the orb of Discord, but if you're not able to follow up on that Discord orb at all, it means absolutely nothing because of the Zen, right? The new, or I should say not the new, but the newer Zen change, right, where it's 7 seconds off. If you get out of that line of sight and that orb of Discord's off of you, you can't get it back for another 7. So it's not like that Discord orb isn't proving anything right. It's just that it's hard to do when you're not following up with anything. So I like the way Exo Azathoth is playing. They have that knowledge to work off of it, and they're up 1-0 for a good reason. Now Queen's Gambit's going to have some work to do, especially off of what I'm going to say is not the greatest showing for a 2-0 map, especially on a Wrecking Ball composition like that.
I like what Queen's Gambit was going for. I can see the vision. You want to try to just set up these eliminations. But the problem with Wrecking Ball is it's one of the hardest tanks to synergize around, because everybody needs to be in the exact same place for like this 1 second window that you have to work with. And that's it, right?
Yeah.
I don't think we saw that other than like the first pick. From there, Exo Azathoth was able to properly adjust. Like, playing chaotic comps, such as the one that Queen's Gambit did, is almost a skill check out of Exo Azathoth. Can they remain calm and composed when you're just getting pressured from so many different angles? The answer is yes. That composition did not work, and honestly, with how fundamentally well Exo Azathoth played around it and just denied any form of setup, I don't want to see it again. I genuinely do not. I think that was the one shot you want to give it. Like, I'm always here like, you know, it didn't work the first time, maybe try. No. That was, Exo Azathoth knows what they're doing. They played against all Yas. They know what is going to happen. At this point, you got to try something new. Santana is a very flexible tank player, and we need to see something that allows these tanks and DPS to synergize a bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, we know Santana's a very flexible tank, right? We've seen them in the past. We've seen a lot of times, right? Even on our Heroes to Expect, that Wrecking Ball was not one I had in my previous notes. It was either a Ramattra or a Manga. That Wrecking Ball was not in play for me at the very least. So maybe we see that. And right, Ramattra just did get that change. A reverted change, I should
Yeah.
say, where you can pierce the barriers again, but it might not. It's not going to do critical damage anymore. It doesn't really matter in that case because the main thing is you're still able to pierce these barriers. Doesn't really matter against an Orisa though, but Exo Azathoth still relying on that Orisa really, really well. And again, like you said, Wrecking Ball's a little harder to stabilize around as a composition for Exo Azathoth though. Around that Orisa, it's a little easier to stabilize now. So we'll find out what they want to do, and especially on this pick map, right? Pick map mode that's unique to the series. You can play something that allows your tank to be maybe a little bit more stabilized, right? And that's exactly what we're going to see here in our next map. And it's going to be Circuit Royale with the new changes, in fact, too. So I'm excited to see what's going to go on.
What? Huh?
Yeah.
Where are we going with this map pick? This one pauses
Sigma,
me.
look,
Keegan.
I want to see Sigmas. All I want to see is Sigmas come back.
But this is the thing, Keegan, is that Circuit Royale, as of recent, at least in no WCS and other like higher forms of competition, it hasn't just been Sigma. We've seen Ramattra, we've seen, well, not as much Orisa, but we've seen, like Reinhardt, Mei, we've seen Bastion, if you really want. Like, this is no longer just the sniper's paradise. Circuit Royale was changed in a way so that these long-range players it can be contested a lot easier. You gotta watch your six. You can play flankers on this map. It was great changes overall, but I've never seen it played yet with these changes put in place. So I'm assuming that Queen's Gambit is going into this with some sort of game plan, some level of unpredictability. Do you have this one specifically for a map 2?
I mean, look, it's right in their name. It's Gambit, right? It's you're taking a gamble on it. And again, the changes all in fact are there, right? The changes for the map are there. A little bit of the spawn changes, right? A little bit of the up down, and of course the archway underneath. But at the same time, too, you say like all these long ranges, right? The Reinhardts and the Mei. We said it last tournament. Mei is a sniper in my opinion. Still, Mei is a sniper. IMO.
Mm-hmm.
But you're looking at a team from Queen's Gambit, right? That needs to find some sort of way to get into Exo Azathoth's backline, a way to kind of unstabilize what Exo Azathoth's calmness is right now. And Queen's Gambit is going to do that, right? New map, might as well throw it out there, might as well throw the curveball out there. I'm ready for this. I'm ready to see what it is. In fact, yes, I mean, maybe you see the Reinhardts, maybe you see the Sigmas come out, who knows? I'm just ready to see these changes on this map and how it affects team compositions here, because this is going to be this is going to be really fun to see. And if the Gambit pays off, well, we got ourselves a good series.
Hey, you never know. We can see that Gambit pay off. It's just weird. Like, this is a very, very specific pick. When you pick a Circuit Royale, there's not too many things that you can do on it. Or, at least now with the changes, perhaps there are. We don't know, and it's all a big mystery. The best part about this kind of map selection, Queen's Gambit clearly coming into this weekend with the idea of playing something that nobody else has. And so far, that surprise has been spoiled. And they gotta see if they have any more aces left up their sleeve as they prepare to roll out here. What we're seeing from Exo Azathoth, though, pretty textbooked, putting Benevolence back on this Widowmaker, which they are incredible at. You saw how well they were performing on the Casti, and Ashe kind of shutting down, missing a lot on this far, and we'll have to do so again, assuming this is what Queen's Gambit pulls out with.
Well, yeah, but now they're both having the Pharahs, and it's going to be up to the Widowmakers, in my opinion, here, because those Widowmakers not only need to pay attention to what that backline is, but at the same time, pay attention. Whichever Pharah goes down first is probably going to be the one that brings out the pressure right afterwards, moving forward, hitting that W key. Around the first corner is a lot harder this time around for the defenders to work off of, so you can see all the way pushed back to Archway. They're not holding that back anymore, but Jeremy taking down Misson is such a huge pick for them, because now that means that there's a lot of rocket damage that still Queen's Gambit has to watch out for.
That was a melee kill too. Like, Sherman literally just flew right next to Misson and stalked him in the face. And you can already tell the DPS line from Exo Azathoth has been performing out of this world. We haven't seen much from Misson or Kuna all game long, which is strange from them, Keegan, because we're used to seeing them just doing these incredible things on their respective heroes. Jeremy and Benevolence have silenced them.
Yeah, it's been a silent performance thus far from Queen's Gambit because of Jeremy, because of Benevolence, right? And we saw the mirror battle earlier on. Benevolence getting that headshot onto Jeremy, or Benevolence getting the headshot onto Kuna, Jeremy getting that melee kill for whatever reason onto Miss. And so now you got Exo Azathoth putting on the pressure here, and they're on the defensive side. Now Queen's Gambit got to find a way to pressure out this backline, and especially this Widowmaker, who is such a threat right now.
You have to play this really slow. You gotta wait for that build to get around the corner. And this is a better spot for Queen's Gambit. The Discord orbs do slow down Santana quite a bit, but you have more healing just with Santix being on the Baptiste, more bursts there, but again, the problem just circulates back to the DPS. Santana can take all the space that they want to. It doesn't matter though if Missin and Kuna are just getting beaten up by Benevolence and Jeremy.
Yeah, and the problem here is that even though you have the shot by Benevolence, even though you have the shield here from Santana, you're not providing a lot with it because that shield doesn't come back as often as Forever's does. So right now you're just looking at Queen's Gambit over and over again, just trying to find any answers to shut up the Widowmaker. But as Benevolence is so mobile, right, with every single grapple, with every single movement, that shield doesn't move. It's in one spot for Santana. Forever's got the benefit of a moving shield here, so it's just free shots all around. So Queen's Gambit, mind you, close enough to a barrage that the next fight could have had it. Instead, opts to go for the Genji to try to pressure out Benevolence instead.
I like this so much better than the Pharah. You had to play into Benevolence's sightlines. Jeremy already had a better Sam angle. Take the Genji, allow yourself to dash in and out, more poke damage along the way. We're now at a point where there's more ultimates on the board, and it'll be both support ultimates at the same time from Queen's Gambit. That might have been a miscommunication there, and it's gonna hurt worse with how good Benevolence is just feeling it right now. That's 2 for the Widowmaker player. Make it a 3rd! They just cannot be stopped.
Oh my goodness, Benevolence hitting shots over and over. A minute left to go, and Exo Azathoth, mind you, not a single ultimate used in that last fight. That was all Benevolence headshots to stave off the pressure. So now for the rest of the time, your Exo Azathoth's gonna have 5 ultimates used, and again, Benevolence the jump shot. One more do you want to say about this Widowmaker player? They are popping off.
There's no way Queen's Gambit picked this map expecting Benevolence to have this level of performance. I'm looking at the Salt Bank. I see 5 on the board for EXO with only like 30 seconds remaining here. Queen's Gambit are looking just about cooked. The only option you have now is it's all on to Santana. How much space can they manage to take and kind of beat back this team? You don't have a Transcendence to worry about, sure, but Exo Azathoth are just acting first. They're going to push all their fun, shiny buttons before they can get there. The barrage completely shuts down the last hope of Queen's Gambit with 10 seconds remaining. This map, this push, looks just about as good as done. We thought these teams being 4th and 5th seeds would be close, but so far, Keegan, Exo Azathoth has put themselves far, far ahead of their opposition.
Yeah, Exo Azathoth looking so much better right now than Queen's Gambit. They took the gamble to go on Circuit Royale. Right now, you could say absolutely it's not paying off. Benevolence has had so much pressure, especially with this Widowmaker, and you talk about poke. Well, when you shoot people in the head, that's a little bit more than a poke. That's just instant death waiting for you, and especially from Benevolence and Jeremy. You saw there was one elimination there that I wanted to point out where Benevolence got a body shot, but Jeremy was immediately able to follow up with a rocket after that. That shows you, right, the stabilization, the mesh between the teammates here, between Benevolence and Jeremy. And shout out Forever 774 as well. Shields being placed perfectly, knowing that you can get that pressure on, knowing that you can stave off Miss and you can stave off Kuna as much as possible on that Widowmaker at the same time too. So Exo Azathoth has every single thing going right for them. Queen's Gambit has every single thing going wrong for them, especially because they have no pressure on Benevolence. Jeremy can stay up in the air at the same time too. I don't know if there was a single death on Exo Azathoth's side, maybe 1 or 2 if I'm remembering this right, but otherwise they've been playing nearly perfect this entire streak, and Queen's Gambit has to be playing perfect if they want to win on that point here.
I mean, you're putting Santana on this Reinhardt for an attempt at a close hold, and I don't hate it. You kind of have to at this point, right? But if this is what Forever wants to give us, a Ryan on Ryan combat and Circuit Royale, Keegan, I'm not going to complain about it. This will be certainly a great turn of never mind. Forever had to ruin it. Come on. I was so happy.
The bait. Oh, wait, no. Instead, Forever's going to go to the Orisa instead. What?
It's a good hero. It's a good hero.
Oh, yeah.
Am I happy about it? Not exactly. You kind of just beat up a Reinhardt, and there's not much Santana can do about it other than hold a big rectangle in their face. But Benevolence doesn't Mist. Mist has not learned their lesson, and these DPS continue to get shut down. It's a nice shot from Kuna that may allow this team to stabilize, but oh my god, Forever's just a battering ram locked in onto Kuna, barrels her way into the back line, and it's about to be a less than a minute push here. What we're seeing is Zatanna's the only player that's even remotely close to getting a touch onto this point, and I don't even know if they can make it with how fast that this is moving with the boot backwards, but no, they don't have to fortify. No! The payload is walked on home. It was a full fight, and that was it. EXO, Azathoth are nothing short of domination in today's series.
I think they heard me say that 5th and 6th was the highest that they've gone. They want to go further than that. They're trying to get into the top 4 semis already in Benevolence. Who else could it be? Who else could it be but them? As they just get headshot after headshot. Kuna, why are you even peeking that? I don't understand. Just Benevolence was online that entire time. Benevolence is in the kitchen cooking. And man, oh man, EXO Azathoth stable is just playing ridiculous games right now. Jeremy and Benevolence, this DPS combination cannot be stopped. And now, if I'm Queen's Gambit, I'm looking at that Circuit Royale, scratching my head, just thinking, why did we go there in the first place?
That was a rough one. I think you go there because you have confidence in Kuna's Widowmaker. But if there's one thing about Kuna is Kuna can play a bunch of different heroes, right? And it's great. The flexibility is awesome, but Kuna is not the most consistent player. They are either able to kill everybody or we don't see them. We don't know that they exist in the map. And unfortunately, it just seems like that today is that day that you're really struggling. Benevolence is running away with that hit scan role in the DPS specifically. And there just hasn't been much of a response from it. The Circuit Royale was an attempt to change the game, to change the play style, and give Kuna that shot, and it just didn't work. And they're now finding themselves on their last limb here. And you gotta say, Keegan, we were kind of curious with EXO Azathoth heading into this weekend. They did beat Moon in the Swiss stage, and Moon is, well, Valentine, bubble blowers, whatever you want to call them, consistently placing within the top 3 or 4 teams so far. Beat them in the Swiss stage after peaking at a 3rd place finish last time. I mean, this roster has only continued to improve, and only now are we seeing how much that improvement truly is. Yeah,
this improvement right now is immense, right? I mean, you're even talking about a team that, again, like you said, beat Moon 2-1, and in the second round as well, took a map off of the #1 seed YFP Oblivion. So this is a team that has their shining moments, and right now those shining moments have been in almost every single fight we've seen, right? Benevolence, Jeremy, again, what more do you want to say about them? And also at the same time, credit to that backline too, that entire backline keeping the team up. And the one thing I'm seeing out of EXO Azathoth, which you saw in that last map as well on their defensive end, the discipline of this team. EXO Azathoth, knowing that they didn't need to use any single ultimate despite Queen's Gambit using both of the support ults. If Benevolence is online, you don't need any ultimates to push up. They had 5 to end it, and they only had 5 to stop them at 67 meters before ultimately winning on one fight. And mind you, that was the Orisa, again, like you said, bullying the Reinhardt, pushing up. You saw it at the end fight there too, right? That Orisa and that Juno were green light. We're just going right at this Reinhardt. We're just going to bully this Ryan over and over again, and wasn't even able to touch the point. It was one pick, and that was pretty much it. I mean, it was just one kill for Benevolence onto the Genji, and pop, game over, right? So it's like, this team from Queen's Gambit right now needs to find some strategy to ultimately pressure out Benevolence, pressure out Jeremy's 87, or at the very, very least, get something against the backline, because that backline is being allowed to play the game. That backline is allowed to stay up, and as a support main myself, I know you lose a lot of games when your supports go down very, very quickly.
And I wonder if this has to do with the lack of roster changes that EXO Azathoth had. And as we said before, the only addition to this roster really is Jeremy. And Jeremy's fitting in perfectly fine. There's not a doubt in my mind. The trust that these 5 players have for each other and to just get their jobs done, be in the right place at the right time, it's immaculate. And when you have that level of trust, you can therefore take more fights as a team. You can fall back and say, hey, I need you to do this. Okay, I'm already there. Like, there's these types of things that EXO Azathoth are showing the importance of camaraderie and just the experience, that synergy with one another, and it's keeping them together even through compositions that are meant to disrupt. We went away from that, went to a full-on, this is based on your DPS 1v1s to win the game, shut that down too. Like, what else can Queen's Gambit do to test this team? They're gonna have one more map pick, and with Escort off the board, they'll have to choose from Flash, Clash, Push, or Hybrid.
And we are going to go to that last mode you just said, Hybrid. The next map they're going to be playing is Hollywood. So, and actually, the substitutions start to come out as well. Wi-Fi goes in for merge, so there is a swap out, at least on the support side, but nothing on the DPS side. You have Narukato on the board as well, but Missin and Kuna will stay in from the looks of things. But Hollywood comes up next, and I saw your face about it just now. It was like, okay, maybe this is the one. Maybe they, Escort didn't work out for them. Well, let's see if they can at least defend this first point, because we know Queen's Gambit on their last leg needed to find some stability. Circuit Royale, wasn't it? Maybe second time's the charm?
You'd have to think, and oftentimes Hollywood is picked because it can mean you can play both brawl comps and you can play dive comps. It just depends on what is stronger in the moment, which arguably right now is Winston dive. But it leaves room for flexibility, especially on that first and third points. And you're switching it up. You've tried the poke. That didn't work. You tried the wrecking ball. That didn't work. Now you're left with one last option. But that substitution, that's the thing that I think tickles my brain the most. Wi-Fi, not their first time competing in Calling All Heroes, but the first time that they're at a team that has qualified for playoffs. And this is kind of a big test for them as well. You're on stream, you have all of this additional pressure, not to mention your team is down 0-2. So I really want to see that stability continue with Queen's Gambit, adding Wi-Fi into this lineup for what could be the third and final map, unless Queen's Gambit have one less thing to show us.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit needs to find a way to come from the brink and show us something that we haven't seen yet. Maybe, like you said, it's a compositional change. Honestly, hot take here, maybe we see, I know I've recently seen some teams pull out a Junker Queen. Maybe something that'll throw this team off, and maybe not the best pick, obviously, against an Exo Azathoth team that's looking very stable. But it could very well be something they're thinking about. Even with the swap off from Merge to Wi-Fi instead, even one person swap, a one-member swap can change up the composition entirely from what we've seen in the past. So who knows what we're going to see out of this, and especially out of a team like Exo Azathoth right now that is so stable, that are so calm, collected, knowing they have 3 opportunities at match point, and they only need to win 1 more on a map like Hollywood, where it's a lot about stabilization. It's a lot about, if you get that first pick on the attacking side, you're looking a lot better to try to push in here. On a map like Hollywood, that this is going to be Queen's Gambit wants to know, and we know that they favor those compositions that earn the first pick, right? That Wrecking Ball, maybe that Tracer composition, but they really didn't get any of that back on Oasis. This time around, what do we see? And it is going to be Queen's Gambit here pulling out the Orisa to start, but Exo Azathoth on their attacking side, well, we don't know quite yet. I mean, do we want to see the Mercy out here, like, boosting the Widowmaker?
If anyone would do it, it would be Pauline, for sure. And it's probably just a one-shot out of the spawn. But that defense, as you said, is, again, the important part here. We know that's what's locked in. Santana giving us that iconic look at the Orisa that we do know them very well for. I'm, again, looking at this DPS. As much as I hate to put pressure onto players this much, I need to see more from Missin and Kuna, and I only do it because I know that they're capable of performing and hitting these incredible shots. It's all been Benevolence and Jeremy so far, and they're gonna have one more chance to change the narrative in what looks to be a mirror match.
Yeah, basically a mirror matchup here, and the bigger thing too is Santix versus Pauline is going to be an interesting one for Exo Azathoth. Pauline's been so good on the Baptiste back in that first map of Oasis. Now the third map, when we get to it here, going to be the bigger test, because now it's more of the defensive and not just kind of controlling here and there. But if Pauline can get the position right, if Pauline's been playing like she has been, this is going to be a really, really stable fight. But Benevolence getting Wi-Fi already. This is turning into a bad fight to start.
And they just completely flipped the script on Queen's Gambit. Santix and Wi-Fi, the supports removed from under the defending team, and guess who did it? Jeremy. Benevolence. Forever was a distraction in the front line while the DPS snuck their way around behind to the vulnerable underbelly. It's the same thing happening over and over again, Keegan.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's just the same storylines going on, right? Exo Azathoth having that pressure, having that good start, and now like you said, maybe first and third point give you a little more flexibility. Second point, though, Exo Azathoth opting to go for the D.Va instead for Forever switching off. Everybody else stays the same, but this is just to get to that high ground, just to put that pressure on, because Queen's Gambit knows they can stabilize at least Fiorisa up here. Oh, what a spear. You never want to see that in your face, but it's just Exo Azathoth right now trying to put that pressure on, and Forever 774 is going to try to give them that door open.
Yeah, Forever, she's known for this D.Va play too, and this is a great map for Exo Azathoth. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think there's a spot that you could put them that particularly makes it uncomfortable. That right there from Santix is what we need to see. We need more of this damage just being put out. It just seems like we're straight up not shooting back at times. Santix can be a little bit of bloodthirsty support. You stagger the D.Va out. Forever's gonna be out of mech for quite a bit of time, but okay, too much Santix, rein it back.
You know what I would say to my teammates there if I'm Queen's Gambit? I would tell Santix, you're a little too far up. I know you want the eliminations, but yeah, we need the heals more than the elims right now. And are you out of it? Wow. Somehow escapes. Kuna, I think, is going to get blown
not for long.
Nope, yep,
yeah.
Not at all. But anyways, Queen's Gambit, though, playing a lot better, at least getting their starting fights a little bit better, but it's still Exo Azathoth, and you can see the pressure the D.Va's providing right now. They have no answer for it.
You gotta stop the staggering. Like, that's step number one. Stop the bleeding right here, right now. Exo Azathoth are pushing up so far, and you're allowing your players to get picked off. You've yet to take a team fight on this point yet, and you're gonna have one chance to do it, but pushing through these very small choke points. Ton of ultimates. I want to see initiation with one of these supports, or just basically getting a wonderful stick onto Benevolence. The trade out makes it an even game, but it's the support ultimates that will tell the tale. Santix hanging onto a sliver of HP thanks to Wi-Fi, but it's Jeremy, it's Forever. You know that these two are going to be firing away at the backline. Santana isn't able to do anything because there's no one in Exo Azathoth that is even blinking an eye in their direction. Queen's Gambit, they had all of the tools to win this, but they never used them. It was Exo Azathoth the act first, and they're going to come into third point with over 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, over 4 minutes on the clock for Exo Azathoth, and they're looking good right now. Again, this D.Va providing you so much pressure, and the combination between Jeremy and Forever are just too much for this backline to handle, especially Kuna, especially Santix right now, just trying to find any stability, and yet it was just dove on over and over again. So with 4.5 minutes left to go on the clock, your Queen's Gambit's got to find something, but Jeremy, again, Kuna's just not having a good day.
And it's all Jeremy. It's all Jeremy and Forever working together. They're in the kill feed again. Pulse bomb onto Missing, and they're just handling things all by themselves. A menace to Queen's Gambit is what this player has been. Not just a Venture one trick. The CEO of Venture can flex it off to this Tracer, to this Pharah, and is a massive asset to Exo as they walk home for one final battle.
CEO of Tracer, why not? Why not add that title to your list right now? Jeremy's putting it off, but Azathoth's coming in with no ultimates on the board. Queen's Gambit's got 3, so they have to use this in order to stabilize or at least find a fight win here because they're close.
I mean, the Bob will deter the push for the time being. You don't have Wi-Fi. Like, you lose a support like that, it's not great. Like, even if Santana grabs Benevolence here, you don't have sustain. You just got to make sure that Azathoth cannot push. And when we look where the payload currently is at, your flank angles are much less accessible, so you're not as concerned about Jeremy wrapping around through and doing absurd things to your backline. You are, however, worried about Benevolence swapping over to the Widowmaker. Kuna can no longer peek, and Missing, you shouldn't do that either! They didn't check the swap, and it's Benevolence coming with both DPS, a tale that we keep seeing here on this stream today. Exo Azathoth, we're gonna go ahead and walk this payload on home with a hefty time break of 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
Well, we said Benevolence was online, and when swapping on over to the Widowmaker, yep, that's still the case. You know, the Widowmaker, I guess, never goes offline once you're warmed up. So Benevolence coming out of the end in the most common spot, mind you, and really the only spot you can play that Widowmaker down the lane on that last fight, and yet you cannot peek it. Queen's Gambit rather did not recognize that Widowmaker. It allows Exo Azathoth to push right on in, and Queen's Gambit had some ultimates to work with to stall. They just couldn't. They just were not able to find any picks. They were not able to find any stability. And this is the game again that you talk about of the pressure from Exo Azathoth. That Forever to Jeremy swap with the Tracer and the D.Va. This is just really, really bad news for Queen's Gambit. They got to find something here. And for the first time ever in this series, Zarya's going to get popped out here just to counter out the Orisa at the very least. But it might be too little too late, especially with that big time ban. Queen's Gambit's got to find a way to basically win almost every fight if they want the same time anchor over the same time anchor. Exo Azathoth played that nearly perfectly.
There's not a falter in this team, and we're yet to see that return of Missin and Kuna that we've been expecting, or rather hold breath for. It's all continued to be Exo Azathoth's DPS forever. Looked incredible on her diva as we know her to be, and Queen's Gambit gonna give it one last try here with something we have not seen in a hot minute. Santana is on the Zarya.
Yeah, like I said, Santana's on the Zarya. This is mainly just to counter out that Orisa, right? You can't really javelin spin a laser right in your face. So this is going to be at least some pressure onto the Orisa finally, which we would love to see out of Queen's Gambit. But now for Exo Azathoth, if they can just play the way they have been playing, play their game, they're looking at just trying to make sure Queen's Gambit feels no comfort at all. But Santana finally doing what Exo Azathoth was doing earlier, pressure out the back line, and this Genshi's going to try to do that.
Perfect. Perfect. That's what you need to do. If Missin can't get in there, give them a bubble so that they can just go through. But it's just Jeremy. You can't be doing this. The rest of the team just wrapped around the back, and there's no supports remaining. Kuna and Missin are trading out. Yes, this fight is scrappier, but Pauline is still alive. And as long as Pauline lives, there's always a chance for Exo Azathoth. They do end up in the backline by herself here. So Exo Azathoth, are they going to be able to regroup with their support, or is Pauline just going to have to come in and fight this by herself?
You have to at this point, and I'm switching out over the Doomfist. This is mainly saying we're diving in. We're gonna save Pauline for the rest of this time. They may even win a fight off of this because they have some stability here.
Yeah, you got a little bit. I mean, Pauline is getting way too much in on this Baptiste, and Baptiste is just a better Soldier 76 if you really think about it, especially with that reduction in the recoil. I don't know why I blanked on that for a second. The recoil there, it's easier to hit these headshots, and she already is up to an amplification matrix here. Exo Azathoth built up an insane advantage, and that is how you shut it down from Kuna.
Grab Surge is also available here for Santana. This is maybe just to stop the Doom at the same time, but the pressure in the Siren could be immense.
Oh, but it's a grab. No one quite has the sight lines. It's a rush forward to see what they can follow up on. And so far, it's just Forever 774. And that's about all you need. Exo Azathoth cannot get themselves back to touch on the point. Missin and Kuna are showing us signs of life.
Queen's Gambit finally putting on the pressure, able to make sure that they can put that pressure on that back line, and Santana putting on the pressure to the Orisa with the Zarya. Instead, Missin diving onto that back line, almost up to a Blade as well, which is why Benevolent switches on over to the Cassidy instead. Azathoth, though, opting for the Reinhardt play. They're going to play right up in front of their face, and especially with Jeremy, they can dive this back line a little bit more. Not as much as the Diva can, but still, Missin has the Blade online. This is the best Queen's Gambit has looked so far.
And they gotta run with it. You no longer have the Zarya bubbles for Missin, just like you're lacking in Kuna. It's a nice name to the high ground, though. This fight very much still happening, but I thought this Blade would be pulled much sooner. Missin actually ends up holding on to it. The Nano on Santana instead, and it's a little bit too late for this, honestly. Exo Azathoth have already taken care of most of Queen's Gambit. The only advantage they have here, Keegan, is these spawns are incredibly close.
Yeah, the spawns are close, but Jeremy still has blinks at the same time, so Exo Azathoth is only going to maybe give up a few meterage, if anything. But right now, this Exo Azathoth team on the Reinhardt looking a little bit better, which is why you see the Winston instead. Antics using the Nano Boost a little bit too late, I agree with you there. But now maybe the Blade can do something, and especially if they're on that upper zone and there's nobody to save them.
Cheddar! Oh. Man, I got excited. It's like, oh yes, forever do it to him. But no, not quite. I was waiting for the moment. Like, look how close Missin is playing. Your Reinhardt hammer pins into the backline. Wi-Fi stuns them up, and that'll be forever hitting the deck. Finally, the Blade is unsheathed, and Missin can slice and dice as she pleases. You just can't beat Jeremy. Jeremy is a problem that is yet to be solved in some way, somehow. Even though these fights have been scrappier, Exo Azathoth always find a way to come together.
Yeah, maybe scrappier here, but Queen's Gambit does have the closest spawn points, so they're going to keep advancing this on. And the more they can stagger, especially with the Winston still alive here, the more, especially onto Pauline like that, you've got less support to work with. You've only got a Juno left. And if this Juno goes down too, oh, that could have been really bad news. Oh, Santana, can you get out? Yeah, okay, you're safe for right now. But staggering-wise, it's looking a lot better for Queen's Gambit here. Santana's going to have the Primal Rage, but careful, though. Pauline's been really good with this. Couple that with a Deadeye at the same time, too, could be really, really bad news for Queen's Gambit.
Bounding on to Benevolent. I don't think anyone's in a position to follow up, though. With the Deadeye.
Oh,
man, look how speedy this cowboy is. My goodness, Benevolent's running a marathon, if anything. comes up, and Kuna just finally shut down Jeremy. This is a great flank from Kuna. No one suspected it. Benevolence getting incredibly low, and it's Santana disrupting with a primal rage on the other side of the map. Pauline lived for long, but not long enough. Exo Azathoth, they're slowly starting to crumble. They're getting lost in the Chaos Queen's Gambit. It took them 2.5 maps, but Keegan, they're finally getting done what they want to happen. It's just not clean. It's so scrappy that they don't get nearly as much progress as they arguably should.
Yeah, and the big thing here for Queen's Gambit, though, they're working off of the chaos, right? You saw so many fights going all over that place. It felt like there were two here, two there, one on this side. It felt like there were so many different fights going on. Queen's Gambit finally got that. That's a good stick, but it's on the tank, which allows them to stagger back for right now.
But the good news is, Pauline, this is a great off angle for ultimate, but with 12 HP to spare and peeking Kuna, that doesn't seem like the wisest decision at the end of the day. It'll end up costing the point. They just don't touch. Exo Azathoth were in prime position to take that fight, and it doesn't even matter if the defending team wins it out. Queen's Gambit got what they came for.
Yep, again, the chaos is there. They're unable to touch the point in the process, right? You had your backline. Pauline can only stay up for so much, and now they're going to opt to go to the Brigida instead, just to make sure that this Winston cannot get to the backline, protecting the Juno, protecting Benevolence too. And right now, Forever 774 staying on this Reinhardt, but getting so much pressure taking on. You can see that shield just melting away, and the health melting away at the same time. Unlike the already using their ult.
That is an early ult, but honestly, I don't hate it. You buy a good amount of space here, and Forever can walk up without any fear of being burst down. This is a great spot for the Reinhardt to be played, and I do wonder if Santana is going to swap over to something that can match Forever a little bit better on this tank.
And especially on the break, you get countered out by that, so maybe there is a swap, but 95% to an ultimate. Maybe there's a swap, maybe there's not, but only with 90 seconds on the clock. Gotta find something that gets her ult up quickly, and in fact, they'll stay onto the Winston too, so this is just forcing out that they have 3 ultimates online. Azathoth's gonna have only 2, but be careful. If Forever can just keep swinging away, you're looking at an Earth Shatter that could be potentially dangerous.
And Jeremy also is gonna look to drop a pulse bomb down from above, and Santana spots them out and exchange a couple of blows. Recall is gone. That's actually huge right now. The Queen's Gambit, especially missing to push up a little bit better. Santana successfully zoned off the supports and sees that Forever is free for the taking. Bomb placement is good to finish off a couple, and those are those DPS we know and love. But Jeremy still got the one on the pulse bomb. Exo Azathoth are going to be much faster, Keegan.
Yeah, but the big thing there is, though, they got rid of the Ana, which means if they're there quick enough, then they're going to be able to touch here, I think, at the very least. That at least they only have Wi-Fi healing for right now on that brig, which means they stave off, so they got to recruit. Santana's forced to use the Primal Rage. Queen's Gambit in this final fight has nothing.
Oh no, they ran out of resources, and with only 33 seconds here, like, what's your win condition? Forever's now swapping over to the Diva too, and anytime this has happened, Exo Azathoth, it's like they sit up in their gamer chairs and there's nothing that you can really do to hold that momentum, Keegan. If this game of chicken, waiting for these cooldowns, or ideally a Bionade with that one, will land true. Santana on the follow-up, but Queen's Gambit are straight back into this, but it's going to be an overtime cap. Even if they do manage to pull this out, you have to clear it quickly, hopefully within the next 6 seconds. Otherwise, your best case scenario here is a draw. And with the Forever taking forever to get debacked, is it going to be close? But no, just milliseconds away from the cap. The best the Queen's Gambit can hope for is a draw.
Exo Azathoth is breathing a sigh of relief right now. They're like, okay, we can't technically lose this map, but that was, I think that was the closest I've ever seen that timer go to get to the end before we hit the 3rd point. That was so close. Oh, you gotta feel bad for Queen's Gambit there. They found the right pieces at the right time, and yet they cannot come up with the amount of time at the end of the game. Even a 0.1 would have sufficed, right? A 0.1 would have been just fine to get a second attack, but no. Exo Azathoth instead 3 minutes to just get a single tick down. But now the problem is, right, Queen's Gambit, though, they might be feeling maybe a little bit better, and they have some, they have some stuff to lean back on, especially for the fact that you now know that they're a little bit more flexible here. But Exo Azathoth, knowing that they've got 3 minutes on the board, they've got time to build up their ultimates, they've got time to get some stability and regroup in whatever way they need should they lose a fight or two. It's really, really good for Exo Azathoth right now. Queen's Gambit is the one that's on the back foot, but at least they've got some flexibility. They got to hope that this Winston works out for now. Stantix, though, by the way, some great bio-nades at the end there, which helps them out. So Stantix can land a lot more of those. Queen's Gambit can find something out of the bag here, but 303 is a lot of time, Molly.
Oh, this is a lot that you're asking for. And, like, think back to how quickly Azathoth capped that first point. Like, it was just Jeremy and Benevolence found their way into the backline. Granted, you're not going to do that as easily now with the Cassidy instead of the Ashe before, so perhaps a little bit slower down of this gameplay. But the big thing, this counter dive. Stantix hitting these bio nades is literally do or die for Queen's Gambit. If Stantix cannot manage to hit a target with this and at least forced out key cooldowns such as Immortality Field or Fortify here, this is a problem, especially with Jeremy already making the way to the back. It's missing to cover a little bit, force the Tracer out, no recall in tow. It actually gave a little bit of a chase here. The main thing, though, is this objective. The positioning is already gained. Nissen walks straight into Benevolence's crosshairs, and the trade is even, but that's the Bionade I was talking about. Pauline's Lamp has been forced, and Santana, once they're healed up, can get more aggressive, but they don't even get that opportunity. Too far gone. That nade from Benevolence halted any sort of retreat from that tank player, and it's back to this sort of scrappy style of fight. We're gonna make it. Benevolence live by the skin of their teeth, and this is as close as it could possibly get. Already a Terror Surge pulled out. Wi-Fi trading, blow for blow, has the rally, pushes Forever into a corner. They're back against the wall, but you don't have the health to fight in Orisa in this small room. Wi-Fi oversteps, and Azathoth are straight back into this. It's only missing keeping the hope alive with the Pulse Bomb, a roller coaster. There's nothing short of what this fight has been, and Kuna is keeping it that way. How in the world are Queen's Gambit still in this fight? The bomb is out, and it's only Kuna, but that's all you need to hold on for dear life. Queen's Gambit, stay alive.
What was that fight? What was that fight that lasted for so long? And Queen's Gambit finds a way to stay on. Kuna with the bomb exclamation point at the end. Azathoth's got to feel so bad. They had everything going right for them. Wi-Fi caught out inside by the rally, and now a minute left to go. Azathoth's only got one ult on the board, maybe two with that Deadeye. Paulina, Unlucky Name are not going to have anything. The big thing, though, then Nano Boost onto the Winston.
Oh, Santana's in there. There's no target, there's no Bionade. Like, it's just a zoning tool that doesn't even zone, as a matter of fact. Wi-Fi's back on the Lucio, of all things. This is bad for Queen's Gambit. You lose out on Kuna, and it's only about to get worse from here. Benevolence Deadeye. Sure, no one oversteps, and it's instead Missing, who got caught up in the corner. 30 seconds remaining. Queen's Gambit, yes, they're close to getting it, but Santana is one bullet away from hitting the ground, and it's Benevolence to go ahead and finally look to close this one out for Azathoth. Queen's Gambit certainly gave him a run for their money here at the tail end of this series, but you have to acknowledge, Keegan, that Azathoth dominated throughout maps 1 and 2, and will seal the deal for map 3 to push themselves up to the semifinals.
And Azathoth at the end, again, I would say breathing a huge sigh of relief after what just happened. Just that after the overtime, you're the only one that gets an attack, and then at the end of that insane fight, and Kuna, oh my goodness, at the end here, able to find the shots, and maybe not on the Juno, but at least Bob landing on top of Unlucky Main, getting Benevolent, getting this Lucio down at the same time too. That was an insane fight. I think that's one of the crazier fights I have ever seen a defensive team win from that kind of situation. So credit Queen's Gambit at the end for finding something, for finding a highlight at the end there. But again, Azathoth just having too much time, just having that calmness right at the end, maybe breathing 2 or 3 sighs of relief at the end. But Azathoth going on to the top 4 teams in the upper bracket finals. Again, lowest seeding that they've had so far, lowest placement for this team so far is Azathoth. The Erebus has been 5th and 6th place. And right now, the stars are aligning for a higher finish than that if they're going to be able to play like this.
Keep it up, genuinely. Azathoth is the dark horse team, and I think there's a lot of, like, our timeless nightmares. Everyone has counted them, and I just want these teams to take one look at this series and see that Azathoth can very well be a serious threat. And like, we've Queen's Gambit as a team that very well can show up and make a difference. We saw it there at the tail end of Hollywood But at the start of Oasis here, it just took way too long for this team to figure out what was and wasn't working, and we didn't get a chance to see those adjustments. They weren't adapting to what Azathoth were throwing at them, and when you're at a point like that, you're so stubborn, it gives your opponents an advantage. They're playing their own game, and not to mention the stellar performance Jeremy, followed by Benevolence on Circuit Royale put up.
Yeah, the performance here by Azathoth, especially on Benevolence and Jeremy. This was all Benevolence's map on map number 2, just the insane amount of shots hit. And of course, you saw it right at the end. This was play of the game, which we got live on tape, but it was just an insane amount of games. And you can see it too in this fight. Dantic's merge both using their ultimates on support side, and yet it was not needed. And Azathoth taking that pressure off their hands thanks to Benevolence in map number 2. And then when you look at the pressure that they put on at the end of this as well, with this Orisa, with this Juno, the hypering and all, no touches there. And it's just an insane series. But we finally got to see some flexibility on map number 3 of Hollywood. Yes, Benevolence getting more shots and all, but it didn't really matter because on Queen's Gambit attack side, you saw them swap, right? You saw them go to the Winston, which worked out very well for them. You saw them switch off to the Zarya, which put the pressure onto the Orisa. When they finally made these swaps, it made a difference. It made them look like the team they should be at that number 4 slot, but it was too little too late for the Azathoth team that was finally figuring out their stability, finding out that they've got what it takes to be the dark horse, like you said, and this dark horse is well galloping on into the next round.
It just got to a point where Queen's Gambit dug themselves in too deep of a hole to get out of, and I do think they are on the right track. It's very possible to see them move on past this first round of the lower bracket elimination, and it shouldn't be the last that we see of them. This is a very strong team, and they can be. The problem is their consistency and their stubbornness. If you can get over those 2 factors, this is a team that can very easily make it to those top 5. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that today, as it is just all Azathoth. And as you said, Dark Horse, if anyone is going to be the one to upset, it is this squad right here. They kept their roster consistent, and if this is how they're going to continue performing throughout the day, Keegan, I'm excited to get them back on stream.
I'm excited as well. If we get a chance to watch their next matchup against what would be, it's actually YFP Oblivion now that I'm looking at the bracket. They will sweat their series against Hypnos Iceless 3-0. This is an Azathoth team, again, that took a map off of that YFP Oblivion team. This is a team that knows they've got that confidence. Like we said earlier, maybe the least amount of switches we have seen, which means this roster has been very well meshed together, have been playing with each other for a very long time, especially throughout the season, if you're just talking this season alone. So Azathoth, a dark horse that's willing to gallop, and a gallop they do, because a 3-0 series like that, where they're able to play through their strengths, they're able to be a little bit more flexible, and they're not that stubborn, right, team that they know when they have to switch, and they know where they have to play, when they have to take these fights, when to use these ultimates. Good discipline and all. Azathoth team not looking quite the 5 seed. They may be looking a little higher than that.
The story of Calling All Heroes Minor 3, Keegan, oh, it's just getting started. This is only a taste of what we have to come for the rest of the day today, but tomorrow as well. We're going to go ahead and actually get set up for our next match, which I believe will be an upper semi-final. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the continuation of our Calling All Heroes playoff bracket. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Minor 3 playoff bracket. We just wrapped up our first match of the day, and this was Azathoth, who came out hunting for blood. A team that has always been within the middle of the pack is finally seeming to break free, and they just beat the challenge that was Queen's Gambit, but they got a much heavier one ahead of them now. All of our round 1 games are about wrapped up, Keegan, so we can take a look at that bracket to see how things have progressed and where the rest of our day is going to go here.
Yeah, and the only thing you saw about the bracket so far, right, was that number 5 seed beating the number 4 seed, but otherwise it seems like everything else has played out or is playing out as such, where all the top teams have won or are winning thus far. So not to be unexpected from a bracket when you're looking at it from that point of view, but against these two teams, right, of Azathoth and Oblivion, this is a 1 versus 5 matchup that you're looking at very, very well. But otherwise, everybody else is staying on the same page, right? Number 1, YFP Oblivion moving on, right? They get the 3-0 win over Hypnos Iceless. Then you're looking at every other team right now, right? Nightmare Timeless taking down, or rather in the middle of a game against Oasis, 2-0 right now. And then of course Moon moving on 3-0 there. So everybody moving on inside of the bracket as they should be, besides the lower team of Exo Azathoth winning 3-0. So the next matchups here on the lower side should be pretty interesting as well. We'll see if Queen's Gambit can bounce back here in losers round number 1, taking on Hypnos Iceless, and then Fable expected to take on Yes if that series plays out as predicted for that 2-0 lead right now that Nightmare Timeless has. But otherwise, this bracket is going to be very, very interesting. I'm excited to see this matchup as well because, again, these two teams have had quite a scuffle back in round number 2 of the Swiss stage. So this is going to be fun between Azathoth and Oblivion.
This is where we really gave Azathoth the title of a potential threat. You know, you take a map off of the team and really are the only one of 2 teams to do so that is pretty clearly at the top according to most players. And when we look at these 2 rosters, we know what Azathoth can pack a punch. Jeremy recently coming onto this roster after Minor 2's performance on Bubble Blowers has been a massive asset to this team. Benevolence has gone through an incredible ring of growth. The hitscan player that certainly existed, yes, but now we're seeing them perform at a much higher level. We're saying benevolence, and it never really stops. Azathoth have stepped it up for Minor 3, and this genuinely could be the time where they can give somebody like YFP Oblivion a run for their money.
And like we said, this Azathoth team, right, the highest ranking that they had was back in Major number 2. If you look back, they're 5th and 6th place, top 6 teams, I should say, between this team. Otherwise, Major 1, Minor 1, Minor 2, all 7th, 8th place have been the first team to be eliminated. That will no longer be the case. So already they guaranteed themselves at least a tie for their highest finish, within this season of Calling All Heroes. So credit to Azathoth, but they win this game, they can already guarantee themselves the highest way. The only problem is they're running into a YFP Oblivion team that looks very, very good. Throughout the Swiss stage, this Oblivion team has only dropped 2 maps. One of them, mind you, being against this Azathoth team, but otherwise a perfect record, 6-0, 12-2 map record, and that is on the hands of of some very good changes as well. And yes, they're just having fun, 3 Widowmakers, and I will tell you, folks, yes, he totally is the tank, just putting out the Widowmaker out there.
Oh, I love it. Hey, we just had Halloween. You know, you can still dress up a little bit.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want there. It's pretty fun. But YFP Oblivion are the current defending, well, victors, we like to call them, of our Minor 2 event, and we can see why. I do have a couple concerns about this roster, because this is the first time today, at least, that we are going to see a team kind of fall victim to the cross-scheduling. The Overwatch Homecoming tournament is also happening at this exact same time, and as great as this is, there's so many Calling All Heroes players that also participate on collegiate teams. And Nenwai, the flex support, who's really made a name for herself here within these past couple of events, is on a collegiate team. We will not be seeing her today, and it will be Zepturn instead who will be stepping up for YFP. And Zepturn, while they've been around Calling All Heroes for quite some time, it's been a minute since we've seen this player back on the main stage.
Well, that's what happens, right? For YFP Oblivion, yes, some other teams or some other players might have some previous obligations. Obviously, Nenwai, shout out to the Brian and Stratton college team out there with Nenwai on that team. So now we get to see Zepturn, right? And this is a good thing about having the depth chart, right? Yes, the rule is limit of that 8-player mark, 5 of them being the starters and 3 subs. But otherwise, on this YFP Oblivion team, you have 4 supports to work with, so that's why Zepturn comes in, and you're looking into this entire roster, right? NY, Scuffed, Graham, Zepturn, and by the way, Graham and Bun, 2 names that are on this Oblivion team that come from that Nightmare Timeless team, so watch out for them. But you're looking at some changes out here. Zepturn will get to see, and now this team that was first place at last minor, albeit as YP Super Shy, now as YP Oblivion. Let's see if they can turn the tables, get another first place here as we go onto our first map. And again, higher seed gets the map pick. It will start off not on Oasis. We're heading to Busan first.
Busan will be the pick of the day, and honestly, don't hate it. This map very solid in its own right, and I think we're gonna get a lot more showdown, at least in terms of the DPS department. From what we've seen in the previous series, where it was just all benevolence and all Jeremy, prepare yourselves, because you are about to be met with Wisps, who is just the best at any hit scan that we have seen in Calling All Heroes, really only rivaled by Senna. And you're putting that against Benevolence. You have Bun, the best flex DPS that you're gonna find out here as well. Like, this is gonna be some real fighting territory. YFP Oblivion have a star-studded roster from top to bottom, and the things that were working really well for EXO Azathoth earlier are not gonna be even close to as easy to pull off against someone such as YFP here.
Yeah, Zepturn, Scuffed, Wisp, Hitori, all part of that winning team that won Minor number 2, but otherwise, it's a mix of players between Minors from Minor 2 and the top 3 teams, whether it be Nightmare Timeless or Bubble Blowers. It's a mix of a very good compositional of players. Wisp and Bun, obviously your starters here. Wisp coming from that Minor 2 win team, but Bun coming from that second place Nightmare Timeless team. So 2 players from the top 2 teams of last Minor, and this is Zepturn also from that championship team of YFP Super Shy 2. So YFP Oblivion has some really, really good players, but EXO Azathoth, we know, can be the dark horse. Can they sneak their way into the shadows a little bit? They've got the same Orisa on the other end. What I'm interested to see, though, is if Jeremy can get any value, especially on this Tracer.
Yeah, you don't have a Tracer to contest it. Bun could always swap, but she's far more comfortable on this Genji, and I'm not scared. I'm more scared of Wisp being on Widowmaker without anything to contest. You just can't exist in this main part, and it forces EXO to push down towards the bottom side of Busan, more towards where this train is being played. It's a little bit riskier because you give up this high ground sort of platform that Bun is standing on, but it denies with the sightlines, force them to rotate instead, but is scouted out. Unlucky main had the call in, so no one should be surprised by a Widowmaker making an appearance in the backline. Wisp just grappled in front of the whole team and did it. Okay, Wisp, all right, you do you. You do you. Just a king in their own right, clearly. I mean, Hitori eventually gets in there with a couple of their own. Everyone was so shocked by what Wisp was doing. Hitori took advantage of that surprise factor and will eventually get some eliminations going for YFP.
Yeah, I feel like that's a head-scratcher moment for the Widowmaker. It's like, yeah, the Widowmaker just grapples in. I think it was just everybody admiring the very nice Mythic skin, and I will say again that the Mythic skin is super, super nice, and grapple and shots and all. But yeah, maybe everybody was just admiring it, which is why Wisp gets away with it so easily. So now Benevolence switching on over to the Widowmaker, and Benevolence is warmed up. We know that. What a javelin! What? That? Yes. Okay. And wait, Wisp was okay. Wisp was in a really interesting position. Just got hit all over the place. And couldn't find a shot off. So yeah. Okay. This is a good start for Azathoth at the very least.
Like, what is this game to start off with? It's been a cluster fudge of events, and we didn't have a Terra Surge early. I'm not sure what was being accomplished there. Azathoth are sneaky. Jeremy grabbed that point capture, and Hitori got caught off in La La Land. So no take now for YFP Oblivion, making any touch back to this point pretty hard. It's really just to see if Wisp can take off a couple more heads, which you will not be doing, thanks to Forever's Terra Surge. And EXO Azathoth will eventually get that capture at least started on the point. Their ability to sustain here is questionable. Zepturn was just living with Graham in the background. They were just vibing as 2 supports. YFP Oblivion are playing so split right now, and EXO Azathoth just don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, and normally when you play split, it doesn't work out in your favor, because if you have a group versus a split, you're usually on the assumption that the group wins, but because they split up perfectly, YFP Oblivion's able to take advantage of that split, especially with Graham just swinging away the mace all through and through. So YFP Oblivion getting the point back. Yes, it's 27% at least for EXO Azathoth, but right now they got to be worrying about a blade.
his blade, but actually is juggling a little bit off of Forever's javelin spin and doesn't get a whole lot out of it. A rare sighting for Bun, but Forever did exactly what she needed to do to keep Exo Azathoth on their feet for now. That is much more of a problem. Wisp with sights is a terrifying thing to behold, but Benevolence gets the better of them with the grapple. Also had their sights popped at the same time, so YFP Oblivion have the points captured for now, and you'd think that Exo Azathoth would eventually want to start rotating in that direction, but they're just so slow. Unlucky Main got pushed over by Hitori, forced to make the swap, but it's already too late. Bun has made her way into the back line, grabs two off of that, and all this time, Keegan, YFC have been reaping the rewards of being in control at this point.
Yeah, Bun don't need no blade to make any effectiveness at all. Bunch just time in the back line here at the same time as YFP Oblivion puts the pressure on and is playing a little bit back too. So they're making all the right moves and they're coming up something big in the process here. Even this Briggs in trouble just by a Genji.
And Bun's taking a 2v1 right now, and Benevolence gets the better of Wisp. What in the world? Clearly something is... What is this spot? There's no way Wisp saw that coming at all. Benevolence knows exactly what they're doing. If you're a Widowmate out there, keep an eye on where Benevolence is positioning, because they know something you don't. But as fancy, as flashy as that might be, it's still Bun. Bun is in serious gamer mode, and she is not about to stop until this point reaches 100% for YFP. She's been on an absolute tear throughout this point. Even if Wisp got deal with Bun was far from solved.
Well, at the very least, we now have another spot we can watch out for when we're playing this map. Yeah. This is, yeah, Benevolence in the right position, just not getting the kills that we'd expect Benevolence to get, but that's what you get out of a team that's very quick, especially on Bun, that can dive this backline very easily. And now Azathoth's going to make some changes. Forever's going to go onto the Diva instead. If this holds, this is exactly a very similar composition to what we saw back on Hollywood, which it was able to get that pressure on, but Oblivion staying obviously with the Widowmaker. Wisp have been hitting shots over and over. Just, you know, if Benevolence sticks on the Widowmaker and finds another spot, we might be needing to take notes instead of what's going on in this game, because these Widowmaker spots have been a little ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get too many on this map.
Yeah, I don't
We'd have
think so
to
either.
think a little bit more textbook, especially since Benevolence. I'm surprised Benevolence isn't starting on this. Like, you know what Wisp is going to play, so... I mean, perhaps you're looking at some sort of dive from Hitori. Hitori, I'm just going to throw it out there. She is the best tank in Ka right now. The most flexible, can perform on any hero that you have put her on. She'll learn it and find a way to do it, and the hamster is just another example of it. We're yet to see this composition work today, but the one thing we do know is Exo Azathoth know how to handle it. In fact, Pauline certainly handles Bun.
Yeah, and Pauline getting Hitori and Bun at the same time too means that this is a free point here for Exo Azathoth. They're allowed to play in, and now again, like you said, we have yet to see today this Wrecking Ball composition even work, and that's because this relies on first pick scenarios. Right now, YFP Oblivion doing pretty much the same thing, except moving on to a little bit more of a tank you can stabilize around, which is that Diva. Bun still staying on that Tracer. They're going to play the same exact thing, but the back line a little bit more pressure on. Bigger thing though, YFP Oblivion don't really, and I hate to say it this way, but don't really have that healing that Azathoth does, especially with that Juno who's already halfway to ult. At the same time, too, Azathoth 30% ahead on that ultimate for a self-destruct, so Exo Azathoth can stabilize here.
I'm much happier with the Judo in this situation as well, but Graham is a flexible player. I've seen Graham on both the Brig and the Juno, so the swap could be made eventually. I'm just thinking you're too close to rally, and that ultimate on its own is pretty dang good. But the one thing you don't have to worry about is the LOS. There's more brawl potential, and Pauline's off-angle flank here, it does a decent amount of damage, but no one really pays it attention. And in this moment, you don't have to. You just kind of lock in onto one spot and let the rest fall into place. And in this situation, it's Jeremy who got the pulse bomb eventually shut down by Zepter, and it'll be the first time YFP Oblivion get this clip on this point.
Yeah, calm, cool, and collected. This YFP Oblivion team is that they have that nature in them just to stay relaxed. You knowing that you have, yes, Pauline on an off angle, it doesn't really matter in that case because you're not finding, Pauline's not finding any picks with it. So now you got YFP, oh, that was super close if that was full charge. But YFP Oblivion now coming up with 3 ultimates. The bigger one here, it's the Rally versus the Orbital Ray, especially on the Transcendences canceling out each other. Find out if Exo Azathoth decides to pull the trigger early, maybe to force their Ray in, or if this is just to stay alive. But Benevolence with the Deadeye maybe to zone, that's about it. Otherwise, YFP Oblivion with the advantage.
Now the Orbital Ray out first, but it's on the points. YFP Oblivion can just regroup with both support outs. The problem is you do use both of them. You should win this fight if you're YFP. You have an advantage. That trade, though, is much further of a problem. The fact that Pauline held onto her ultimate here is really going to be the difference maker for Exo Azathoth. You can't die while you're within that Transcendence circle, and it'll be just Jeremy pulling out the broom and playing cleanup crew for Exo Azathoth on the point, forcing the self-destruct out of Victoria, and they still die to it. Shouldn't be happening, but at the end of the day, Exo Azathoth get what they want. The point is flipped back over. Not as clean as we would have liked.
Okay, besides that kerfuffle at the end with the self-destruct training, Exo Azathoth, we usually say this, right, where the later ultimate, defensive ultimate, or Transcendence or Sound Barrier usually wins out. That's exactly what happened. Pauline waited that out for a little while, knowing that they had that door open with Forever, getting that later pick on, and they were able to take advantage of it. So now that we go into this next fight, YFP Oblivion using that pulse bomb for Jeremy means that Azathoth, it's only a one-off, but they're able to flip the point. There was no pressure from Azathoth there.
That can't happen. That cannot happen. I mean, the Deadeye will get it right back, and Bun pokes her head out when she really shouldn't have done so. And this is kind of the importance here of having this Cassidy. It's much less of a, you know, you want to stand in front of it or really get close to the Cassidy. Just because of the nade, you can shut down a lot of this mobility, and not to mention the flanks that Pauline has been on this entire time.
Yeah, Wisp was kind of hovering the Genji there a little bit. We'll go on back to the Widowmaker instead, but Azathoth having a little bit more stability. Now, Pauline will have another Transcendence to work off of. They could use this to lead if they want to win this fight and send us to Mecha Base instead.
Well, at least have the touch, so no more C9s in the chat today. Exo Azathoth. Yeah, for now. We'll stick with it for now. YFP Oblivion, though, close to her Transcendence. Pauline is forced to use hers to stay alive. It's not an ideal situation, especially since Graham and Zepturn will have the better tools, especially after Benevolence is taken out here. Exo Azathoth, they were so close to making this point happen, and it just seems that they're going to need one more fight to do it. I mean, you use the Orbital Ray, now you kind of have to commit to this. I'm not a fan right now. Exo Azathoth, they've already lost so many players. You can get a full another fight, but you're not gonna have the Orbital Ray to do it. That one really hurts.
YFP Oblivion is super happy with the situation right now. They got rid of the Orbital Ray. They got rid of the Transcendence early so that they could start winning that fight. And now Oblivion's going to have 4 ultimates on the board, especially that Rally Transcendence combination. Azathoth switching on over to the Lucio, maybe just to touch or maybe to speed them in, but they're not going to have a single support ultimate to work off of. YFP Oblivion have major advantage onto this next fight.
And self-destruct thrown in early. It's a good chunk of cooldowns. And Pauline takes it. Wait, but no, Hittori can't get back in the neck forever. Drove in. That was way too cocky out of Hittori. She just threw the bomb in and didn't expect anything else to happen. It's only now Wisp and Zepturn are covering for the mistake of their tank player, and YFP Oblivion might be A-okay to sail on through and claim Busan for map number 1.
That got close to the end there. I mean, Hittori not being able to get back into the mech, a little bit scary, but again, the ultimates came online for YP Oblivion. They were able to take their separation fights well, and especially with the Lucio going down early on for Exo Azathoth, that means you don't have a lot of speed to work off of besides the Hyper Ring of the Juno. So YP Oblivion doing well in their case, and play coming from Hittori, who gets a lot of the final blows here, especially, and now against that Oasis too. But you can see this YP Oblivion team, obviously players from the top 3 teams of Minor 2, nothing to scoff at all, because, you know, they have only had maybe a little bit of time to play with each other between Minors 2 and 3. Doesn't really show when you're a lot more stable. But Exo Azathoth, I will give them credit. They do show some cracks in the armor that is this number 1 seed, so do not expect them to go away quietly, especially, like we said, in the Swiss stage. It was 2-1, meaning that went to a full 3.5 set in the Swiss stage between these 2 teams. So who knows at this point what Azathoth can do, especially now that we're in this mode, not with the first to 2 scenario where it was a map. The maps were already set. Now we're in first to 3, meaning that these maps can be chosen wherever you want.
Yeah. There have been some cracks in the armor for YFP Oblivion, which gives me some hope here that Exo Azathoth can take us to a map, especially if they're more comfortable on it. Do I think you should take a Circuit Royale against somebody like Wisp? Go for it, honestly. Like, I think the biggest thing here is what can you do to make Forever comfortable? Because that's the biggest difference that I see between these teams. And it's not like Forever is doing bad. Forever's just not as flexible. Hitori can play pretty much anything regardless. So you want to put Forever on a map where you know that she can play like a Diva, something like that, or Rissa. Like that. Those are the kind of comps that EXO are going to have the best shot at coming out with, where it's going to be even across the board for YFP just because the sheer amount of options and adaptability that this team can show us.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier on in that last game, right, between Azathoth and Queen's Gambit, where there's maybe a little bit of some stubbornness going on for Queen's Gambit. You won't find that anywhere on YFP Oblivion, especially Hitori. Like you were saying, a lot of the tank swaps that were happening, right? You saw maybe in Orisa, but you also saw a Wrecking Ball in that second map that kind of threw off what EXO Azathoth was doing. That first pick potential there really worked out in their favor, especially even if it was a 199, they were able to stall out, they were able to win these fights. The good discipline holding on to the ults at the end at the same time too. So yes, while Wrecking Ball may be a little bit harder to stabilize around, maybe harder to find a composition around, it's really, really good that YP was able to find something to go around it. Now, can they keep this up? Is pretty solidified at the same time too, because like we keep saying, with Hitori being able to be flexible, with Hitori being not that stubborn on what tank she wants to play, at this point around, if you go to a map like Circuit Route, you could see a Sigma, you could see a Ram, you could see all these different tanks being played. Or if you go to, again, this is a pick map mode, right? This is anything unique to the series, any map unique to the series, so long as it's within the pool. Maybe it is control out, but it doesn't have to be an Escort next. It doesn't have to be a Hybrid next. We might see something of control points at the same time. But again, cracks in the armor for EXO Azathoth, if they're able to pinpoint that, the little cracks there and take advantage of that, especially with the way Benevolence and Jeremy can on this DPS duel that we saw last map against Queen's Gambit, then Benevolence and Jeremy might be able to take down the Hitori tank as well as Wisp and Bun, because I'll say it, Wisp has been maybe a little bit silent from what we saw in that last map. Maybe not too much, but it's been less than what I've previously seen before. So Benevolence and Jeremy versus Wisp and Bun is going to be a key matchup here, especially for EXO Azathoth if they want to find anything to push through.
Before we saw map number 1, I was just like, oh god, this DPS match, like, what is this gonna look like? And it's even. It's pretty dang even from what we saw. When we saw EXO Azathoth struggle, it's because they didn't know what the heck was going on the other side. YFP are playing weird. I'm just gonna outright say it. They're being weird.
It's not wrong. It's not wrong. They're playing strange.
It's not wrong. It's just weird. And like it's something that you don't practice against. You don't play that split with an Orisa comp. You don't just have players as just stationed in different sections of the map like that. EXO Azathoth didn't know how to handle it, and honestly, that's the piece that's catching them off guard, rather than like that mechanical difference that we were perhaps expecting at the start of the series.
Yeah, I do want to point out, though, I know you and I had a little bit of a talk yesterday before we came onto the stream as well. Yesterday, we were talking about Strange, and we were talking about the map pool as well on different points. Let's throw a curveball. Let's call Strange here. The next map is Shambali Monastery. So we are going even stranger. We're going, and I want to point out here, folks, in this entire map pool on Escort, I want you to know this, that the rest of the Escort maps are either Circuit Royale or Watchpoint Gibraltar. We're going to Escort, but the only other map left in that pool is Shambali Monastery, and we're heading there next. Molly, we're getting strange with it.
Okay, what is the series? What is the series? Genuine question. Oh my gosh, like I saw this, we were going over the map pool, I'm like, who's gonna pick this map when you have Circuit and Gibraltar as options? Well, thanks EXO Azathoth. We answered that question in the second series of the day. Nonetheless, I don't hate it. I think this does play to Forever's strengths. We said that Forever can very well keep up with Hitori, just not on at least the Orisa and the Diva. Not sure about every other hero. This opens the door for both of those to be played. Ideally the Orisa. You can keep Benevolence on a Widowmaker that you're pretty confident that Whips is going to want to match, especially with how well Benevolence has been performing. Like, I don't think I've talked about enough how the improvement that this player has had. Like, usually they exist, yeah, but to pop off and get like 2 to 3 eliminations and to shut down someone like Whips is a feat that very few, really only Senna has been able to do in the past, and we certainly need to be keeping a better eye on what this hitscan player can perform with moving forwards.
Yeah, and at this point right now, right, for EXO Azathoth, your backs are not quite against the wall, but you're facing up against a very, very good team of YIP Oblivion. Again, we don't know what map they picked to get that one map type. I'm assuming it might be this one, but to get back into the series in a 1-1 is much, much better than a 2-0 here. And, oh, maybe we got a little bit of a sneaky play coming out from Wisp here. Oh.
Okay, I like it.
You find anything?
Look to see, really get one shot.
They spot
We are learning a lot about sneaky Widowmaker spots today. I'm
Yeah.
kind of a fan of that.
You might want to take, if you're watching the stream right now and you're a Widowmaker player, you're taking down notes as to where can I be a gremlin here in this spot? Where,
A gremlin. Oh,
it really is. It's a shadow spot. I mean, you're not really able to see anything
you
besides
kind
down
of
onto the player, so it's kind of like a gremlin spot. I mean, you know.
I mean, you're not necessarily wrong. I don't know how Graham got in a position to smack Pauline in the face with a brig. That part's a little concerning, not gonna lie, but it is probably a couple of swaps, especially when you're an attacker walking out. You have the opportunity to just go back into the spawn and make whatever changes you need to. Now that EXO Azathoth know what YFP are throwing at them, I'm expecting to see those changes.
Yeah, and you know, again, for this EXO Azathoth team, being flexible is something you want to see out of this game right now because they're staking on the far. They're really good clip from Bun to take down Benevolence. And we've seen Benevolence on the Widowmaker before. I want to see the Widowmaker versus Widowmaker battle between Wisp and Benevolence. Maybe something that will pop up here, but they still believe in this composition. But no, maybe instead they're going for the Cassidy because they want to stop this Tracer from getting into the back line, but Wisp still hitting shots.
Yeah.
And I think he heard what I said about being quiet. Now this Widowmaker's hitting shots and online.
And I don't think Jeremy can play Pharah into this. Like, Jeremy's a great Pharah player. You can't have Bun run around uncontested on this Tracer, number one. And two, you're not going to get much done if Wisp is just on the Widow shooting you down. Or Pauline can just go ahead and do the shooting. That's been a common theme from her today. A nice pulse from Bun. It doesn't quite even those tables, though. Pauline has certainly done her duty here. 3 final blows going her way, and this payload's getting moving.
Almost out of fourth if Graham didn't get punched by Unlucky Main first. This is a bloodthirsty Baptiste, and look, out of everybody there, the first one to get to the ultimate is Pauline, and Unlucky Main will also have the ultimate too with the orbital ray. So again, EXO Azathoth is able to find cracks in the armor here just to be able to push through against this YFP Oblivion team. So now that they have the ultimates online, especially both support ults, they can play off with this and they can make some advantages with this. Oh, look at Pauline though.
She's in a bad spot. Like, Wisp knows where she is. Both of her escapes are marked, and yeah, Unlucky Main stood a little bit too long in Wisp's LOS. This is kind of what we expected to happen, and yeah, Pauline can start to trade this out. That is a couple for EXO Azathoth. They have spawn advantages and ultimates should they want to push this.
I don't think Pauline used the immortality field either for any of that. I think Pauline still has it, so...
What a javelin!
What a javelin, too. This might be able to get turned around at the same time, but there's the App Matrix to start.
Yeah, this is a reset. EXO Azathoth should kind of be done here. That was a wonderful play out of Hattori, turning Jeremy into a flying kebab. And yeah, this will be a great spot to hold, especially where Wisp is set up.
Yeah, if I'm EXO Azathoth right now, though, I'm pretty happy with that result because you do force out the orbital ray, so EXO Azathoth can push up with that, especially on a barrage too. You've got the orbital ray, you've got the Terra Surge, you've got the barrage too. Well, Oblivion's only got a rally to work off of and a Terra Surge too, so as long as you don't get picked off early by Wisp here on the side, so Azathoth does have a little bit more of an advantage to work off of.
Yeah. Benevolence is back on the Widowmaker. We'll be mirroring that, so surely Wisp will get less done now. But Jeremy in the back hunting for a barrage has the Widowmaker in their sights, and it'll be a trade. 1 for 1. Both snipers are down. YFP, though, have more ultimates to work with, and the barrage is just a little bit too late from Jeremy. That fortified effect's already on, and it wasn't enough to take down before Hattori got the work done. It's only the tank remaining. Really, Pauline got herself on the high ground somehow, but you just don't have the numbers. You don't have the spawns or nothing, and YFP will complete the holds here, just shy of first point.
Yeah, they had their advantages too. They had 3 on card everywhere going, but they didn't have enough picks to complete it, and that's where the rest of Oblivion came into play. That Terra Search coming up big for Hattori too, just to make sure that everybody was there. Immortality Field comes up late. Barrage comes up late too. So for YFP, there's just these minor, just missed timings, I would say, from EXO Azathoth that costed them that first point and essentially their attack in general. So they did get it to a position where it is winnable for them still at a 102.66 right around the corner and essentially right where that first point should be capped. But for YIP Oblivion, all they're looking for is first pick. All they got to do is find a green light somehow, some way. They've been able to do that, especially through the first 4 minutes. And if they can mistime EXO Azathoth the entire way through, they're going to, like they did in that last fight, they're going to win this very quickly.
Exo Azathoth, I think that's one of the few moments that I think they took too long to identify what kind of was the struggle there. And at that point, you made the changes. It wasn't even in the heroes. It was in playstyle. It was to put Pauline in a more aggressive position, Jeremy for harder flanks, and eventually to swap to the Widowmaker. But at that point, Hattori was in such a stable position that she really couldn't be disrupted. Wiz had all of the high ground and LOS that you could possibly want as a sniper. And when we get to look at this flip of the script now, it's very possible to get a full hold on Shambali. It's so defensively favored, and we'll have to see what Exo Azathoth can do, because if they're going to shut down YFP, this is the spot to do it.
Yeah, they have to shut him down. It's got to be right here, and especially Benevolence. We've seen Benevolence hit a lot of shots, especially on that second map where that Widowmaker was online. Benevolence is going to match it. This far, another cheeky position here for some of these teams, just waiting in the rafters, waiting to get that flank angle on. They get rid of the Venom Mine. But, oh, this is such a tough position here. Jeremy gets out scot-free, thankfully, because Reese is on the other side. But look, they get rid of that high ground. Oblivion's playing so aggressively here. They get Exo Azathoth to push all the way back. They're off the high ground.
Did Pauline just jump over the backside to flank with the Pharah? I love this kind of play style. I mean, it's such a play that you just don't see from a support, especially a Baptiste who has taken a back seat in most recent play. Bun gets caught way out in La La Land, and Exo Azathoth, even though they give up their original positioning, they're going to be able to reclaim it here shortly just by how disciplined and rather surprising that they've been able to play so far.
You want to know why Pauline's allowed to play so aggressively too? It's because the rest of the team from Oblivion, or rather from Exo Azathoth's allowing it. And yes, it results in a defensive hold for right now, but also if you're Pauline playing this Baptiste, you're loving the change where there's no recoil, so it's just straight up aim. You're loving the less recoil on the gun, on the secondary fire or primary fire. So now you're looking at Exo Azathoth building up some ultimates and building up quickly here, but they're just going to dive on in.
Oh, yeah, that's Bun. She finally got her way into the backline. As she wanted it 3 to her name. Oh, it's just everybody! She slices Exo Azathoth into mincemeat, and my goodness, YFP Oblivion show how big of a pickup she is.
And reminder, no blade needed either. That's the second time.
Oh my god!
Here. Now they're going to use the blade.
In the spawn, this might be a bit ambitious, but you gotta at least try. You're on that much of a hot streak. Give it a swing. Didn't go too well, but this is just a payload. Does Exo Azathoth even have a touch? Yeah, Jeremy gets there, but you're trying to fly, not be on the ground. The Terror Surge to pull them back in, and YFP Oblivion of every ultimate they could possibly at this point, and it'll be marched on home. What a play from Bun. The second time now that we've seen this happen to close out a map. YFP will move up to match point.
Bun getting the ace, getting this, oh my god. Just an absolute insanity. What else could this be? I don't know what else this could be here, because yeah, this is just the end. Number 1, number 2, finds the reset, finds the deflect onto the Pharah, dashes away yet again, and find one more onto the... That's just insanity from Bun. That is one of the ones, that is exactly one of the ones you put on your reel. That's the one play you just, even with us over it, right, just screaming at Bun the entire time. That's the one you put on the highlight reel. And at the end too, pulling out the blade, you say it was risky, I say it was time consuming, because that forced them out, right? That was the blade that all the attention was on the Genji. If that Genji was not there to pull out the blade and force out all that attention for even just a few seconds, that puts the pressure onto Exo Azathoth just to try to touch the point, which is why everything fell to shambles after that. Again, no pun intended with Shambali Monastery, but they fell into shambles, and it's just an absolute performance right now from Bun and YFP Oblivion. So now Exo Azathoth feeling what Queen's Gambit had in the meanwhile, and they're on the back foot this time around.
Whew. What else can you say after this match? I mean, now it's Exo Azathoth that have to figure out what the heck is going on, but Keegan, what do you do if there's just one player who is single-handedly killing your entire team? Like, that shouldn't happen. Like, Bun, best Genji in Calling All Heroes, and there is not a doubt about it. We know this. We've seen her perform even better in OWCS as of late, for example, but with something like this, it just simply should not happen. Exo Azathoth have shown us in the past that they very well can keep up with whiffs. The hit scan is mostly neutralized with how Benevolence has been playing, but Jeremy isn't contesting Bun. Jeremy is going for the trades and is going for the more aggro picks. And it has been Bun that has gotten greater value of this style of play so far. And you have to question, is this really a hero issue? Or is this a play style thing that you're going to have to look to address? Because there's one more map pick that EXO Azathoth are going to have in this series, and it's either going to be the death of them or the one thing that could start to turn the series around.
Well, you asked me first, what do you do against a player like Bun that's playing so well in the Genji? I think the first thing you got to do is composition swap. Obviously, try to counter out the Genji. Yes, you can do it with the Brigitte, or you can try to help stabilize around the Orisa as well. But if your backline gets picked, or you dive a little bit too far early on, Bun's just going to take advantage of it. If composition switches don't work, you go back to the monastery and you pray. You just pray for some kind of miracle that Bun has an off game and that Bun's not online and somehow Monitor dies. I don't know what else you have to pray for at that point for Bun. But at this point right now, EXO Azathoth, again, we've seen them, right? There were one or two fights there that they found some kind of light at the end of the tunnel, but yet that light and that tunnel gets shut off at the end. So now your last hope here is to go to a map you're familiar with, and that is King's Row as we go to it. So for YIP Oblivion, or rather both of these teams actually, they know this map all too well. The problem is for EXO Azathoth, they're playing this to save their lives to not drop down into that lower bracket.
What this tells me, EXO, they want to put Jeremy on Pharah. This is the probably best Pharah map that you have left in the pool as of now, and Jeremy is good at the Tracer, sure, but they're not exactly going to be up to Bun's caliber. You need to take a different route, and one this time is quite literally in the skies. So I don't hate this from EXO Azathoth, but again, you did pick King's Row. This is the most played, scrimmed rather, map within the Overwatch competitive scene for a reason. It is very flexible. You can get away with pretty much any hero that you would like on it, but the big question is, what can you do to break through this backline stability? Because you did bring that up as well. Pauline has not played Brig. I don't think EXO Azathoth have a Lucky Main would be the Brig player here. So they'd have to swap off pretty much everything if this was to change. And YFB have had that greater stability as a result, even if EXO Azathoth can come out with these surprise damage bursts.
Yeah, you're looking at a team right now that maybe doesn't have a lot of Brig potential, right, with EXO Azathoth, unless it's Unlucky Main, which we know could be one of the heroes to expect for this Azathoth team. But knowing that they're still sticking on this, they're sticking on the Zenyatta and the Juno means that they're going to invest for the Transcendence, right, to stave off or use that Orb of Discord to make sure that Hitori doesn't have a great time. The only problem is that Bun really hasn't done anything with the Blades. It's all been off of Blades, right? Both plays back on Busan and Shambali have been not with Blades. It's been all dashes. It's been all shurikens and all. So right now, yes, you have the far pressure, but with getting a big pick like that doesn't really help you to start.
Yeah, there it is. The Pharah is great, and Jeremy can add additional poke. The problem, Jeremy just can't do as much if Wiz exists. Like, it's just as simple as that. His rotation at the high grounds kind of helps with it, and Hitori moves up here just as a more preventative measure for EXO Azathoth. The big thing, though, is going to be what can you do to, like, what's the win condition? Is it just Benevolence getting a headshot, Jeremy applying this poke? Because the rest of the team needs to find a way to get in. And hey, it's Jeremy with a big old rockets down main to start this one off right for EXO.
Well, yeah, but they also get Pauline down too, so you no longer have an Orb of Discord at the same time. So this is going to be at least one tick for them, but the way the spawn points work out, EXO Azathoth's going to come back for this.
And I mean, just Bun. Like, somebody stop her. She doesn't need a big old fancy sword. She can do this all by herself with good old-fashioned shurikens, and she can't be just getting eliminations like this. This needs to stop. Something needs to change for EXO, whether that's Pauline going to the Baptiste here, maybe putting more pressure on that. I don't know if that's really going to help, because Bun is just catching EXO on their rotations completely vulnerable.
The big thing there, they built up the ultimate at the very least, and now they trade, and Bun going down is a huge open door.
A massive overstep from Bun here, and EXO Azathoth seem to have the biggest opportunity yet in a 4v3 battle, and especially with that orbital ray getting no value whatsoever. This was best case scenario for the attackers to get through. Ideally, Unlucky Main can hold on to the ult. YFP Oblivion are starting to regroup from what I saw and have another touch, so at least you have a tool to work with, but it's just on Bun. No! It's Pauline and Jeremy just shot both of the DPS down in a blink of an eye. We could have spelled disaster. EXO Azathoth, it's Jeremy to light up the fireworks in celebration of this payload. It's gonna start moving.
And they score their first in-map point. That is big for EXO Azathoth. They didn't score a single point on Shambali that got held. They didn't score a point on Busan. They lost downtown and Sanctuary. So in Kingsdoor, they finally scored their first map point. And this far allowed to play a little bit longer, right? This far is allowed to be in the skies, taking down with the combination of Pauline, taking down Bun. And again, Bun's best plays have not been on the blade so far. So maybe if I'm Bun, you know, don't pull out the blade. Just play your game, right? Just play without the blade, essentially, is what it is. It may be just a joke, but either way, EXO Azathoth having a lot of advantages, especially Terra Surge in hand, but Graham does have the rally up too.
YFP, this is great. Look how much more comfortable Jeremy is. You can play around this house in pretty much whatever angle you want and be okay. Not as worried about getting damage chipped in from width, and you can help your team a lot more. There's greater burst damage on the side of EXO Azathoth, meaning YFP have to be more careful. Graham's rally is so early that EXO Azathoth can just kite. I don't know what Pauline is doing, though. That is a spot you do not want to be trapped in between Zepturn and Bun up on the high ground. And at the end of the day, that will cost EXO Azathoth this fight here. And it just looks so good. Everything was going their way, Keegan, until just one small misstep. That's what YFP are good at.
Yeah, YFP is able to take that one advantage. This is the high-level play, right? One misstep, one misadvantage there, and YFP Oblivion's able to take advantage of it. For this EXO Azathoth team, right, this is a team that wants to play back. You do not want to go into the grasp of the Genji. You want this Widowmaker to play far back to take out this Genji, or you want to be able to take Jeremy out at the same time to play a little bit farther back, so the Rockets do a lot. But when Wisp can take care of Jeremy like that, or Bun's able to take care of the back line like that, it's just not good news for you.
No. Bun, what the heck? 8 HP
No
to
blade.
spare. She's just on a rampage. Okay, eventually does go. Is that a deflected rocket that took her out? It was a deflected rocket. Yeah, she just deflected a rocket on the. That's unfortunate, but either way, EXO Azathoth should be able to move up here. Hitori goes in just trying to get something back. At this point, the defensive spawns are so far away. Anytime that YFE can burn off this clock will turn out better for them.
I thought he was just playing a little silly there. Invested the Terra Surge up all the way up there without the rest of the team. Yeah, that felt like more of a stall tactic, if anything. But 2 minutes left to go on the clock here. YP Oblivion's going to have Blade, which, again, we will say I think Bun's had more kills regularly and has had better plays without it. But Zepturn also having the orbital ray might help that out too. But again, Wisp catching up Benevolence and Jeremy, so big.
Wisps! Yeah, there's the Wisp that we know and love, and it only took a little bit of time for them to start cooking. I'll add a little bit of a third on there as well. I mean, YFP Oblivion have found so much stability on this point. Jeremy cannot get through this first little choke. There's no cover for Afara to work off of.
You know what my favorite saying is against a Widowmaker? You can't heal a headshot. You can't heal an insta-kill headshot. That's nothing you can do about it. So Pauline's playing a little bit more aggressively because, well, if you get hit by a headshot, there's nothing you can really heal unless you're Mercy to res. But otherwise, YFP Oblivion's coming into this 1 minute 12 seconds with some good ultimates, especially again, Blade and Orbital Ray got held onto.
And they're gonna hold it. I mean, EXO Azathoth, like, they're kind of saving up for this fight. You've taken like 3 dry fights in a row for this one right here. And if you don't win it, this round will probably be over. It's a good start for Forever. Graham has hit the deck, and it's Bun, though, taking to the sky. Scabs one, looks for the deflect, and even though they don't quite get it, she'll get out with her life for the time being. And YFP don't have any supports nor wits. It's only Bun and Hitori fighting against the remainder of EXO Azathoth right now, and it seems to be enough. Bun and Hitori, it's a 2v4, if I'm not mistaken, and they just got so many trades through that it perhaps bought room for another contest.
Maybe not. Bun's out as well. Yes, they might fight for another contest, but I don't know if you want that with your Genji out of play already, so no, I don't think they're going to touch it all. They get the second point. They find a minute and 50 on the clock here, so they melted away a good amount of time, but EXO Azathoth holding on to a lot of ultimates around this last corner. That could very well be big, especially in at Matrix with as aggressive as Pauline has been.
Yeah, put Pauline in there. Let her brawl a little bit, you know? Let the Baptiste do something, if you like to see. He sights out a Benevolent first, and certainly should force Wisp back, if anything. And Hitori's kind of fine playing this quarter. That's the aggressive angle we know from Pauline, and especially with a Widowmaker with sights behind it. Not where you want to stand, Zepturn. Nice little 1-2 flick out of Benevolence. And EXO Azathoth, that's the initiation that we wanted to see from this team. They're no longer allowing YFP Oblivion to make the first move.
And they only have to use one big ult there. Yes, Benevolence uses Infrasight, but in a tight room like this, it doesn't really matter too much. Pauline using that at Matrix, they won that out. And with Oblivion having a little bit of a stagger here, they're able to get into the home stretch. They just got to find a way to touch at this point for this rally and this Terra Surge to make a difference.
They're trying to get this barrage Terra Surge going, but there's nobody on Jeremy's side, and they only figured it out now, and you can't ult with 24 HP I mean, Benevolence does have a nice off angle that Bun seems to want to take for herself, and beginning to sniff that out a tad bit. There's only about 30 seconds remaining here. Exo Azathoth will have another push, but they have to die right now.
Oh, you feel bad for Jeremy. They came out of the wrong side of the spawn door.
I know.
Everything went the wrong way. And as soon as Jeremy realized it, he literally boosted out of there, got to the rocket barrage instead, but it was too little too late. So Exo Azathoth still, Terra Surge involved, Orbital Ray involved. This is going to be a battle of Terra Surges. Which one comes up bigger? But the Orbital Ray is the bigger one right now. If they can lead in with that, that would probably be the good thing for Exo Azathoth.
Even though that ult got nerfed, it's still the best winner of the game. But if we've learned anything, it's that neutral Keegan that counts even more. Wisps with one, and it's Bun Hitori pushing up as that good old tag team duo that we know them for today. And it'll be the Terra Surge on the cart, but Forever's buying space here. I don't think they win this. You don't have the sustain, not really the healing. Bun's Dragon Blade is pulled on out one final time here on the defensive side, and that will just about do it. Exo Azathoth very close to a full cap, but couldn't quite strike the match that would push them through.
Yeah, if I'm this team right now from Exo Azathoth, I'm not upset about that at all, because YIP Oblivion at the very least, they saw their first 2 map points for Exo Azathoth, and at the end there, you're actually kind of happy with Forever, because you know, using the Terra Surge just to buy space and just to allow that card to advance a little bit more, to the point where now it's in a territory where it is going to be that last point that makes the biggest difference for Exo Azathoth. That's not a bad push at all, especially against a good team like YIP Oblivion. And now on the defensive side, the bigger part is that if Wisp keeps hitting shots, you are not going to have a fun time on the attacking side. So you need to shut down Wisp, and then at the same time too, because they don't have that much of a break potential, Bun is just being allowed to play free on the back line. If Pauline and Unlucky Main don't really have that centralistic position with the rest of the team, right, they're not able to get any help, where Bun is, especially the way aggressively Pauline has been. Bun's been able to pop off and at least keep YIP Oblivion from giving up all 3 points. So credit to Bun and all he has been doing this entire game. So now for YIP Oblivion, biggest thing is just get Bun online or Wisp to hit shots. It's first pick potential for this high-level team. If YIP finds that first pick, it's pretty much over.
And more often than not, YFP have found that first pick. And Exo Azathoth have been decent on like clutch recoveries and whatnot. But now that YFPs are on the attacking side and you have your spawn advantage, you don't really get that same opportunity. A little bit of shenanigans off of this first rip here. Not too much though. Graham and Zepturn swapping back to the Brig and Juno respectively. The same thing we've been seeing all day long. I do like the Diva though from Forever. She's found so much success just because it's a comfort pick on that end. You can kind of dive in, follow up on Jeremy's rocket damage a little bit better, and hopefully help your Juno here, because Bud has already found her way to the back and now has set her sights onto Benevolent, who hit the shot of a lifetime. Why is Graham? Okay. It's not going to matter, but Graham, you know what? You do you. You can be Reinhardt for the day if you really want.
That's a good stagger as well. I thought Bun was going to have the potential to make some kind of open door area, but instead Exo Azathoth working there. Somewhat Graham got in the back line too. I'm not too sure how the heck that happened, but for Exo Azathoth too, being on this Diva allows you to be a little bit more mobile, especially if your back line is getting dove on. Instead of Forever being the dive to the back to their side, at least Forever can try to cover the back line if Bun is there too. So I like the swap from Exo Azathoth as well. It's just that they need to play off this, especially as if somebody can hit a shot here. It's a battle between Wisp and Malevolence, and Wisp has definitely won it.
Like, it's been relatively even on the trade so far, but anytime Wisp does get like an honest battle toe-to-toe here, okay, you can't just sit in front of the Rockets and say they're not going to do anything. You're playing Rocket Dodgeball, and you are definitely out after that one. Jeremy will win the round, but can't quite zoom away from Zepturn and the newly swapped Hitori Diva. YFP will get that progress going on the point. Forever is back and seems to want to contest with self-destruct, likely signaling a swap here since the mech actually ends up going back down. Exo commit even more into this battle, forcing YFP on a soft reset while the ultimate wears off.
Yeah, they did that to stall out the point to give the team some chances to fight that back, which they did for now. Unfortunately, though, they're going to have an orbital ray in return in their face.
you can kind of just walk in with that. I mean, YFP played that so smart. You don't need to play into their ultimates. Just take a reset and take a fight that you know you have an advantage in. And only having to use the orbital ray to do it is even better. You have 4 minutes at that to push through the second objective.
Yeah, at least you have 4 minutes and 15 seconds to push through, which is just 5 seconds underneath what Exo Azathoth had. Problem is, though, if you're Exo Azathoth, you really want to melt away the clock, especially for the fact that they only had 20 seconds in that last fight before they were able to get that next point at 1 minute and 50. So for this YFP Oblivion team, just push like you have, and you've got 4 ultimates to work with at the same time. Yes, Transcendence is online, Infosight's online as well, but be careful of the barrage. If Jeremy can come up big with that, especially after a rally, that'd be massive for this team.
And that's the thing. You don't need a whole lot to get this momentum going. Exo Azathoth are at such a disadvantage when it comes to these spawns in the streets phase that losing a player here would pretty much mean YFP push all the way through this point. And Bun, another Dragon Blade online, and they're not even contesting. Exo Azathoth are just gonna let this payload move towards that final point. Bun is trying to contest the far right. Gets one swing off before Pauline decides to pull the trigger on the Transcendence for unrelated reasons. Barrage now from Jeremy, 1 shot, 1 kill. Great coverage from Hattori. Make sure none of those rockets hit her teammates. And well, it's back to this kind of scrappy battle we've seen. It's always been YFP who's come out on top thanks to players like Bun specifically. Pauline will live for now, but yeah, once the Diva starts to turn, Hattori, make sure that YFP, everyone is well connected. That's the hard part about playing Diva, is having to do 5 different tasks at the same time, and somehow Hattori does it anyways.
Yeah, for Hattori, if you're YFP Oblivion right now, Hitori's kind of just turning the tip screen to you for that save on the barrage, just absorbing all the damage. Bun and Whis getting that final blow. Bun maybe not getting a lot of that out of the blade, but still putting the pressure onto that backline too. So Exo Azathoth want to try again to touch this point. It'll be the same combo with the orbital ray to start first before the self-destruct.
The orbital ray out. We know how important that ultimate is, and YFP Oblivion do the same thing that they did on first point. Is they don't wait. They just back off and let Zepturn hold on to it. And Forever's out of mech. That is awful. Exo Azathoth, they have no way to stop this oncoming push. And Tori is a titan in the eyes of the defending team. It is a swap. Benevolence moved over to the Mei and actually did get Zepturn. And I mean, as cool as it is, it's a little bit too late for a swap of that degree. Losing a tank that early on and having no way to answer any of this further push means that YFP will get themselves through this third objective with 3 minutes on the clock.
I wonder if this is just the swap to the summer, just to touch the point. There it is. But Hitori instead, now they know you've got the Mei in play on the other side of Benevolence, who's, by the way, already up to 82% before a Blizzard, which is super impressive in itself. Forever's gone on over to the Orisa. We're going to have the Orisa versus Orisa battle in a little bit more enclosed space. Jeremy, though, still opting for the far right here just to see if there's any poke left in this rocket, but it's a little bit more enclosed, and this means YFP Oblivion can hit the go button here whenever, because Bun's got the blade. They don't have a rally to stop it.
No, you got nothing really to put in the way of this, and it should be a free ultimate, but you want to counter out, at least it hits the ground before Benevolence's body does. It's only a freeze onto Graham, and it kind of cancels out the remainder of the rally. They're just too far behind. Like, the Blizzard, the timing was too far gone, and Exo Azathoth, they got one more chance to stop this payload.
The Venture comes out, though. This could be an answer, maybe just to stall the point at the very least. Rally's out, almost got hit by that. But let's see if the Venture and the Rally makes up any difference here, because now you can make a little bit more of a safer dive up to that Widowmaker who's got the position. They stall it out for now, but they got to do a lot more to do this.
I can tell you from personal experience, this is not a fun point to play Venture on, and Jeremy only had to do it for the stall. Whis and Bun have a much easier time at getting the eliminations that are necessary. YFP Oblivion, they can taste victory just around the corner here. Only the orbital ray stands in their way, but once it goes down, it's all Bun. Lighten up the kill feed once more time for this team to push themselves all the way through to those upper finals. We know that this team can be the best, and they very well are. So far, not dropping a map in the playoff bracket.
They are perfect, 6-0, and a little bit of a different story than what we saw on the Swiss stage. YFP Oblivion is online, and Whis is online as well. Is your play of the game, and this was okay. All right, is this another? Oh my goodness, the flick onto the far is just so insanely clean. This is one more onto yeah, this is just a kill inside of the corner. But man, Whis being online is super good news for YFP Oblivion, because now you're into the winners finals. You're into one more game before you're on your way to a grand finals and pretty much a break up until that last game in itself on tomorrow. So this is a really good start for YIP Oblivion. Again, changing that title that we've said could be the dark horse. Instead, that horse got led to the stables almost immediately. Just drag the cable down and put Exo Azathoth right back in. So now they're gonna have to go into the lower bracket. Good news for Exo Azathoth though, they found some cracks, right? They're able to go down into this lower bracket, hold your heads high because you were able to put some pressure onto this YIP Oblivion team. So I have a feeling that maybe this Exo Azathoth team isn't going to land up only being 5th and 6th. They may be in a top 4 situation, only needing one more win to get there.
It's not impossible. I think Exo Azathoth are an incredibly strong team, and even though they didn't quite take away a map, with the exception of Busan, each round was incredibly close. They found a way to work their way through most of what YFP Oblivion had. There's two big differences here. One, the macro play on the side of YFP Oblivion, their ability to just decide instantly whether they're kiting an ultimate, what they're using, and overall had just better control over the ultimate economy. And number two, Bun. Bun existed,
yes.
Bun was here, and she did wonderful things, and it never stopped throughout this entire series today. And if this is how she's going to play throughout the course of the weekend, this very well is a team that is ready to book themselves a ticket to those grand finals. Of course, they're not there yet. This series was just only the first time we are going to see them on broadcast, and we get to relive some of those moments through the replays. And this point in particular was important for Exo Azathoth, that they did show that YFP Oblivion, they can play scrappy, they can get a little bit more split, and that's where Jeremy Benevolence can find their way into those more vulnerable points of YFP. It just wasn't consistent enough to actually take them down and come away with significant points on the map.
Yeah, for this YOP Oblivion team, again, these are players made up of the top 3, right? Top 3 teams from minor number 2, whether that be Nightmare Timeless, whether that's still Hero of YFP Super Shy or Bubble Blowers. This was a team that is combined of good players, and at the end of the day, Bun coming out with a Tracer, going on to the Genji instead, making that much of a difference between the two characters, the dive characters that are that Tracer, the Genji. The potential that they have was on full display by Bun. And like we keep saying at the same time too, for Bun, a lot of the plays didn't come off of the blade.
No.
Did not come a lot. When we see a Genji pop off, right, it's mostly when that Dragon Blade is available. It's mostly when that blade is able to run freely. That's not the case. When Bun's able to run freely, that's when the plays happen. So this is if you're looking at this team for the future, whether this is a Nightmare or Timeless game, a 1 versus 2 in the upper bracket finals, you have to find a way to stop Bun, because right now she is looking unstoppable.
I don't know if she can be stopped genuinely. Like, the only other player that we've seen put up performances like this in the past has been Zoe in her specific role. And ironically, they did like a little bit of a trade when Bun went over to YFP Oblivion. It was Zoe who moved to Nightmare Timeless, which I'm sure we'll see those teams meeting at least one point in our bracket. But for now, it's Bun who ran the story of the game and never really faltered. Exo Azathoth, they gave it their best shot, but still end up falling short of a team that is certainly destined for great things. Also want to take a moment to shout out Zepturn. We did bring it up at the beginning of the series. It is normally Nenwai who plays that Juno role, and it's been a minute since Zepturn has taken that main role, and they look pretty dang good throughout the day today. Zepturn did exactly what you needed a Juno player to do, and including following up a lot with Bun, providing that healing, even if it wasn't seen in the kill feed, the impact was certainly there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The impact was there, right? The orbital rays were very solid. Everything was going right for them, especially when you talk about, you know, Nenwai being out of the picture, right? The starter for YP Oblivion out, Zepturn filling in the shoes almost perfectly there with the Juno, and we didn't really know what to expect from Zepturn. Again, they on the bench during that minor 2 win for YP Super Shy, and yet again filling in the shoes obviously well, playing on that Juno, playing to the strengths of this team for YP Oblivion, meshing together all too well. When you have players from the top 3 teams of Calling All Heroes all together, kind of in like a sort of mesh together, find a way to win, get those last second points, right? And this last points of the minor or the major, you're going to have a very solid team. And Zepturn filling in and putting in the work on that Juno. And again, credit to that entire backline. No pressure at all from what was a very good Benevolence or Jeremy on the same time too. Calm, cool, collect, and #1 team looking very strong.
they have not missed, and YFP Oblivion is definitely the strongest team that we have seen on our broadcast so far, and I know we got many other strong performances still to come, which that's going to be a treat for everybody to watch, but we have even more treats for you, actually. If you are currently here watching our broadcast, we have some pretty cool drops that you've been able to get, which you would know if you followed all of our socials from today. Look at these. They're beautiful. They're purple.
Pretty.
And they're awesome. I definitely have my stream open on another tab so that as soon as I go back, I'm rocking this. Next time I have a match for my collegiate Overwatch team, I'm putting that profile in. I'm saying, I like this. This is perfect. I like purple. And calling all heroes. It's perfect. Everything's great.
I like that card as well. I know currently from my cards, I think I have like the OWCS the Tracer Blink-in one from whenever that happened, or it was either Overwatch League or OWCS, I can't remember, but either way, I know what I'm replacing that with now. It is that purple card. It's so beautiful. It's so pretty. And again, like you said, you have a stream open. Yeah, I have my pad waiting on the side here. I have a tablet just kind of opening up right there. Just checking in with that mobile app on Twitch, and I'm holding on to getting that entire name card so that the next time you and I play, we pair up and have it.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be a menace to the rank ladder with our purple Calling All Heroes gear for sure. But we still have more Overwatch to get through before that were to theoretically happen. We still have 2 more games to come through today, and as much as we love all of our players and teams, we gotta say goodbye to 2 more. We're gonna go head down to that lower bracket for our next broadcasted match, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more Calling All Heroes action. The wait is over. Calling All Heroes Minor 3 is back and ready to go for our next matchup. Appreciate all of your patience as we got our teams back in order. It was Nightmare, Timeless, and Moon, the team that we were waiting on to finish up their bracket game. And we love all of our teams. We love all of our players, Keegan. And it makes me very sad when we have to say goodbye to some of them, which has already happened in lower round 1. But that's where we're going to be going next. Lower round 2. We're going to send another 2 teams home here today. We'll take a look at the bracket to see how the day has unfolded so far and where that has gone. We'll, of course, start with that upper bracket. We got to see YFP Oblivion and EXO Azathoth here on stream momentarily, but there's a lot of good old 3 Overwatch happening so far, Keegan.
Yeah, 3 Overwatch happening. I mean, we did get a lower seed beating an upper seed, which was EXO Azathoth taking down Queen's Gambit. You saw that right here on stream. And then otherwise, pretty much business as normal through the rest of the seeds. YIP Oblivion, you saw it beat EXO Azathoth 3-0. Nightmare Timeless beat 3-0 too. And now both of them drop down to the lower bracket, which means our next matchup when we get to it, Moon taking on Queen's Gambit, it's a 3 versus 4. Didn't think we would say that. But Queen's Gambit beats Hypnos Iceless 3-0. And the only match that has not gone 3 Overwatch so far. Yes beats Fable 3-1, so the 7 seed beating out the 6 seed, so it's 5 versus 7 down there in the other matchup in the lower bracket. So Fable and Hypnos Iceless the first to go out, but still good points in the board overall, looking to see if they can push their way forward before the LCQ, before the championships too, obviously, and of course before Major 3. So some good points for those teams. But now we head into the matchup, which again, I never thought we would say here in this part of the bracket. It's a 3 versus 4 to see who gets a 5th or 6th place.
And I think this is weird, right? How often do you see a third seed take on a 4 seed in the lower round 2? Like that just doesn't happen. And I think it's a statement to a couple things. 1, recent meta swaps. 2, you got some rosters that have been shuffled around a little bit more, and it shows that the Swiss stage isn't exactly a great representation of what these teams have been able to perform on. And I think Queen's Gambit, unfortunately, have been on the negative side of that so far. All players that we are well familiar with the Calling All Heroes scene from both Fluffy Mafia and Inarizaki, previous iterations of this team, but we just haven't seen them come together in the way that we're used to. Kuna and Missin haven't been able to link up with Santana, how we've seen them do so in the past, and it makes teams like Moon right here consistently amongst the top 3 look even scarier against them.
Yeah, and for Moon as well, they have a lot of players that we know of, right? 4 players total, part of collegiate action here. Briarcliff and Bellevue, shout out to both of them. And of course, a lot of shifts around for Moon at the same time, right? Pat's Valentine core with Mario, AGMR, Kindred, and Wicca all in play. Kindred H-Key coming from that YFP Super Shy team, Azure, from Fluffy, and then Wicca from Fable. So this is a mesh of all these different players coming together under this one timeline of Moon here. So for this game right now, this does have history to it because these 2 teams did play inside of the Swiss stage. Go back to round number 4 here, where Queen's Gambit won this, mind you, a 2-1 game. So this is another one where I know last time we said this between the 2 teams of YP Oblivion and EXO that it was a 2-1. Well, who knows what happens at this point, because that patch is a little far removed, right? That was before we dropped that October 29 patch, right? That was last week when we had all of the different games go on. Now we have a different patch in play. Maybe even if only a small change, even if only a minor change, that changes up a lot of things still. So Moon and Queen's Gambit going at it again. 2-1 last time. We'll see if either Queen's Gambit can make that comeback, because they are 0-3 against top 4 teams during the Swiss stage, right? A 2-6 map record, and one of those map wins out of the only 2 that they had was against this Moon team. They're going to need 3 if they want to advance and keep themselves alive in the bracket.
I think something to acknowledge, too, is when these teams last played each other, they didn't have these rosters. Ivory and Wicca are both part of Bellevue University's collegiate Overwatch team, and they had to play some matches on that day, and they weren't able to play in the Swiss stage before. So now that at least some of those pieces have returned, they've been able to regroup and at least have Avery listed in the starting lineup. Bernice is a new face for us at Calling All Heroes. I'm not sure if that's been a name change or not, but as far as I'm aware, we're just going to treat it like she's a brand new player, making her move onto this team. So Moon continues to be this kind of patchwork of players is the best way that I could put it, kind of thrown together with high expectations on their shoulders. Oasis, of course, being that first starting map, where Queen's Gambit, we've seen their strategies with the Wrecking Ball and all that shenanigans, and if there's one thing we know about Moon, Keegan, they're going to match it right back at him.
Oh, absolutely. For again, this is a 3 versus a 4 seed going on. Not very often we get to say this in this part of the lower bracket, but to stay alive here, neither side is going to give up an inch. Neither side is going to want to give up any disadvantages whatsoever, and you know that one mistake is going to make a difference. And now we get to go to Oasis. I think this is the first time we're going to see the newest, or I shouldn't say the newest, but I guess the change into the spawn room that is University here, with Freak coming out maybe soon enough, or we don't know when, but it's just the preview and just all the glitches. I think these effects are pretty cool.
They are pretty cool. What else is cool? Are we about to get a Reinhardt mirror on Oasis University? Because it sure as heck looks like it. The only difference is there is a Missing sticking the Symmetra from the TP, and H-Key goes over to her signature Mei. This is a comp matchup we haven't seen in a hot minute, Keegan.
Yeah, I like this. Mei hasn't been spotted out at all unless it was in desperation mode. I know that was our second game, I believe, our second series where the Mei got pulled out, but now this time around it starts us off. Missing though on the Symmetra too is going to make this a lot harder for that shield to stay up, especially on Moon's side. Mar's going to have a lot of work to do if they want to even get into this point.
And the Mei wall isn't really good. You don't get any value out of it. Everyone just scoots around. So Queen's Gambit are off to a great start here. Moon have the difficult task of pushing into them. Another wall from H-Key once again leaves things to be desired. Missing though does walk farther down the staircase with a very fast hammer chasing her down. Not sure if that is advisable for any of my Symmetra players out there, but Queen's Gambit definitely beaten and broken. Not as much as Moon is though. They're down 3 of their core players. Mari needs to get out of there now, and she certainly will, but not off the map. Oh, I was so excited to see it. Wait, she lives?
Yeah, she lives and regroups with the rest of the team too.
No.
The big thing I wanted to say about that, Vincent actually gets run down thanks to the hypering, so it kind of feels like the Jaws music that just kind of happened, just the faster and faster Jaws music that happened. But look at Moon already having the ultimate advantage with the orbital ray, in fact, at the same time too, but again, got to be good positioning here. That wall doesn't capture anything, means that's a cooldown, and that's a big shatter.
Yeah, it's on the 2 with the lamp. Perfect timing. It's just not enough to stop what has already been started. Santana laid down the hammer on Moon right along with it.
Yeah, and all they had to use for that was an orbital ray and a shatter at the same time. Bernice using the orbital ray was even bigger. Now AGMR and Mari both having their ultimates. Doesn't really feel like a lot of impact unless Mari can get into that backline past the shield, or if the shield breaks for that shatter. So Moon really need this fight. They need it to go their way, but Bob starts us off.
And it'll be Bob, but at the cost of Kuna. They put the Mei wall under the Bob, and they didn't break it for some reason, and that allowed the Bob to hit Mari. I don't know about that. I don't know what's happening right now. Moon need to regroup. You have one final fight to start to take this, and you're going to need to do it with full firing power.
Yeah, full firing power. Just save up all the ultimates you can. A Blizzard's going to be your saving grace here if you can get that point. Oh God. Okay, HD, you got to stay alive first here.
Well, the photon barrier splitting this point in half. I like the Mei wall. Unfortunately, there's not enough really cooldowns to push up and make value out of it. It's only Mari's Earth Shatter that remains the ultimate bank, but Santana building up to get another one of their own. Who's going to lay it down first? It's Santana! Mari doesn't even get a word in. I think hers actually ended up getting canceled out one way or the other, and at the end of the day, when the dust settles, it appears that Moon was able to get some stabilization. Bernice built up another orbital ray in that whole time.
Yeah, that shatter did get canceled out, but your saving grace is that the rest of the team was able to follow up for you. But now you've got another orbital ray for Regime coming in very soon. Your only other saving grace is the Blizzard, which you're going to save for the Ash.
Wait a minute, the Blizzard, it gets through, but it doesn't grab Santix, and I mean Kuna will escape with their life just barely. Big thing now, this orbital ray, we know how powerful of an ultimate it is, and it kind of just bowls Mari over. She doesn't have a chance of missing, going full microwave mode on her at the main point. Queen's Gambit now in overtime, and doesn't appear Moon. Many other players to chuck at this objective, and we've seen something pretty silly happen here on this map of University so far. And if this is how the series is gonna go, Keegan, I'm here for it.
This is silly. This is crazy. Maze around. Symmetra still in play. This is going to be quite the series here. I think that both teams are just settling in. I know for a fact, right, that if we're talking about collegiate players, right, Moon is still settling in with their players of Mari, AGMR, Ivory and Wicca back into play, so and we don't know who played what in their last maps, but Queen's Gambit at the very least we know had to make some or rather for Moon, you know, they may have had to make some swaps earlier on. Now that they have some of their players back, maybe it's just kind of just getting back into it, right? Some teams have different play styles, and obviously some teams are kind of calm differently. This is maybe just Moon just trying to get back together. Yes, they might be playing a little silly, but you know, silly doesn't help you win a game, especially in an elimination scenario.
Not exactly, but I feel like Moon are taking this into a bit of a different approach. No longer on the Reinhardt, Mari will go over to the Orisa. I don't think there's any tank that Mari can't play at a high level. Like, right up there with Hattori amongst the top tanks in Calling All Heroes. Or just in general, she's so good at what she does. Does kind of punish Santana for flying into the backline. The one difficult piece you will have is kind of chunking down this massive shield that Santana can throw up in your face. It's more on Mari to either push the tank backwards or give the DPS some sort of space to bypass it. You don't really do that though. Kuna is hitting quite a few shots on that off angle after getting shut down earlier in the day. It's a nice turnaround of things, especially when Queen's Gambit has the first capture.
Yeah, Mari does switch on over to the Orisa instead, but the problem is if you get run down by a laser known as Missin, you're not going to have a great time because that javelin spin doesn't do a lot against it. So right now, Moon's getting pressured on. They had a good start. They had the positioning up there. They just couldn't keep it because Queen's Gambit was on the point and they were upstairs. So Moon getting the better position, but they weren't able to find the picks in that position. So now Queen's Gambit gets control of the point here, and you really got to stop missing from this laser going off.
Yeah, I mean, you want to, but here's the big problem. You're currently running a Zenyatta and a Juno as a backline with nothing to mitigate damage. You don't have a ton of, like, way to withstand. If Missin gets close, the fight's over. Like, as simple as that. And Moon has not seem to understood this part yet. Santana and Missin have been hand in hand walking forwards. It's eventually the Bob to deter some of that aggression, and eventually it'll be an orbital ray in the main that's missing out of the pictures. Finally, something for Moon to work with, but at the cost of your life. These immortality fields from Santix have been top tier so far. It makes use the Terror Surge and get quite low as a result. I mean, Queen's Gambit did quite a few things right there, but Moon eventually just chucked all the ultimates they had at the fight to win it out.
Chuck the Bob, chuck the Terror Surge only on the Ashe, mind you, just to make sure that Ashe wasn't pressured on at all. Queen's Gambit only needing to invest the Amplification Matrix. Yes, they lose out on it, but they're going to have else to work with. Santana's going to come up with the Earth Shatter, and Missin and Kuna are going to have both a Bob and the Photon Barrier too, so this is really, really working well. Queen's Gambit can lead in with Regime's Orbital Ray if they really wanted to and play quickly on this.
Even just having this photon barrier is an instant fight. When you TP onto the high ground, Bernice is the just a sitting duck, quite literally. And Missin just TP'd right on top of her, and Moon down a support, and the Transcendence couldn't even get popped. That is how fast that this fight turned around. Queen's Gambit needed little to nothing to do it, and getting Kuna though. Flyleaf, there's a chance for Moon to come back. Never mind. Queen's Gambit had enough. Both the Transcendences popped too late before Santana laid down the Earth Shatter, and this just keeps getting better and better for the red team.
Love the immediate caster curse, by the way, on
My
that.
bad.
There's a chance, and no. Queen's Gambit doesn't have a lot to work with other than a Bob, but that's okay for them because they don't have to work with a lot against. HK does have the barrage there, and they're not going to have a support off to defend against it, but if you get rid of HK early on, you're not going to have to worry about that, but watch the flank from the far.
I mean, HK's already a sliver of HP. She needs to get held up now, but all of the focus towards healing the Pharah. Who's looking after Mari? Absolutely no one. Missin has been burning her down the entire time. The Symmetra too much for Moon to overcome, and they've had to use everything in their bags. It's going to be a scrappy outcome. It's only the supports remaining, AGMR and Bernice against the world. It'll be Flyleaf with the final blow, and Moon somehow stay in it.
Not bad, though. You're at 99% final fight territory. You can still build up the ultimate. Like we said earlier, that Photon Barrier can be such a game changer. Missin's already up to another one, 87%. Santix coming up on another App Matrix 2. Pair it up with that. That's damage one way you cannot contain unless you move out of the way. And that's not going to be equal good considering that Queen's Gambit is on final fight territory. So this is really Queen's Gambit's fight to lose here.
It looks so good, especially with Regime returning to this team after having played Collegiate earlier in the day today. Continue that strong performance, and you just don't have ults to be countered. The only thing that can be a problem is if you lose out in poke. There's not enough damage from the side of Queen's Gambit to outstand. If you just sit in front of Flyleaf and HK, you will lose.
Yeah, and right now for Moon, at least the fact that they didn't have to use any ultimates to win that. They can build up their own now. They're going to have final fight territory of their own if they stall this out long enough. Queen's Gambit, I don't know if they're going to have a Bob. Don't know if they're going to have a Shatter either. So Moon's got advantage of this, and just as I said, Queen's Gambit's one to lose. Moon's, this is ones to lose. They have the defending area. They have the ultimates to work with at the same time. So full-time barrier's got to be big, and this has got to be fast for Queen's Gambit.
They teleport to the high ground, followed by photon barriers. The entry is certainly true, but Mari found her way into the back line. Air Surge pulls in 4, and it's a massive combo. Bernice checks in a volley from downtown, but it's not enough. This trade is still even. Flyleaf now standing with Bob on the point. Really, the last 2 players that are fighting this alive, and it seems that Moon might just about do it. This composition is terrible for pushing into the objectives, but great at maintaining it against a brawl comp. Moon cracks the code for now and will push us to a 3rd round.
And a good hold by Moon there. Again, that fight win earlier on in the midway point for their percentages is the key to winning that. They didn't have to use an ultimate, which means they saved it up at the end. Queen's Gambit held on maybe just a little bit too long. That was their fight to lose. They lost it, and in the end, Moon was able to make do with it. So credit to Moon again, and also credit to Flyleaf as well as HK, aka Ivory, because they're this DPS line holding true, holding to their own places here, even against this scary thing like a Symmetra. Even though Queen's Gambit went fast, they played back. It's like you said, hard to attack on, but when they get that point, it is hard to rip that point away from them, and Moon doing a good job of it. Now we see some swaps here. We see the Kiriko, we see the Lucio, and the Winston come out, and for the first time, we see a Sojourn being played.
The slate essentially wiped clean from the first 2 rounds with how vastly different City Center is played, and these dive conditions are traded back and forth. The biggest difference, though, is in that support line with Santix, specifically on this Ana Brig. And the power of the Bionades is going to be great just at the sacrifice of that speed that you see, but that 3 hit up in the color purple. Unfortunately, Mari a little bit preoccupied, keeping Santana off the team, so there wasn't really any follow-up off of Santix's play. It makes sure that Queen's Gambit have to play slower and more calculated in comparison to Moon, who can afford to take aggressive plays such as this one, but it's Mari who got punished, perfectly timed. Nade hit the ground, and Santix will help get Queen's Gambit in the fight, but for how long? The trades are starting to come through, and it's Queen's Gambit. They're barely hanging on. Santix rallying behind Regime, keeping their other support player alive, and it seems that Queen's Gambit has more players on this point to start capping.
I might just do a standing ovation for Regime, because Regime just saved Santix that entire time. Santix is lower than 50 health for a good chunk of that, and yet still stayed alive. But for Queen's Gambit, their composition right now working out really good, because you either have Kuna's Dynamite or the Bionade to go ahead and use the Suzu on. You can't Suzu both unless they happen at the same time, though. AJMR built up to a Kitsune Rush, though, so this could be some kind of point where Moon has it, or there's the cleanse, and it's already out. So for Queen's Gambit, they know that they can push up just a little bit more, although they split.
They gave up the point throughout all of that for some reason, and Queen's Gambit tried to regroup at a small corner, which wasn't a great idea, considering AJMR had a Kitsune Rush that everyone could just kind of jump on him and squash him like pancakes. When Queen's Gambit went way too far out there, and Moon punished their positioning for it. Yeah,
now Moon's going to have 3 ultimates to use. Kitsune Rush was used there just to help secure the point there, so now you're going to have a sound barrier to work off of. That's a defensive ult for you, especially off of what could be a nanoed Winston as well. So Queen's Gambit have 5 ultimates on the board. The way they use it is going to be the key.
Oh, the stun onto H-Key. She had the recall to get out of there, and the sound barrier to get back in. Moon full steam ahead and trying to find something to work with, but it's H-Key's post bomb stuck onto 2. A wonderful play from her, and Moon right back in this series despite not having either of their support players. It's really only the DPS remaining, and Santana with the sliver of HP. It's going to be a close one for sure, but that Bob should just about do it. Queen's Gambit finally getting back towards the point.
3 ultimates used on either side. Queen's Gambit gets the better of it, especially where Bob was positioned, gets the help out at the end as well. But also credit to H-Key almost turning that fight on its head because of the pulse bomb. It did not work out in their favor in the end, so Queen's Gambit's able to take this one right back. But now only 1 ultimate on either side. The bigger one, though, is if Missum doesn't hit, there's some shots to be had if Flyleaf can hit him with this overclock. So this is going to be big if Moon can take care of it, because there's no defensive ult that can stave away some of these shots.
Oh, but it's the pulse bomb first onto Mari. There wasn't really a way to get out of that. I don't think AGMR was close enough to Suzu either. So HK, a little bit of trouble now. The rest of Moon, you don't want to fight this. You don't have a tank. There's no reason to. But they stick around too long. I mean, the Biomade, it gets rid of AJMR. Like at this point, I feel like Moon are just more staggered here. You'd be better off regrouping.
Yeah, I feel like the same thing too, especially with the point being flipped on over to Queen's Gambit side. You feel like your better chance is to regroup, or you can try to pressure whatever you got because that Winston's not there right now.
Yeah, they do lose out on Bernice. I mean, Santix has been on it with these Bionades, or really just whatever else she's been doing this game. I mean, Flyleaf almost went down if it wasn't for AJMR's protecting Suzu because of said Grandma.
Yeah, because there's too many things to pressure out with the Suzu. There's some maybe not confusion per se, but there's choices that need to be made as to what the Suzu is used for. Whether that's a burn, whether that's to save, whether that's to get off the Bionade. So the way Queen's Gambit is doing this, they're putting on the pressure to make sure that Suzu is used in the wrong place at the wrong time so they can take advantage of it. And right now, these staggers working out well for them.
Well, until AJMR puts on a good student rush, but oh no, it kind of does touch the low ground too. So this positioning is actually really good.
Off well, though.
Moon. Queen's Gambit have to go back. It's a trade blow for blow, but the nano on Akuna, I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. Ash is not a typical nano target, and you'd really like to have Santana with that specific role. At least Kuna does build up the Bob, which will be great for a stalling overtime, or perhaps allow this fight to end their way. Queen's Gambit are starting to pick up players of Moon one by one. Santana and Kuna, the main culprits, and that will be the first map win for Queen's Gambit on stream so far. And my goodness, Missing and Kuna stepped it up.
First map win here for them, at least on the series, and of course, this can go back and forth in the way I see it, right? Between these two teams, Moon and Queen's Gambit, 2-1 in their series, 2-1 here on Control Molly. We're in for a good one, and at the end as well, again, Queen's Gambit finding a way to put the pressure on. Yes, you have that Kiriko that counters the Bionade at the very least, but you still have to counter out the Dynamite. You still have to counter out the pressure and the save that it can bring out as well. This team from Queen's Gambit knew that pressure was just going to be too much for the Kiriko to handle, and especially if you don't have an offensive ult to save you there either, well, it just starts to fall apart, especially without that Lucio sound barrier. So credit to Queen's Gambit, good composition switch, and now Moon on the back foot here as, again, the number 3 seed, but I feel like this is more of the, okay, we're coming back from the collegiate side, and I don't want to use that fully as an excuse, right? But you're jumping from one team to a different team now, right? Different way you work, different way you run your compositions. Maybe that was just the smooth out game, but for them to still get a 199 on Gardens for Moon makes this look like this is still going to be a really close series at the end of the day.
I want to think so. I mean, Moon has so much talent in their roster, and it's great to see them perform on this level. And even if they've been a little bit scattered and scrapped in different places, they haven't had a chance to scrim all of that much. A big thing to note is everyone has played with everybody at some point on a previous, a previous iteration of a collegiate team, on a Calling All Heroes team, OWCS, whatever, you name it, they've all been together at some point. And that's something that is great, because communication of knowing when to swap, what kind of adjustments you need to make, or whatever else is going on, it becomes so much easier when you're comfortable with who you're on the same team.
Right.
So when we see Moon start to move forwards, I'm expecting more of those discussions to happen in our breaks between map 1 and 2, because now they also get to choose the map type and that actual map that we're going to. So many important decisions for this team to make.
Yeah, and again, just the way that this works out with the rule set, right, where it's map, mode, and pick, right? So the pick map, or pick the map and the mode, it's essentially a way to strategize, and it makes it a lot more important, not just because we were in order before up until this point, but now that you can choose where you want to go, map strategizing gets a lot more important when you talk about this, and especially in a game that, like we said, went 2-1 in stage number 4. In a 1st to 3 where this is all hands on deck, you win this or you are done. This is where every part of the strategy becomes super important. Again, there was not a single one. If you're looking back at the Oasis game, 131, 199, 168, it's not like these fights weren't close. It's not like these maps weren't close. There were shines every single way. So every play is going to count. Everything is going to have to go your way for this to work. And especially, again, when the map, modes, and pick is the essential part of a strategy here, that's when things start to get dicey. We've seen Shambali Monastery for a strange pick get pulled out, right? We've seen Circuit Royale with the changes get pulled out too. What do we see next? Well, we just got told it is Circuit Royale yet again.
You read the playbook. Look at you. You were just talking like, hey, it might be Circuit Royale. Look at that. It's Circuit Royale. I don't know if you read the message first or you did.
No, I didn't. Cool, as I was talking about it, and our producer was typing about it, and yeah, Circuit Royale comes up next. So, I mean, with the changes and all, we get to see it one more time today.
I'm here for him. And hey, Mari, certified astrophysicist, as she likes to remind me every time she pulls out the Sigma, and I will never doubt her ability to perform on that hero ever again. We've seen this from Queen's Gambit in the past. It was not pretty. Perhaps that also has some reasoning to do with this. Queen's Gambit has struggled on a macro point throughout the entirety of their series that they played against Exo Azathoth earlier in the day, and so far, it's looked significantly better. My main concern, though, is what are you going to do from, like, a comp standpoint? Because the one thing that I gathered from interviewing both of these teams is they're either A, are just kind of flying by the seat of their pants, picking whatever heroes compositions feels good in the moment, or they're just playing straight up cheese, as they called it, or off meta, if you want to be a little bit nicer, but like, that's kind of the situation. These teams aren't going to be able to get a good read on each other, and it adds that level of unpredictability to it that usually ends up favoring the attackers because you can make those necessary changes faster.
Yeah, and especially in games where, right, we've said before where the flexibility has to come into play, right, where some teams you're going to have to swap here and there. We know this map is a Sigma map normally, but when we've seen Reinhardt's get pulled out here, when we've seen things like, you know, Ramontra's getting pulled out as Mari is doing right now, you have to be willing to adjust to every single path that goes in your way. The Mari on the Ramontra here is going to make a little, it's going to try to make a dent, especially in whatever shield they do pull out, if they pull out a shield, because we know that we saw the Reinhardt from Queen's Gambit earlier on, and Santana's going to switch on over from the Zarya to the Reinhardt instead, which means Mari's free to punch through this barrier, and Santix, better sniper than Flyleaf apparently to start this off.
Well, that shouldn't be happening at all. I mean, I like it from Queen's Gambit. This isn't an uncommon approach. It's something we've seen Space Station do in OWCS quite a bit. This Symmetra, this Reinhardt TP brawl that apparently Queen's Gambit have taken to within this last patch has been working out wonders so far.
Yeah, Mari just...
Oh my god!
I was going to say something about Mari just having a hold punch, but... yeah, Moon might just have to be holding their breath the entire time. Just where is Santix? Where is Santix looking? And yeah, I mean, just the barrier and the hyper ring combination, the speed at which they can just run into Mari right now is going to be a big factor. And the other thing is, well, HK is in this backline, but they know it, so they might either get pinched or this is going to be a 5v4 right down the lane.
I mean, HK does not choose the timing well. It kind of went before the fight started, so and dashed right in front of the Reinhardt. So Santana just held left click and it's like, well, all right, goodbye, Genji. Mari does at least get a trade for it. The one thing that neither of these teams have is an incredible amount of burst healing, so you're not going to see Santana get incredibly aggressive as we would in the past. And that gives more room for players like Flyleaf to take advantage of these longer angles that aren't exactly being contested by a Reinhardt TP wall.
And well, that's at least for right now. That shows you that Moon has some sense of stability, and Mari's just going to punch away at a few things as well, getting 2 final blows, and has the Annihilation at the same time now. So Moon is going to find a way to work out, and that's even better. That's a stagger as well with HT getting rid of Regime. That's some time wasted off the board because now your only heals come out from a Zenyatta. You never want to push on just Zen heals unless you have a Transcendence that you're willing to use, which they don't. So for right now, they really have nothing to contest this far. So HT with a great pick on over to the far A instead. Vissen can hit. Kuna's got to be a sniper, in which case the Icicles have to travel a little bit faster than they do. So right now, HT's got a lot of pressure on. This is a great pick and a great swap.
Yeah, same with Flyleaf. I mean, neither of the DPS on Moon are really gonna receive much pressure. I mean, Queen's Gambit, your best option is to just TP on the back line and see what you can make from it, but you can't close that gap very easily. These heroes aren't going to let you. The mirroring ultimates from both supports add in the Annihilation. Right to say Rampage. Annihilation, why don't you? It's kind of chaotic. When all of these ultimates come out like that, it's going to be an even trade 9 times out of 10, but Santix cannot keep doing that. Flyleaf, you are a sniper. The Zenyatta should not be the one getting your head every time.
Shall we coin the term now, Zenyatta's a sniper? I mean,
go for it.
So we just coin it at this point.
Whoa,
whoa, that's gutsy.
Earth Shatter too. I mean, they're hard committing into this fight, and Moon, I think, overstepped themselves after that. The Barrage felt very confident in the long run, but Santana just shut it all down with the Earth Shatter. Not really a way to counteract it. And my goodness, this team will get themselves through this point, and Santix is a big reason why.
Yeah, Moon felt a little confident there. HK had the Barrage and all, but a little bit too confident, if you will. because they were able to get counted out right away. And look, Santic's already up to another Transcendence, beating out AJMR by nearly 70, or by over really, or nearly 70%. So right now for Moon, they have the advantage on the support side, and Santic is just hitting everything right now. So you got to be careful of this. Kuno also having a Blizzard, but AGMR does not have a Transcendence, and Bernice does not have a Orbital Ray to work off with, so this Blizzard could be big if placed right.
We haven't been able to see much Zen in Calling All Heroes because he's never been super meta or good outside of this map or just other instances, but a bunch of microbots going through recently and just putting Santix at the driver's seat here has certainly been a treat to watch. Queen's Gambit has gotten so much free card put space all the way to the top of the skill. The Blizzard can be thrown down with ease, and Mari eliminated accordingly. Queen's Gambit have set record time here on second point circuit.
Yeah, again, bigger thing is that Blizzard got placed in a spot where Mari could not escape, and that allowed Kuno to walk in without worrying about the use of a support ult, because Bernice just got the Orbital Ray. AJMR and still not close to the Transcendence either, so you have nothing to save that, and, well, a Sniper too.
That's right. HK does get sprayed out for it, so at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal for either team. The fact that Moon do push this with their own Orbital Ray is pretty key. This is an excellent spot for teams to hold, because there's two very small chokes are the only way to get to the payload. Yeah,
the only main door or the flank door, in which if you're looking that way, you're going to know immediately that something is amiss behind you. So really, as a chokehold scenario right here, Moon's got a good position. You also have a Bob to hold on and contest this card should you need to, or get into the back line to charge in. But let's see, can you get rid of it? No, you get the Transcendence first, though.
Santix, what are you doing? I wouldn't call that an ego play. It is a good rotate to get over to the high ground. You do lose Kuna and get the kill on Bernice. It's something to work with. I don't think the Reinhardt, though, is going to have a great time on this first part, because the rotations just take forever. You take way too much damage to get up to that point. And Queen's Gambit are still, like, they put the Orbital Ray into that, and I mean, AJMR back home on the Baptiste certainly makes it go slower. I don't know what Queen's Gambit are trying to do. They're committing so much into these fights that they've already lost so many players in.
Yeah, it seems like they wanted to force the issue. They may have saw something we didn't, where it could have been winnable, but instead Queen's Gambit loses an Orbital Ray. Will switch on over to the Baptiste instead to help out Santana live maybe a little bit longer instead of the Juno at the very least. But Moon's got some things to work off of Queen's Gambit yet again. If you throw down the Blizzard now, you don't have to worry about an Orbital Ray going, but they may not even need it.
Oh, yeah. Hey, we know Santix for Zenyatta. We know AJMR for Baptiste. They look right at home on that specific hero. That time, though, it couldn't really heal Mari just with pins. Santana took her on a little bit of a trip, and Flyleaf has to rotate out there quickly. 9 HP to spare, and the hunt is on. This payload has been moving that entire time, and we've seen Moon get scattered and split. Finally, Queen's Gambit in a much better position to take this final fight.
And a much better position with ultimates, too. 3 ultimates, especially a Shatter, where you can get past the shield of Mari. You're looking at a very good Shatter to play.
Santix, Amp Matrix eventually mirrored in the Earth Shatter. We're down onto Mari. There's not too much to come from it other than the loss of Bernice, which is far from ideal. AJMR is kind of stuck healing the team right now. Can't output the same amount of damage, and with everyone taken care of with Kuna's recent May swap, Queen's Gambit seem to have finally found the answer to all of their troubles. We'll get a full cap here on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, and a good push from Queen's Gambit as well. And that, let's face it, it all started off with Santix, right? Santix getting that open door, Hyper Ring and all, throwing down that Orb of Discord. It has been such a problem for Moon to deal with. They went on over to the Zenyatta, but it didn't feel as effective either, because again, if that Discord Orb goes onto the Reinhardt and you just put the shield up, and I mean, it counts as a blocked line. So it really doesn't really do a lot of things unless that Reinhardt's just charging into you. So for Queen's Gambit, a very, very good push from them, and allowing Santix to have that Orb of Discord work out well. Mari really couldn't do a lot. They had a few fight wins, yes, here and there, thanks to Flyleaf for H-Key, and Mari doing an absolute try with the Ramattra just wasn't enough. So now for Moon, opting on the attacking side, maybe to see if that far can do anything here. But Queen's Gambit, I know we've seen Kuna on the May, but instead Missin will go on the May instead, and Kuna now on the Cassidy. So a little bit of a swap role, if you will.
Yeah, both of these DPS players play pretty much everything. I don't think I've seen much of Missin on like traditional hit scan heroes, but other than that, Kuna can go every which way, and Missin and Kuna both can pull out a Mei should it be needed. And this is going to set up perfectly for a hold on this first corner, which seems what Santana is sniffing out right now. Moon are pretty well prepared for this should they be sticking to a Hanzo Farah Ramatra composition, especially having greater sustain with AJ Mars Baptiste.
Yeah, and there's no side room to go off of anyways unless they decide to go into the dwell of the beast here, but they're just looking to hold this immediately right off of spawn because they know that Sandix can get some good positioning and some good placements already, just, you know, throwing orbs left and right here. So they're going to hold this right in the tunnel, but Mari punching away, not a good start.
Yeah, Moon just has better composition rolling out. It's a pretty readable play, especially after Queen's Gambit did play Reinhardt the entire previous round. You had to expect the pulse hold was coming. Flyleaf, HK, Mari on their respective heroes made a ton of sense to roll out on, and honestly caught Queen's Gambit by surprise. Missin swapped back over to that Symmetra, knowing those teleporters are going to be needed to take fights from here on out.
Yeah, now they go back on over to the Symmetra instead, which on an Orb of Discord and a laser we know does so much that you just get melted away in only maybe not even a second. So they're opting to go for this maybe a little bit more play style, especially with Reinhardt. But again, Santix is just hitting everything.
As you expect her to do at this point, and Santix rarely seems to have missed today in general, and is very comfortable when it comes to the Zenyatta. So even though you have a Reinhardt and are outmatched, should these fights go long, the Zenyatta just looks so dang good that the damage, the Discord orbs are an asset that you'd rather have.
But the big difference right now, though, look at the difference between the ultimate. Santana is not even close. Mari's going to have an Annihilation ready in 20%. Santana's got a Shatter in 70. So right now, Moon's got the advantage to do if they use his Hyper Ring plus some punches at the same time here. Moon's got some work to do, but okay, that's just an Orbital Ray.
Damage amp Fire Strike, really the only thing that Santana has been able to do throughout playing Reinhardt. He's just been playing Shield Simulator. Sometimes the unfortunate life of a tank player. Made it work. Regime built up that Orbital Ray super fast, and will give King's Gambit a bit of breathing room.
Yeah, they get some breathing room, but Moon's going to have 4 ultimates to work with, and you don't have to worry about an Orbital Ray. Yes, you have to worry about a Transcendence, but if you wait until that pops off and then go for it, you got a better shot of winning the fight.
Dragon Strike doesn't do a whole lot of anything. See what this Kona Deadeye does. HK stepped out of the room at the wrong time. Santana go ahead and walk right in there. Everyone's so focused on the tank, they ignore threat on the high ground. And this is an expensive investment from Moon. I say expensive. If you use your Orbital Ray, that's arguably your best ultimate that you had left to go, and now it's not an option.
It's not an option anymore, but what the good news, at least for Moon, is that they got rid of the Transcendence without having to use the Annihilation, so Mari's going to have this for free. Queen's Gambit's not going to have an answer for it, at least on the support side, so if you can keep Mari up, your Annihilation's going to look a little bit better, but that's not the case anymore.
Well, that's a caster curse if I've ever seen one. Mari,
well, we're 1-1 right now.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, Mari is just a splat on the wall, and sometimes that's just how it be. Santana did pay with that with their life, and with a minute remaining here, Moon can regroup a little bit faster and take another full fight. But not if that happens. Not if that happens.
These are just staggers right now. You cannot afford some staggers the way the time is wasting, and that card is moving backwards, meaning that Queen's Gambit's going to have a little bit more space to work off of, especially trying to defend this point and staying underneath this archway. This Annihilation has been held onto now for 3 or 4 fights. Mari needs to try to invest this to work out, but already Regime's got an Orbital Ray to counter it, so this is starting to look like time wasted away too much for Moon.
Queen's Gambit looking better and better. The time bank has whittled down. Another Deadeye from Kuna here. No! We're playing with fire, but Moon at least stay on their feet throughout that ultimate. Santana struggling to do the same. Regime having popped the Orbital Ray just for the extra healing, and it's at a point where Moon are so far back, they can kite it and in fact get Kuna on their way out. Best case scenario now for the attackers. You can use this Dragon Strike to help prevent Santana from escaping, and Mari is in an excellent spot. Won't even need to use the Annihilation.
Holds on to the Annihilation again, but this time their team is able to win that fight, is able to cap point. And so for Moon, yes, they get the fight win, but that took them a lot of willpower to get through. Now they're only going to have 2.5 to push it uphill, where Queen's Gambit had a lot more time than that. So Moon's going to have to really push the gas pedal, if you will, because now again, Mari will have the Annihilation. Queen's Gambit does have a Transcendence to counter it. Big thing though, Santana's been pretty good with some of these Earth Shatters, at least what I saw in the first map, so maybe yet again that Earth Shatter can come up big.
there's not really much to block it, unless Mari has just they split second reaction time to throw up a shield, but they already used the shield. But no, Flyleaf on the flank is a Hanzo doing Hanzo things. 3 headshots for the Flex DPS player, and a Moon. Woohoo! They're not even worried about the third shatter. Flyleaf just got everyone.
Flyleaf, take your bow, take the standing ovation. You keep Moon in this without having to use a single ultimate. Shatter was used in all of that, and Moon, that is the highlight reel clip yet again. We've had a few of those, but man, Flyleaf putting on the show right now. Final stretch here with a few ults for Moon to work off of.
That's just a Hanzo moment if I've ever seen one. It's so RNG sometimes, but when it does things like that and you don't touch the payload, Moon will take that any day of the week. Not to mention Queen's Gambit are going to go ahead and stagger themselves out a little bit here. Missing Akuna, clean up a tad bit. Should be a significant amount of progress gained for Moon and a decent time bank to work with as well.
We're going to get one out of this, I swear. Okay.
No way.
Well,
Sandix
Sandix gets Mari. It doesn't really matter. Just in that situation, I did not think Kuna was going to... I thought Kuna might have gotten one just out of a surprise. But now they have a lot of ultimates to work with. Bernice pushing in with that orbital raid. They didn't touch either, so Moon's going to have some more time to work with. And in fact, if they win this next fight, could even match the time bank that Queen's Gambit has. Sandix the only one with an ult. Kuna coming up with the Bob as well. Full-time Bear is going to have to be big here because Moon's got 4 ults to work with. The Missing can get at least the Full-time Bear up. They've got a chance to at least mitigate some of that damage, but Moon's got good stuff to work with and some advantages to work with as well with 1:58 left.
It's looking good for Moon, but they've struggled with their ultimate economy so far off from burning pools that they really don't need to do. So somebody heal Flyleaf, please! Oh, nope, doesn't happen. Everyone was already preoccupied with Kuna and Missin, and they really only needed an orbital ray to close that one out. Queen's Gambit, efficient as ever.
Have we seen this Annihilation be used yet? I don't know. It feels like Annihilation hasn't been used at all in this entire round for Moon. So, again, they've had this, but they have had, I guess, no window to use it. But, well, the Barrage gets rid of Kuna very early on, but at least that's one ultimate you don't have to worry about if you're Queen's Gambit.
There's Shatter. I mean, even if they're down 2, I'd rather have a tank than have these players. You can't take an amplification matrix, though. That is absolutely not recommended for any of these players. HK made sure that they felt the punishment for that. Even Flyleaf swapping over to the Widowmaker here. Moon is really seeing them step up on this last part of the map.
Well, now at the last point, at the very least, you get a little bit more open sight lines with that, this Widowmaker, right? The archway got lifted up a little bit more. So does that archway on the right side. So yes, you get a little bit more open area to look down on. So Widowmaker's got to hit a few shots just like that.
Oh my gosh! Where has this been, Flyleaf? Where has this been? I was about to make a comment that Flyleaf has not been able to do too much this game, but they've just been opening pick after pick. It gives Mari room to do things. Not ideally staying alive, though. Kuna is cooking, and it's smelling pretty dang good. But now this is going for Queen's Gambit. They should be able to regroup. Sandix guarantees a touch bare minimum, and it's still Kuna lighting up the kill feed.
And they only have 15 seconds left to go. That was a bad move from Moon. They needed to regroup. They don't have a lot of time. They just got to speed in already. It's 10 seconds left. I don't even know if they got to touch the point just immediately, but they might melt.
Look at a touch, but both Bernice and AJMR were the last to go down, and that is a big problem. You don't have any healing here, so Moon need to play this incredibly slow and hope Bernice can return like she has now. Orbital Ray in play. The hopes are alive, but they're certainly slim. This point is hard to cap, and it's plays like this, and HK needs to make. Giving Shades a fun for sure, but she's strong in her own right. The deflect outplaying Sandix, and Moon will walk it home in OT.
Wow. What an ending there from Moon. Credit to HK diving that back line, getting the 2, and then the deflect on the Zenyatta. Chef's kiss. Just an absolute clinic. Apparently the Genjis are putting on a clinic. Every single Genji we've seen, whether it be Bun, whether it be HK, this has just been clinic so far. So now the difference only being 1 minute and 12 seconds where Queen's Gambit is going to be defending first. Moon's going to be on the attacking side here. So Moon will get an opportunity to try to make some gaps happen, which they had a little bit of a struggle with on that first point. We know that kind of went down to the wire, but for Moon, at least they figured out some kind of answer at the end. But can this Genji work on the first point is going to be the better question to work off of, especially with only 1 minute on the clock.
I don't even know if it was an answer, Keegan. Like, it literally was just Like, HK did great things too, don't get me wrong, but the reason they got into these fights was because Flyleaf just started hitting shots all of a sudden. And I don't feel like that's a confident. You want your DPS players to hit shots, yes, but it's not consistent enough, right? If Flyleaf can't be just popping off every single fight like that to get Moon into this. We need to see more of this team come together. They're very much playing like a group of individuals right now, whereas Queen's Gambit seem to be more on the same page, and perhaps it's some of the growing pains of having some changes on rosters here. We'll have to see how this plays out, because as you said, minutes, not a lot of time to go.
Not a lot of time, and especially if things start to melt away early as Santix did, like even one pick here, one loss for Moon would result in at least 20 seconds melted away off the clock. But you can see Queen's Gambit not going to take the gamble at the very least to go around the corner just to get picked off very early on, now that Flyleaf is still on that Widowmaker. And we know Flyleaf can hit shots, especially on Hanzo, especially on Widow. If this Widowmaker finds any sort of opening, this is the go button for Moon to get even more distance, but they're giving up a lot of space for it.
Flyleaf doesn't have it. Like, if you are Queen's Gambit, you are anchoring around this corner. This will be the hardest spot for Moon to push through in what seems to be the entire map. Mara needs to use her cooldowns wisely. Already the Nemesis form pops, and a little bit of pressure on Santana. They got all the healing in the world standing in the small room, and Regime had to peek their head out too far in order to do so, and that is going to be what ends up taking them down. Flyleaf is still hitting those shots as they should be, and it's these angles, these spots that Moon are putting themselves in, disrupting Queen Gambit from playing this more deathball style they've wanted. Yeah,
you had no counter against the Widowmaker there, so at least for the fact that they backed all the way off, allowed Moon to gather themselves and get the pressure on, which allows them to score a 4th point here. And now Queen's Gambit is going to try to at least stave off that pressure. Missin's going to go on over to the Genji. Kuna to take care of at least HK or get another headshot onto Flyleaf too. Maybe even Bernice AJMR if they catch that backline sleeping a little bit. So Moon's got a good progression even for a minute. This is so impressive in itself.
It can work out, but Santana is not going to be able to do all that much, at least in tandem with the DPS now. You don't have a Symmetra teleporter, a Maywall to isolate anybody. You're just sitting there holding shield and hoping for somebody to do something, and eventually taking these little pins to force space or just cause fear, and that is the pick you're playing for. Santana is just holding the cart, while the rest of the team, aka Kuna, hits the shots that are necessary. The Ant Matrix completely disrespected, and it doesn't matter. Kuna is simply too good that having the double damage is not a bat of the eye from their direction, and Moon will be halted about halfway through this 2nd point, which, considering they only had a minute at Keegan, is pretty dang good.
Yeah, I mean, they only had a minute plus overtime, and yet they got a 4th point. They got the first checkpoint. They got 64.79 meters on their board. So for Moon to have even pushed that far, regardless, right, we saw this on their first push where Moon didn't really get a lot of progress up until maybe the last minute at the end for Moon to finally be able to push up. This time around, they find the answers immediately, get the first minute on the board, get the first checkpoint, and then after that first minute, get a few more meters before Kuna and Missin finally combine for 4 final blows at the end. So for Queen's Gambit, at the very least, now you know what the win con is, but with 2 minutes and 12 seconds, yes, an additional minute and 12 seconds from what Moon had. But, I mean, if Moon can replicate the defense that Queen's Gambit had on Moon's attacking side, then Moon's going to look a lot better, and especially now that they know that maybe there's no counter to it. And Moon picked correctly here unless Queen's Gambit notices the Pharah right away, because yet again, Kuna's on the Mei if they stick this, and Missin's on the Symmetra. No hit scans or anything to try to counter out this Pharah, so HK could very well be the key player here for Moon if they want to win this out.
But think about how long it took Queen's Gambit to get through this point. You don't have an answer for Flyleaf, and you don't have an answer for HK, and it really made this team struggle at the start. Like, Missin needs to be getting this team around and quickly. You don't have a sudden sustain. You need to catch somebody off guard. In this instance, it's Mari. They'll thankfully activated the Nemesis form just before she was pinned, so the damage reduction and armor make sure everybody is okay, and Queen's Gambit can't get the same surprise attack twice.
Yeah, and there's no surprise thrice, right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But at this point, for Queen's Gambit, they're not going to fall for it yet again. They know they can kite off. They know they can give the space because that's the space they gave up before.
Oh!
Better problem, though, to have, though, for Moon is that, yes, they're backing off, but that just means that HG is going to get a lot more space to play with, especially on the far, and nothing can hit it unless Regime and Santix can hit shots from that end, or Kuna can be a sniper.
You've got to play this nice and slow. If your Queen's Gambit, has to be calculated at that teleports need to be on point. And the only advantage you really have is Mari can't be playing this far up, but neither can Santana. They go so far ahead. Like the orbital ray having it early, yeah, you're gonna do because you have a Zenyatta as your other support. You just don't have a tank to really follow up on it. Kuna gets the trade out for 1. HK though has a barrage and is ready to waltz right back in there. And with a minute left, these staggers from Queen's Gambit are only gonna hurt more and more.
Yeah, they just stagger over and over again. That's a stagger on Kuna. They get any more kills here. That's a great rocket as well. HK's got to stay up, though. If HK dies here, that's going to be really bad news. But somehow still stays up. Credit to your supports. You might as well... Man, that's a tip screen-worthy support play right there from both Bernice and AJMR, man.
Moon supports have been on it throughout this map. They've evened up that ultimate advantage, at least in terms of the support line, and Moon are looking good to almost close out this map. Very early application matrix, though. They wrap around from behind with the Transcendence, and it's about to get scrappy. There's been 5 ultimates used so far in this fight, but only 3 players in the kill feed is the Bob, sitting behind an matrix, who gets the job done. 12 seconds now, and I don't think Queen's Gambit have a touch.
I don't think they have a touch either. They need to either find a Lucio or something quickly, but doesn't look like they get a touch at all. They're willing to concede this map. No Lucios, no nothing at the end of the day. What a play by Moon. What a comeback by Moon as well. They were down as much as a minute 12 after they capped that 3rd point, and then that 4th point, that first point cap in round number 2, that made all the difference there. And who else could it be? Remember what you said 2 words? Hanzo moment? Yeah, this is it. This was it. Hanzo moment. Just an absolute pop-off. 2 shots, 2 kills, 2 headshots right there. Make it a 3rd. Not even needing the storm arrows for that, by the way. I wish it would show the last one, too, because that insane peak after the radar arrow, too, was just insane. But credit Flyleaf there, and credit to the DPS line as well from Moon, bringing this all the way back, right? You had HK and you had Flyleaf absolutely put on that show at the end, right? Closer to the end, closer from their attack. They finally figured out the answers. They knew they had what they put together the puzzle pieces, and at the end, Moon ties us up, and no 3 Overwatch.
We did break the curse. Look at that. We did it. We did it. I can see you over there. Yeah. Sigh of relief. We were just talking during that break. I'm like, oh, Keegan, you cursed our broadcast again. But no, here we go. We got a tied series at 1-1, and I'm here for it. I'm kind of sad that we do have to say goodbye to one of these teams after it, because they are fighting very hard for this victory. I mean, we were just talking before this second map started about how Moon, while they haven't been able to practice a whole lot, they've all played with each other before, and they are all flexible players. You can make all of these adaptations and whatever you need to without necessarily having a full thought-out game plan before heading into the map, especially since there's a level of unpredictability around Queen's Gambit's playstyle, and that worked out wonderfully in Circuit Royale, and I can totally see why that map was on their selection.
Yeah, it was in their map pool, and obviously for some of these teams, right, that I know of, some of these teams will come in with a set map pool that they want to go to, whether or not they lose, right? So Circuit Royale obviously was on their radar, and yes, it was very close to that ending, but at the end, right, Moon was able to stabilize. Yes, they gave up the space, but nobody was able to stop HK. Nobody was able to stop Flyleaf, which paid off dividends in the end, because you give them that space, they're going to take advantage of it. Mari, I don't even think needed to pop the Annihilation at the end there. And Mari only used, I think if I'm correct on this, maybe 2 Annihilations the entire game, I'm pretty sure. So just it shows that, yes, the tank, well, even if you lose the tank, it's kind of big, but maybe the tank ultimate isn't as important when the rest of your team around you is doing that good, right? The rest of your team. And again, credit to the support line, because I mean, yo, Flyleaf, make sure you endorse your supports at the end of that game, because that was a lot of moments got really, really close. HK too, you better be endorsing your supports by the end of this. So now we get to see a 1-1. I'm down for more crazy. I mean, what we have left, right, is Hybrid, Flash Clash, as well as and I'm forgetting the last mode off the top of my head here, Push. Yes, excuse me. So my mind is scattered after that last map, because the crazy was the ending was crazy. But now you get to dive right into the other 3 maps, and I mean, if I'm Queen's Gambit, I don't know what I'm picking here, because that ending was so close, you could go anywhere.
They want to play Brawl comps. I don't think Dive is their favorite. Yeah, push is a maybe. Honestly, I'm feeling Flash and Clash on it.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
That sounds pretty good. Those just aren't great at the dive. It leans towards Chaos, which Queen's Gambit have wanted to push us into so far for some reason, and it's just their style of play. This roster, formerly, we deemed them as the most consistent team in Calling All Heroes because of their strong synergy and team play. Now you're playing something that's just kind of all over the place all at once, and it's just crazy. It gets nuts, right? We're not going there though. We are going to go back to Hollywood for. Is this the third time we're seeing Hollywood?
This will be the second time because the other times we've seen, yeah. So it'll be the second time we've seen was we saw Kings Row back in the game between YIP Oblivion and EXO Azathoth, but the one game we did see between Queen's Gambit as well. I mean, this was Queen's Gambit's series overall. They did beat EXO Azathoth, but EXO took us to Hollywood, so Queen's Gambit's like, all right, we won there one time, let's do this again.
Apparently, it did look better towards the end. Stantix is right now the MVP for this team. He's putting in so much work just with these bio names, the Discord orbs, whatever you need from a flex support player, Stantix has got it. AJMR is a bit more one-sided, very well known for the Baptiste type of play, and there's nothing wrong with that. You're just not as willing to play the other roles as you might seem. But as you said, if Mari wants to pull out a Winston, AJMR can play the Ana. They'll figure it out when they get there. That is just the mentality that Moon is heading into today with.
Yeah, the mentality that both of these teams should be heading into right now, though, is that, first to 3 and reduced to a first to 2. Right? We're tied 1-1 at this point. Now you go back to what is a similar map, I guess you could say, or a similar series rule set as you did back in the Swiss stage. Right now, this turns into a first to 2 scenario. You're tied 1-1, and unless hybrid ties, we're not going to have that scenario anymore. So again, first to 2 at this point. For Moon, though, they should be especially happy with the fact that, again, they got that map when they finally found the puzzle pieces together. So for Queen's Gambit, this map is more, for me, in my eyes, just to find a way to throw some kind of different iteration at them, right? You talked about Brawl earlier on. Maybe this is the Brawl scenario, right? We've seen Oasis being played on this map. We've seen the Rushes being played in at the same time. I know we've seen Winston as well, which Mari can pull out, but Mari's very flexible to this point where right now they can stabilize around any different tank. We saw that on the Ramacho, right? We saw that on the different tank play on Oasis too. So whichever way Queen's Gambit wants to pull out, I'm sure Moon has the answer for it. It's just that can they keep the answers and can they keep the puzzle pieces in the right place would be the question that needed to be asked, especially on an important map to break the tie like this.
Like a lot of the time when you're picking a map, you're either picking because you have a strategy, you're comfortable, or you want to make your opponent uncomfortable. I don't think there's a map that Moon will be uncomfortable on just because of, again, Mari can do anything that she sets her mind to. And Shambali, we can't do Shambali anymore. We did play Circuit, so no Shambali in this series. Hollywood, though, it's a very flexible map that can go the way that the teams decide. Like, I'm still thinking back to when Santana pulled out this Zarya Genji sort of thing. That was kind of break through that first point defense. And it's clear that a lot of these teams have been taking some adventurous guesses at what could be good or what can work in this meta and then testing them out. And it never hurts to try it. And it's always interesting to see so soon after a patch when high-level players take to tournaments like this and it can just experiment with all of these fun little things. So I'm kind of hoping we can see more things like that heading into this game.
Yeah, I mean, with the recent patch rate, obviously with the recent decrease in base health and the increase in decrease in base armor, increase in base health, right? And just these little details here and there. Obviously, these teams had something set in mind before this week because the patch dropped on October 29th. You got to realize that it dropped earlier this week. These teams played before this bracket last weekend, so they played literally right before the patch. So with the amount of kind of adjustments that you have to make based on the patch alone, we see a lot of adjustments. Some teams are still trying to find that meta, right? Some teams are still trying to find what composition works out best. And really, I think because of this map mode pick scenario, there's not really one answer fits all in this case. It's more like one answer can be your answer temporarily before the other team starts to switch off to counter it or mirror it. So in the case of the compositions right now for Hollywood, I think this is a good test for both teams here because it has that dive scenario, it has that open air on second pointer, and it has a little bit more closed brawl style in point number 3 too. So this is going to be a little bit of a kind of an experimentation phase, kind of like King's Row is on that kind of, you know, Scrim's Row has that point to it, but Hollywood has similar features to it, right? That upper dive potential, maybe the brawl, the rush scenarios on points 2 and 3. Who knows what gets pulled out here? But especially for Queen's Gambit, now that they're on kind of the back foot since they lost this last map, this is their map pick, and we'll see what they pull out here to start on the attacking side. But it looks like it's going to be the dive to start.
I like it. I like it, and I know Queen's Gambit does as well. It's a very comfortable spot for them to be in, especially now with Regime returning to the lineup.
Oh!
Vegeta is one of their stronger points. So it will be the Zarya coming. So this is actually exactly what Queen's Gambit gave to us when we saw them play on this map earlier today. So Santana playing the Zarya, which Larissa, number one, doesn't like to do, but this sets up Missing wonderfully to go for plays like this.
Yeah, again, you cannot javelin spin a laser away, unfortunately, folks. So Santana's going to take advantage of this, just laser away, take in all the damage that Moon is going to try to provide to them. But HK really can't be stopped unless Kuna's there, but Regime's down already.
Yeah, Regime's already down. Bernice, though, isn't in a great position either as Flyleaf to make sure that their support can stay alive, and shout out to them. Mari, though, they get hit with a Bionate, so it's still kind of this scrappy re-engage. Missing and getting a bubble is going to be your main engage tool, but Flyleaf is just still cooking from back on circuit.
Yeah, Flyleaf is still cooking here. The defense looks good to start off, and they're now trying to switch off, seeing if they can get any more pressure. Samtix is going to move on over to the Baptiste instead to provide maybe a little bit more healing, and also the danger of the App Matrix around the corner like this. They're maybe not going to play upstairs a whole lot, especially against the Pharah here, but right now they just need more pressure on that Pharah. HK is getting a lot of value off of this.
Ooh, and that's a great start. You just said HK got value. Well, so did Regime by taking out. HK trade out for Kuna. Isn't ideal from a defensive position, but Regime finds yet another one in the kill feed there. Gambit starts to make this work. Santana out of bubbles, but it's plenty of Targe to start walking in at Moon menacingly, forcing them to back off and give at least a tank.
You might even give up the whole point here. You don't have a tank to work off of, and you don't have any support also to play off of either. So they just might give this point up. And unless they're feeling risky, but they might.
I don't think so.
I doubt it.
You really don't want to push in this, especially after losing Bernice. Yeah. Just conserve what you have and get set up on this high yard for next fight.
Yeah, they're setting up on the upper ground here, and everybody's going to have something to work off of besides HK, not a blade, and HMR doesn't have the orbital ray either, but Queen's Gambit has a lot to work off of. The problem is trying to get onto this upper staircase, and the only way you've got it right now is either Missing with the dashes up, Kuna with the coach gun, or some elevation, or some elevators being used here. So Moon's got to set up and take advantage of this upper ground situation. They cannot lose it.
The bob out on cart first, Flyleaf. An aggressive angle, but Queen's Gambit, this is perfect. They just back away, give up 10 or so seconds, and they got a 5-fingered punch of ultimates to fire back at Moon. It'll be the App Matrix and Graviton Surge to start it out. Mari walking through to prevent any follow-up, but genius play from the tank that actually is going to end up saving the day. She takes care of both of Queen's Gambit supports, and their big win con is gone in just a flash. When
their App Matrix is there, you have one of two options. Either you kite away from it as best as you can, or you walk through it. Mari decided to take the ladder and push right through it, and now it's a quick fight here. Queen's Gambit knows they have the advantage.
Yeah, not quite. You want this later orbital ray. That's why they backed off. Queen's Gambit have mastered the ebb and flow of these fights, but Moon isn't exactly unfamiliar with that tactic either. They'll back out, wait for this ultimate to go down, and there's only one more check mark remaining out of all 10 players, and it's Missing, who has it. HK, though, already down. Ideally, you want to hold on to this Dragon Blade for the next fight, but why not go ahead and take a swing at some things, or rather Mari, who's full HP, probably not the best person to dash directly into. Queen's Gambit still gets pockets for it.
I'm gonna be honest here. Blades haven't been all too useful as of lately. It's literally all of these Genji plays have only been without the blade. just saying, like every single one of our replays, if you go back at it, not a single blade play at the very least, or maybe one or two. But at least Queen's Gambit right now, you're talking about ebb and flow, where Queen's Gambit is making sure that the stagger disrupts that flow for right now. So Moon's gonna stay up here, but as of right now, they just don't have anything to enter in with, and they're gonna contest with very little to work off of.
And Bernice is going to be late to this fight, too. She ended up going down before the full reset happened, and it's Missing to grab two. What's it with the Genji's always getting more value in the neutral than instead of HK with the blade? It's just been a common theme today. The life of a Genji player, apparently. Queen's Gambit going ahead, unlocking this 3rd point, and we'll have a hefty amount of clock to work with.
I'm hearing every Genji player in the world right now watching this saying, Genji's blade needs to be buffed. Because every play so far has been off of the neutral. Every play has been off of just pure ability, pure skill. The blade just comes up with nothing because all you have to do is either javelin spin it away, you know, defense ultimate here, but otherwise, Moon's coming up some big ones as well as the Graviton Surge too. So now that they have Bernice over onto the Kiko, this is either the same along with the Suzu, so Moon's going to try to play fast if they can defend this off right now, but 3 minutes is a lot of time to work with.
Finally, Phil, yet another opening final blow, and very strong
that's a huge
from this player. That is one way to counter out a Graviton Surge. Throw Bob right in there with the team. That ultimate is good as done. I do wonder if Queen's Gambit or Santana is going to swap here, just being this 3rd point, but it seems like they want to stick it for now.
I think it's just being a menace. Like,
oh.
just staying back here. I think they know where. Okay, Sandix might be dead. That's just a stagger.
Yeah.
That's just an unfortunate stagger based on positioning alone, and you use the App Matrix as well. So unless this is a switch, I'm not too sure if Queen's Gambit has a lot to work off of. And now you've got 3 ultimates. Keith in a rush to lead this off.
Both support ultimates out of Moon. We're just one for Queen's Gambit, but no, the Dragon Blade Curse lives on. Bernice shuts missing down with one more kunai, and Queen's Gambit will have to go back to the drawing board once again.
Right now, what's stronger, the 3-0 curse or the Dragon Blade Curse?
Genuinely.
They're pretty much equal at this point. Like, Blades have come up with nothing, right? And it's just all of the neutral. But now there's no Genji on the floor here. What a shot from Flyleaf to start. Careful of Flyleaf because, yeah, these shots have been pretty good lately.
And Flyleaf eventually will have to counteract this. You just have better equals as a defender hit scan, and Queen's Gambit have not been doing a great job playing this. Santana now going over to this Winston will provide a bit more of a threat to that Ashe. You can be more careful with your positioning. Like standing there will certainly end up in you getting him murdered. If it wasn't for a javelin from Lori, we'd be seeing a much different situation. She gets so aggressive with her ult, the Maywell from HK perfectly placed, and that keeps everyone in Queen's Gambit from taking that massive burst of damage.
I don't know how. I don't know how Mario gets away with that. Bionated, 4 in, a lot of damage being poured out, but still not enough to kill. And again, ladies and gentlemen, please endorse your supports if that situation ever happened there, because Bernice and AJMR kept up this Orisa the entire time. So now Queen's Gambit moving on over. Santana on the Winston now, like, even in the last fight, but this is Queen's Gambit feeling like they're in a little bit more of a desperate situation. They have no answer for what Moon's giving them right now. Too much damage, too much pressure. So 47 seconds. This is a great hold for Moon so far.
It's a last second Widowmaker effort swap, but Santix is way too far up. I have no idea why an Ana player is that aggressive with a Winston, and that might as well just do it. Queen's Gambit, if they can prevent staggering, you've got one more fight to work with, and no win cons.
They prevent the stagger, and Santana's going to move on over just to maybe see if anything works out and put the pressure maybe on the far instead, because Santana's now in the Diva, but Kuna with a headshot. That could be an open door for something with only 15 seconds left to go.
And Nissa and Mirage in a small room. As long as you live and your opponent doesn't, that is the best case scenario for that type of ultimate. Moon having to pop the transcendence almost immediately as Bernice has it. And just for some sort of stabilization here. It doesn't matter though with the Bionade. Santix is in an incredible position. You have to move forward, but the sleep dart onto AJMR means that the Ana player will live, and AJMR is gone down. It's just too little, too late. Mari has already marched her way right through the center of Queen's Gambit, and that will go ahead and do it for the first attack.
How did Santix get Flyleaf at the end there?
I don't know.
I just think it's funny that the Ana just drops down from above, like just like apparently mimicking the daughter and say Justice Reign from above, but only gets Flyleaf at the end there. I don't know how. But regardless, though, a defensive hold from Moon at the end, right? They had, I think it was over 3 minutes that they had to hold on to, yet Queen's Gambit just could not find the answer. That's just because they went back to the Orisa. They had the Brawl composition on for Moon, and just a great defensive hold from Mari at the end there too. And credit HK and Flyleaf making sure that pressure was on too little too late for Queen's Gambit to make any adjustments whatsoever. They needed to take advantage of that, of the Rocket Barrage and the headshot that they had earlier on from Misson and Kuna, but otherwise it's just an insane performance right now from Moon. They feel pretty good about this, that all they have to do is pretty much complete the map, and they've got their second point on the board here. But again, All credits to the support line of Moon right now. Bernice and AGMR, their fingers must be hurting in the way they're either shooting these orbs, or AGMR just trying to heal the entire team with torpedoes and all. I can't imagine the pain now that they're going through just holding down that primary fire button and making sure this team stays alive. So Moon, credit to the support line, but they're just, as a team, playing well all together right now.
I really like how Mari in particular is playing. She's taking advantage of when Queen's Gambit, or more specifically Santana, pushes in and just walks on the enemy backline. Santec's regime don't stand a chance, and she's usually able to pick up at least one or two anytime that happens.
No fear in Mari. Again, that big play, right, with the application matrix, runs right past it, used as the terror surge. Mari has no fear, but should have a little bit of fear now that you have bionades available from Santec, so they got to make sure that they can kite off of these bionades and keep some people alive. Otherwise, these bionades are going to be really deadly without a Kiriko in play.
The leap in. We know Santec is very good at landing these nades when they can fly leave. Also the grapple shot there. And also being on the Widowmaker, you don't have a ton of burst damage here. It's just based off these one shot, one kill kind of motives. Antics! A little bit risky, but had to get the nade there somehow. This is marked anyway, so it doesn't matter. And Santana completely lost sight lines from both of their supports. Bernice and Flyleaf with one apiece. Moon straight away to capturing this objective.
Yeah, two quick picks at the end, right? And Flyleaf getting one, as well as the Genji. And that's Genji has a lot of your good pressure. So again, Mario with no fear whatsoever, knowing that all they have to do is get rid of the support. And yep, this is just backline pressure that Queen's Gambit cannot find a way to get out of. Mari dies, doesn't really matter where the spawn rooms are, but just the staggers that Moon can provide here would be an amazing thing, and that's another one.
And this is great for Queen's Gambit because they lost regime just as the point was capped. So it's going to take them a second to get back in the fights before Queen's Gambit can get some sort of defense going on this high ground. It's not going to be easy for Moon to get up there.
No, not at all. I mean, the only thing that for Moon that they have to get up there is a dash up, but with Mari already taking down Missin, that's a good amount of pressure off of your back line.
You can't really be doing that. The team was waiting to get set up, and losing your Genji just off of a little bit of poke is not a great look. We'll end up swapping over to the Tracer, hoping she'll have better luck on that end. Not the worst idea, considering that Flyleaf is on the Widow. Kuna! A little bit of dance moves there. You like to see it for sure. And Tana back in, pushing Queen's Gambit forwards, and make sure Moon can't get any sort of defense on this high ground, but this is where you wanted the Tracer to come in. Just be a pain in the butt to Flyleaf. Santix actually gets the final blow on it. But the Curse of Dragonblade, it's still there. Not a chance. HP, just leave it, Sheath. You have a better chance of surviving. Kuna and Santana will go ahead and clean this one on up with a little bit of stagger on Kamari.
I'm telling you, message of the story, if you have an ultimate from Genji, don't. It's never going to amount to anything from what it is today. So yeah, they're just going to go ahead and switch on over to the Tracers instead. Pretty much near mirror, except again, the Ana nades make a difference against Moon right now. They don't have anything to cleanse it. They don't have anything to counter it. So the best you can do is kite off of it for right now. Mari, though, with no fear, has the Terror Surge available. Careful, though, Queen's Gambit has the Nano Boost for the Winston whenever.
They have plenty of tools to hold this defense. I think you can at least burn another minute or two off this clock, considering the recent swaps that Moon has made, and not to mention the fact that they just used both of their support ultimates relatively recently. So Moon are feeling pretty okay with taking this fight cleanly. Santana does drop down. There you go. Re-engage with the Nano Boost. Exactly what Queen's Gambit wanted to do. These more big plays that you're wanting to go for with just the Nano Boost are working out in their favor and chunking down this clock.
They only had to use the Nano Boost to put on the pressure, so now they hold on to 3 of their own primal raids, maybe to keep up alive more, but the rally and the pulse bombs can be huge too. So the fact that Santix only needed to use the Nano Boost there is a big win for Queen's Gambit, melting away at least another 45 seconds off the clock. Mari again still has not used the Terror Surge, holding on and waiting for that window, but this is going to have to be something good, and good stick, speaking of.
Nice and clean out of Missing. Moon missing their Ash player right about now, and Trace is still being a menace. These backline players have yet to make their way up this escalator. Preble is forced out of Santana, while Mari is left alone with 2 supports. I don't think they're too happy about that. It would be Kuna to come back and bail them out of danger. Queen's Gambit doing very well on rotating this defense so far.
Yeah, and rotating out ultimates too. Again, only 2 ultimates needing to be used. Santana and Missin using their ult. Missin pretty much winning that fight with the early pulse spawn. Now Regime holds on to a rally that Queen's Gambit can use. Kuna's going to have the Bob very soon too, so Moon's got to fight. I think Moon's just taking dry fights here to see if they can build up any ultimates right now, but where their payload is you do not have time for dry fights. You gotta play a little bit more aggressively than this, and they really have no engage to get up top.
No, they can't. And I do wonder how long it's going to be before we see Mari swap off this Orisa. And she's been holding on this Terra Surge for quite some time and can pull out a combo, but the sleep dart missing is still an issue. Poking in and out with Santana. Queen's Gambit are doing everything right. Eventually the Terra Surge is there, but you have to imagine that Mari is going to either a Winston or a D.Va.
HK, are you going to live? You are going to live. Yeah, you have to imagine that there's a swap here for Mari, and that's going to be the D.Va coming into play just to dive that upper area, which is a smart move here. Again, counter out the Winston, counter out what's going up on top here. So I like the switch from Moon. Is it too little, too late? We'll see, because I don't know if Mari's going to build up an ultimate in time, but now 2 ultimates on the board for Queen's Gambit, both supports.
That'll be the orbital race is too strong for them to handle. Moon were waiting for this ultimate fight. They knew that they weren't going to win out of the last 2 to dislodge the high ground. This is the one that they wanted to take, and it was executed pretty darn perfectly.
Yeah, but they used the Bob there. They used the orbital ray now.
Uh-oh.
Santix, again, this Ana player has just been getting the weirdest kills, the weirdest limbs. Well, with a minute left to go, that's some time wasted off the board here. Now they're just going to rally it.
They're gonna rally, but the Briggs bonk their heads against each other. Regime has the nano boost and shall prevail in the most honorable 1v1 of supports. For now, Queen's Gambit, look at this high ground back that Moon. They worked so hard to get the payload where it is, and that's all it took, Keegan, to reverse that progress.
Santix, how in the HE double hockey stick are you still alive after that fight? Like, how? Just, I wonder. What Moon is not able to kill Santix, and that's just making so much pressure here. Queen's Gambit's gonna have a proper rage, but that pulse bomb takes Mari out of mech, and now that's time wasted.
No. This is terrible, terrible for Moon. The ult charge is reset, but the big thing is the time is done. You're gonna have to scramble to get to the payload. HK's the one, she'll be the one to touch. Ideally, it's just not gonna be pretty. The whole team is just now getting in position. Santana has another Primal Rage, so they can go so deep into this backline, and that's fine. Let Mari push the payload to take care of the supports on the high ground all the meanwhile. But no, the play is red. Santix again! You cannot sneak up onto this grandma. She's got eyes in the back of her head. Moon now scrambling for an answer, but they don't have any left. Queen's Gambit executed one of the most perfect defensive dives that we have seen in a Calling All Heroes match, and will put them to a match point.
And I guess you could say grandmother knows best. Santix popping absolutely off on this Ana, making that pressure. Again, the Bionate, they had nothing to cleanse it at all. And for Moon, I feel like for Mari, holding on to that Orisa play just a little bit too long. Maybe the confidence came from this defensive hold, but otherwise just was not able to get on top, was not able to put the pressure on, and it came too little too late, where the clock just keep running out of time. And the staggers, the big one there at the end too, that pulse bomb. Credit to Moon there, and credit to HQ who lands the pulse bomb on some, credit to Misson, for landing that pulse bomb onto Mari's mech and just wasting away that time. You had a chance to recover. You had a chance to settle down and recover, but instead that time is wasted going back to the spawn room, getting the mech again, and just only with 12 seconds left, you have to rush to the points. So for Queen's Gambit, they're able to, dissuade everything that Moon brought in, despite only having 2 points. Again, that was just a completed map away from Moon going up 2-1. Instead, we're talking Queen's Gambit up 2-1.
This is unprecedented, to say the least. Mind you, number 3 and number 4 seeds, we've had close in that range. We've already had an upset, the 5 over the 4 on broadcast today. Are you about to see the 4 over the 3? With the core players, Mari, AJMR, HK on this roster here, this would be the lowest placement that they have had in a Calling All Heroes tournament this year. They've always managed to make top 5, and right now you are in a spot that it's not, or top 4, excuse me. They might not make it. If they can't figure out a way to get around Queen's Gambit and what they've been cooking, this is it. This is the end of the line, and this team will seriously need to reconsider how they're going to structure themselves going forwards, because as we've said, Keegan, we're nearing the end of our circuit. You need to get as many of those points as possible to have a chance of qualifying for those championships.
Yeah, and a reminder, again, this is maybe a minor tournament, but the points are still a good chunk, right? 450 points to 350. The entire structure of this is that the minors are still worth a good amount of points here, and the only chance you're going to have left is a major, which if you don't score points here and you're going up against really, really good teams in the major, that's going to be some detriment to some teams that are looking to get in, looking to sneak in to that championship scenario. Otherwise, you got the LCQ left, which nobody wants to go through, right? You want to get your spot in immediately through the first 6 tournaments. So for this for this team from Moon right now, a big, I mean, a big case scenario here is if they lose this and they're out, Major 3 is going to be very, very important if they want to make it out to the top 8.
This is tough. I think Moon are feeling just the pains of being shuffled around a little bit too much. They were very late to swap their composition off of the Orisa. They really couldn't find a way around this backline, and oh my gosh, Santix! It's so rare that we get to see flex supports, or just supports in general, have this much impact on the outcome of a series so far, but like the sleep darts, the bionades, whatever the heck she was doing on Zenyatta, Santix was almost putting their team in their backpack at times, and it's been incredible to watch. A great addition, and one of the very few additions to this team recently has been excellent.
Yeah, and for Queen's Gambit right now, obviously, again, a lot of these teams are players meshed together, right? I mean, you have four different teams in the hands of Moon, right? From Bubble Blowers, YFP, Fluffy, and Fable put all together on the Moon side, but Queen's Gambit side, right? Some from Bubble Blowers, some from Fluffy / Inazaki, right? And then, of course, Azathoth as well from Santix, too. So this is a combination and a mesh of teams. Maybe teams are just trying to find out which rosters are going to work best when we head into the major and then later on into the championship or LCQ series. So this is where, I mean, obviously, it is a minor tournament, but it's still trying to find that mesh together to see which team is going to come out at the end as calling our heroes champions. So right now, as we get into it, we're going to our next map here. Only 2 left. It's either Flash or Clash or Push. They decide for Moon, we're going to play Push, and we're going to play the newest Push map of Runasapi.
And this is an interesting map. Map type selection. The map itself, whatever. It's Runasapi. It's been pretty figured out. You can play it. If you were to stick with the Orisas, you want to play a little bit more of like the D.Va or Winston, go for it, you do you. But this map type in particular will be super fun for the reason that if you think about the pattern that our series has followed, it's been one team that just kind of steamrolls over the other for a little bit of time and then hits this massive roadblock that they can't overcome. We saw that in last map with Hollywood specifically on the defense that Queen's Gambit was able to pull it off. We saw that on Circuit Royale where we saw the steamroll of attack on beginning, and with Push, it punishes you hard. If you have a rough start to a Push map, coming back from that is one of the hardest challenges that you have to face within Overwatch. So this game mode in particular is going to play towards these patterns that we've been seeing in this series.
Yeah, and a lot of times, too, here, Push really depends on who gets the first fight win or who gets the first checkpoint. And establishing that base that you've got the advantage of it on a first time ever, Moon's going to pull out the Junker Queen. I'm excited to see this because Queen's Gambit doesn't have anything to cleanse against a Rampage, and Moon can just play super aggressively around the Hyper Ring, around H-Key at the same time, too. And right now, Queen's Gambit up 2-1. They are very close. They're only 1 win away, but Moon might have something to say about this, especially if this Junker Queen can get pulled off well.
A new look from this team, but we have been seeing some inklings of JQ sprinkled throughout these comps. And if we know Mari, this is how she first made a name for herself in Calling All Heroes, was on this very hero, and it is bringing a smile to my face to see it pulled out once again. It's not going to be easy, though, to get past Santana's Orisa, a quite literal brick wall in front of this team, and with Regime and Kuna denying entry to 2 of Moon's players so far, Queen's Gambit are already setting the pace for this game, and before Mari had a chance to say anything.
Oh, wait, I mean, well, maybe that could have turned around there because Mari and AJMR both found picks, but Santana, just the pressure is on. I see the vision from Moon. I know they want to go up front and center. You cannot lose your first 2 like that early on in the fight. If you're going to play aggressive, got to play together, got to play quickly and find that very early first pick, or find at least the backline pressure that you know Santix can't get away, so you know Regime can't get away too. This is just a difficult move by Moon right now, but if they can pull this off well, they're going to be looking at advantages.
We talked about how if Queen's Gambit can win this next fight, get the checkpoint, Moon will have a mountain of themselves to have to climb. And Flyleaf onto this Widowmaker is going to do exactly that. Punish Queen's Gambit's aggressive positioning and get them windows into this fight. And Mari, that's all she needed. 1 little kill for a go button. The trades are even so far, but that's exactly how Moon's comp plays. They want it to be scrappy.
Yeah, they want it to be scrappy over and over. They want Queen's Gambit to run right into them, play scrappy, and stay alive. That shout keeps them up. And the start of that, by the way, was Flyleaf too. Flyleaf on the Widowmaker is looking for that first pick potential, is looking for just to see if they can get the early pick, so it's a lot easier for Moon to play off of and play front and center in front with Mari just putting on the pressure with the Carnage, with the Axe and all. So this is going to be really important here. If they can make sure that Flyleaf doesn't get an early pick off like last time, Queen's Gambit does have some pressure to put on.
Queen's Gambit seem to be allergic to not peeking Widowmakers.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why, but Flyleaf has been getting more eliminations than they arguably should. And it's not like they're doing some insane, like, off-angle positioning that would be a surprise factor here. So Queen's Gambit, thankfully, are playing more respectful of that this time around. And we're about even from where we started. Missing Dragon Blade in sight. No one has found value out of that ultimate so far, and we'll have to see if they can change the tail on this, especially with Santix hearing an ultimate of their own. No one yet to pull the trigger until Mari does, and it cancels out part of the rampage, but it's not enough. The damage has already been done. Flyleaf was on a flank that whole time getting set up, and Queen's Gambit thrown to the spawns.
And nothing to work off of. That orbital ray was basically only for damage amplification. They had nothing to cleanse it. A beautiful ultimate from Mari. AGMR and Bernice also helping that out too. But look what Misson did. Misson pulled out the blade, and yeah, again, nothing there. So despite the first fight win from Queen's Gambit, Moon played that perfectly. They wanted to be scrappy. Queen's Gambit want to play the same scrappiness too now.
No, Dragon Blade from HK, any better luck for Nice and AJMR working overtime to keep the healing in play, but at least you live. That's the nice thing about this. HK is on their feet. Flyleaf can't quite say the same for that. Regime is in there fighting fist and fist with their tank Santana, and Queen's Gambit will get this turned around and honestly may get a checkpoint here.
Yeah, they may get, at least they get it past the midway point. They didn't get the checkpoint at the end of the day. They needed just a little bit of a score more, but at the end of it, right? So for Moon, they at least are able to regroup. They can still play the scrappy right before the checkpoint anyways. They will give up a little bit of space, but for ultimates wise, Mari has been building these up very quickly, already up to 70%. They just want to hit the go button here.
Misson is in there, that's for certain. Doesn't have the dash to get out, and just with an aggressive push like that, that's the checkpoint. Already capped. The advantage Moon has completely negated, and well, you got the butt scratch for a second, so it still looks like Queen's Gambit is in the lead, but it's not going to last for long. Mari eventually ends up punishing these players. They're trying to hold them back just so they could get this extra couple of meterage. Saw that there was a disadvantageous amount of players on the front line, and we'll take care of it.
Yeah, less than or just about a meter between the two teams right now, which is inclining that this is going to be very close, and why not? This is Moon either being eliminated or taking us to game number 5. So back to the midpoint it goes. No force spawn points for either side now as they regroup, but everybody is regrouped in the small room. Flyleaf, though, on the Castanea, making sure that this Genji does not have a good time at all in the backline, but they do have a Rampage available.
Rampage is fight ending here. Same thing with Orbital Ray, but look how quickly Queen's Gambit just scurry on out of there. Great play for them. It does get them another fight on this corner. No one has tagged this forward spawns now, so they're even. This Rampage is just unstoppable, though. That's the biggest problem. It is 4 players. There's nothing to counter it out. No Suzu, no healing to come their way. The trade still managed to be even. The effects of Santix Orbital Ray come in just in the nick of time. Queen's Gambit are on their feet. What should have been a free fight win for Moon has been far from it. Queen's Gambit recover with just both of their support ultimates, and will turn this robot right back around.
I mean, they used so much there for Moon, and the Rampage was so good that hit 4, but Queen's Gambit finds a way to stay alive, and Santana also holds on to the Rampage too. So if anything, I'm saying Queen's Gambit has the advantage because, I mean, let's face it, Genji Blades haven't done all too much as of late or at all today. So the fact that Santana has the Rampage, yes, AJMR has the Suzu ready, but that cleanse has to be big because if Santana hits it, oh boy, we're going to have problems.
There it is. It's on to 4. Everybody but HQ who drawn out the blade in an attempt to keep their team alive, but everyone ignored the ninja sneaking around in their backlines, and Queen's Gambit will just wipe their way through Moon in the blink of an eye.
Third lead change here for Queen's Gambit. They get it back, and they're going to get some more meters off of it. Beautifully played by Santana. AJMR could not get the Suzu off, and that was an excellent play from Queen's Gambit, who now have the bigger advantage. Overclock is the only ultimate that's close to being on the board. Otherwise, it's pretty much dry fight in the neutral, but I'm gonna say neutral fight because Genjis can still make plays even without the blade, right?
surely, right?
Surely, against this composition, surely, right?
Hey, we've seen it all day long. HK and Missed was 2 examples of that. Moon will end up getting this bot controls. Queen's Gambit will back off more towards these rooms. They don't like playing out in the open. It's just not favorable to play in that part. So having these little kind of hallways to duck in and out of works out decently well. The only issue is they let themselves get hit with a little bit too much spam, and Queen's Gambit don't have a health advantage. Santix may need to pop this orbital ray in tandem with Kuna's overclock. They're getting relatively low, and this is the way to go forwards. Finally, a shot shall land, and that's exactly what Queen's Gambit were looking for. Moon have getting beaten up. They can't win that one fight. They'll allow this robot to go past that midpoint, and this is often that roadblock we see many teams hit on push.
Queen's Gambit played that incredibly well and incredibly smart because they kited off around the corner. They knew they didn't have to push it up all too far, but now they're going to get additional meters because of the way they played. They kited off. They allowed their ultimates to build up. Santix putting on a good orbital ray, allowing the rest of the team to play on, and now Moon's got a lot of work to do, especially with this blade.
Dragon Blade, the Susan was popped way too early as well. We're actually going to see something hit with the Dragon Blade. Message gets 1 for her troubles, and it's Mari, though, into the backline. I don't think anybody got hit with it, or it was rather just, I think it was a whip, actually. Mari's ultimate got nowhere. Eventually, Regime shall fall, and Moon are back in it, but an unfortunate loss of that specific tool. At least Moon can keep themselves in this fight.
Yeah, but they're gonna need a lot. They're gonna have to climb the hill. I mean, they're down. They're down a lot, nearly 80 meters in play here, and or nearly 70 meters, I should say, in play between the difference now. And Moon's only got the blade and the bob to work off of. They don't have support ult. Neither does Queen's Gambit. But the bigger thing here, Santana has that rampage. Last time Santana had it and used it, it was, well, to say the least, it went pretty well. So Moon's got to be very wary of this.
It's a little bit low. JQ's health bar just goes up so quickly between the bleed damage and everything else, but that's a problem. Santana, you needed to pull that trigger first. If Queen's Gambit were going to win that fight, it was because of you, but the Bob was there, and Mari hit the fattest carnage of her life, and Moon will get past the point.
I mean, if I'm Queen's Gambit, though, I'm not too worried about it for right now. They still have a minute left to go. They have ultimates that they can build up, and they're leading by pretty much 2 fights at this point, the way the meters work out. So the fact that they only have a minute left to go, they know that they just have to win 1 fight, a very long 1 fight, mind you, with 45 seconds left, but still that could be the win con in their favor. So again, Queen's Gambit still still having the lead is a really good thing at this point.
And this is a favorable spot for Queen's Gambit to take a fight.
Just on Mari.
Ends up hitting Mari. They got to burn her down quickly, which that at least will happen. But the trade out, HK holds the blade, avenging their fallen tank. It's about to get chaotic out here. Kiona sliding to the back line. That's Flyleaf's head down and missing. Slices their DPS counterpart. Kuna walking away with this robot, at least denying the forward spawns and potential any follow-up from Moon. They're going to be staggered and split, and it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, because of that, because of what just happened here, right? There's a lot of split between the Jungler Queen and now the rest of the supports as well. Moon's lost both Bernice and AGMR left, so they got to play this cleanly, but they already lose Mari out of the picture.
You had no ult. There was nothing that you could do to withstand Regime and Missing walking at you at full force. Queen Gambits continue to march this robot forwards, a rather afraid of victory through the streets of Runa Sapi, because they just have knocked out Moon from the playoff bracket, their lowest placement so far, in an upset that Queen's Gambit have been waiting for a long time.
Number 4 takes down number 3, Revenge Dynamis. Queen's Gambit, 2-1 loss back in the Swiss stage in round 4. A 3-1 victory for QG to advance on here. So Queen's Gambit making their way through, and Santana getting your play of the game here over Mari. And this is, again, this Rampage worked out so well. They played that patiently. They played that well, even in a scrappy fight and a scrappy composition like this. Patience can be your key. Patience can win you some fights, and in the end, Queen's Gambit gets the revenge and land up in a scenario where they're playing for top 4.
And I know that this team is jumping up and down, celebrating, because not only was this a squad that looked pretty rough the first game that we saw them in today, to make a recovery, win 2 games, and not to mention getting an incredible upset over Moon, the first time that they will be missing out on a top 4 appearance. And as insane as it is to say that, I think that Queen's Gambit have worked hard to get to this point. Yeah, it was a little cheesy. They pulled out some unconventional stuff, but it's what they needed. It's their strategy, and some teams just weren't able to adapt to it in time.
I mean, if you're going to pull out the cheese, why not in a tournament, right? Why not in a very important tournament? If you're going to pull it out in the most important part. It's win or you're not playing tomorrow, right? They're in a top 4 scenario now. We're going to see them tomorrow face off against, it is going to be Exo Azathoth, so it will be a rematch of that winner's quarterfinals. Oh, yes, got swept by Exo Azathoth, so we're in a rematch from what we had earlier today, 4 versus 5 for a top 3 spot instead. But it's just an insane series overall that Queen's Gambit was able to bring it all the way back. 3-0 against Hypnos Iceless, and now a 3-1 against Moon. I cannot wait for tomorrow because you know that this Queen's Gambit team is ready for that revenge game. They did revenge once, but they say revenge twice as nice.
Oh, absolutely. This is a team that is following every storyline that us as casters could have possibly wanted to see so far. They got the upset, and now look at the rematch for the whole reason that they're down in this lower bracket in the first place. That was going to be a banger for tomorrow, and I sure hope that they get their rest because you're gonna need it. We don't get to rest just yet, neither do you guys, because we still have one more game here to be played on stream, and it is those upper finals. It will be Nightmare Timeless taking on YFP Oblivion, a rematch of the grand finals from Minor 2, coming up to you shortly. long-awaited matchup has finally arrived. Our number 1 and number 2 seeds have met in the upper finals, and one of them will be punching a ticket to those grands starting now. But my goodness, Keegan, these two teams have met each other in the past not 1, not 2, but 3 finals events so far, and it's just fireworks every time we see them meet each other. One day, one team might have it, but the other, it could be anyone's game.
I mean, it's coin flip, right? Like, when you talk about this YFP versus Nightmare Timeless scenario, it's just over and over. All you hear is the rivalry between 1 and 2, but now YFP have the upper hand, I guess you could say. They're on top of the hill as the number 1 seed, undefeated record so far. One blemish that Nightmare Timeless had, and go back to round number 4 of the Swiss stage, was YFP Oblivion. It was 2-0 in favor of this YFP team, landing up with the number 1 seed. And in order, right, I mean, you want to talk about a journey here for YFP. 3rd place as YFP Pixies in Major 1. 4th place in Minor 1 as YFP Pixies. Then Super Shy turned up to be a 2nd place in Major number 2. And then they finally got to the top of the hill, top of the podium step as YFP Super Shy. So they've had quite the journey. Meanwhile, Nightmare Timeless has had kind of a, I shouldn't say boring timeline, but an expected timeline, if you will, because second, first, second in that order, whether it be Timeless, Ethereal Timeless, whether it be GF or Nightmare Timeless like they had last minor, second, first, second, but you know this Nightmare Timeless squad, or at least who's left of this Nightmare Timeless squad, regardless of the swaps on rosters, you know they want some vengeance after that loss in minor number 2. So we're back in minor number 3 with basically the same scenario, the same storyline.
All the time. And if you recall here, as we look at our bracket, it was, in fact, YFP Oblivion who got themselves to those grand finals. From these uppers against Nightmare Timeless, and they couldn't overcome them for a second time. And, you know, this is kind of, it's a reoccurring thing. It's a momentum-based strat, but I gotta say, Keegan, talking to some of these players on YFP Oblivion and just around Calling All Heroes, the general consensus is that Nightmare Timeless has looked weaker this stretch instead compared to the previous events that they have participated in. As to why that is, I'm sure we're going to find out at some point, but I think there's a lot of reason for teams to underestimate Nightmare Timeless, because Swiss Stage Timeless looks vastly different from Playoff Timeless.
Yeah, it looks a lot different, right? Nightmare Timeless so far has swept every competition or every match thus far against Oasis and Moon, even though they stumbled a little bit against Queen's Gambit, who you see right there in the lower bracket, making it out to the top 4 after a great performance against Moon, at least in the last 2 maps that we saw. They beat Queen's Gambit 2-1, yes, but looking lost to Fable, eliminated, mind you. Again, you saw that in the lower bracket side. Fable, they won that Nightmare Timeless beat Fable 2-1. So at the same token, right, overall for this Nightmare Timeless team, yes, they look a little bit more vulnerable. As in the bracket stage, though, we will find out very quickly how Nightmare Timeless from the Swiss stage compares to the Nightmare Timeless in the bracket stage, because those are 2 different monsters entirely.
Oh yeah. Again, these teams look entirely different than they do from the Swiss stage. We're even on a new patch, but we get to look at those faces that are on these teams. I do wonder if this is coordinated, Keegan, because there was the only trades or swaps that these rosters have seen from the previous event have been from each other. Bun and Graham came in to YFP Oblivion from Nightmare Timeless, whereas Zoe and Velvet came from YFP Oblivion over to Nightmare Timeless. They swapped a support and a DPS each, and now they're going to play each other on these listed teams. Is Scuffed on DPS? Is this real? Hang on.
It might be. I'm not too sure if well, okay, so it is going to be Bun at the end of the day here from thanks to our production there. We got a little confused. We just wanted to make sure on my notes too, I had Scuffed on support, so it was like, I mean, and DPS is quite the curveball that you might see. I mean, that's just silliness between the 2 teams if that's the case, but obviously fighting for a grand final spot, and you want to be the team that I guess you could say doesn't have to play that many games tomorrow, and especially knowing that if you win this game, you're locked in for the final game tomorrow, meaning you can rest up a little bit more, you can play, you know, more matches, get a little bit more practice in before you get to that next match entirely. So this game is important in itself too. And when you're talking about this team from YFP, like you said, only trades going on between each other, but the biggest difference that we saw earlier, right? Nenwai from the Bubble Blowers didn't make a little bit of a difference, right? So we saw that earlier on from YFP Oblivion when they took on EXO Azathoth. Looked strong as ever, filling in some gaps too. So now we get to see from Nenwai, right? Or excuse me, Zepturn filled in the shoes, but Nenwai is now back from Bryan and Stratton College. So let's find out if when Nenwai comes back in. For Nightmare Timeless, though, not a lot of adjustments either. We know, I mean, Senna's back in play, right? We all know she's just been this entire champion of calling all heroes, right? No matter what, have been an absolute staple inside of the grand finals yet again, looking for to keep the 100% mark in every single finals thus far. This Nightmare Timeless team, nothing to be scoffed at, especially when we get to the bracket.
This team, it's just like, wow, I get almost a feeling of nostalgia at this point. Like, they've been in this position countless times, a roster that sees minimal adjustments. Of course, the main two, Velvet, Zoe, coming over from YFP Oblivion, and we get the Senna and Wists matchup. Sniper is coming in, assumingly. You do have a second tank option in Sol Hill. Those two have been in and out accordingly, just based on what map and heroes are coming out. One of the few teams in Calling All Heroes to do that. Like, I don't think there is a dark spot on this Nightmare Timeless roster, and there never really will be. While they have this amount of talent, flexibility, and just overall punching power to come from this roster, YFP Oblivion showed us that they had better macro gameplay that really helped win them Minor 2, and we'll have to see if the same kind of strikes here for Minor 3s. We're going to get ready to head in that first control map shortly, which will be YFP's pick.
Yeah, and YFP picks will be Oasis. Again, no Lijiang Tower that's in play here, so Oasis is one of the, I guess, the better picks other than Busan and Ilios that are still in this map pool at the same time too. But when you talk about YFP Oblivion, right, between these two teams, they've had a little bit of about a month to try to adjust, right? And yes, there have been two patches since then, October 15th, October 29th, the two patches that just dropped in. So there's going to be a little bit more adjustments. And you talk about macros, well, this is more not macros, but it's more instinct, if anything, between these two teams. We know these teams have that macro. We know these two teams know their communications, know their teammates, know how to play with each other, but it's going to be a matter of who makes that one misstep, right? That singular misstep could very well make the difference between a won map and a lost map. So I'm very excited to see, because again, the win here is super important. That team's going to be warmed up and ready to go. Otherwise, the team's going to have to play an extra best of 3 tomorrow in order to get back into the grand finals for this Vengeance game. So again, a super important game regardless of the way you look at this.
Yeah, and I think the timing of it helps too, because everyone has wrapped up their collegiate matches for the day. Can be back here. Like, that would have affected Zoe as well, so we would have had to see a sub in that department, but she'll be back to play for this game in particular, and we'll be back tomorrow as well, as unfortunately I don't believe they moved on towards that next stage, but this is the first of the many meetings that we expect to see from these teams. Like, I'm pretty sure they've played each other twice in every event that they have existed so far, which is kind of insane to think about. Like, we're almost talking as if these two will be the ones to make the grand finals, because that is the expectation that they have shown us for the past 3 events in a row.
I mean, the only other teams that are currently standing in their way are either going to be Queen's Gambit or EXO Azathoth. Besides those two teams, that only one of them is going to advance tomorrow to play the loser of this match. Otherwise, it's just these two left standing. So we talk about it like they are going to be, but unless there's some kind of, and I'm not saying anything bad about Queen's Gambit or EXO Azathoth, it's just that these two teams are on just that much of a different level, whereas in the Challenger Series, these two are the ones you always look at, right? Whenever you see a YFP team or you see a Nightmare Timeless team, they are always the headlines, right? They're always the ones that you expect to be in the finals. You expect that if they go down any earlier than the grand finals or any earlier than the winners finals, somehow, some way, something went wrong. So it's just, the headlines are there for yet another repeat. This kind of just feels like two boxers going at it within, what is it, the 10th round out of 12, because we're probably going to see them in the 12th round when we get down later in the line.
We just get match upon match of these two teams. Like, they got to know each other so well at this point. I know a lot of these players are very close to each other, playing within the same league. You know, you swap back and forth between teams every so often, but you got to know your opponent like the back of your hand. Like, you know what Wisp is going to do. You have a general idea of what Hitori is going to pull out. Like, it's just standard. Right. The only thing that I think can be a little bit different is Nightmare Timeless are notorious for struggling to adjust to recent patches, and in this situation, I'm not saying that will be the problem. There isn't one thing that's necessarily being run. The door is now open. We're at a point where teams are figuring out what feels good, what works best for them, and we're getting a weird mix of heroes from that as a result. And is this going to be Nightmare Timeless's Achilles heel once again, or can we see something come back? Because we already know that YFP Oblivion have given us many confident looks today.
I think the big thing between these two teams as well, you're talking about different compositions and different things to talk about. Nightmare Timeless has 2 tanks, whereas YFP Oblivion has 1, right? So you're talking about not only composition, but the depth chart that both of these teams has in relativity to what maps could be played, right? Again, I go back to the series where this is pick map mode, right? So it's unique to the series, it's unique to the map. So whenever you look at this scenario, right, Timeless can be a little bit more adjusted and a little bit more upright when you talk about swapping out tanks, whether that be Sniper for Sawhill or Sawhill for Sniper, depending on the map type itself, right? I know we've seen some teams be little more stubborn, if anything, when you talk about what map they're playing, because they could stick the Orisa when it's not working out, right? Or you could be seeing a team stick on the Ramontra when the Ramontra's just getting Discord orbed away, right? So you're talking about all these different things, but when Nightmare Timeless comes in, they have 2 tanks that they can work off of. They have they have nearly the entire tank roster that they could pull off of. Nothing to say against Hitori, who again is probably one of, if not the best tank in Calling All Heroes as well, to play adjustment to that. But it's just that maybe one's more fresh than the other, right? It comes back to having 2 versus 1. Maybe one player is more fresh than the other. I mean, at this point, with 2 of these being headlines, it's just, like I said, every single thing counts, right? Every single moment counts.
Had you listed any other tank player but Hitori, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely, Hitori is just that good.
Yes, Hitori is just good.
I don't think that this having Sawhill and Sniper there, they're both good at their own different things. Like, Sniper typically comes in for your Diva, your Sigma. Sawhill, more of your traditional main tank sort of deal. So,
and actually, I will get an update here, and yeah, leave your mouth open for a second there. Z's is going to move on over to the tank side. So this is the jaw dropper moment, right? So Z's will move on over from the support to the tank side. Onion goes up to Onion will go to support, and then Sniper, because of MIA, that's where the adjustment comes from. So your tank lineup now is Sawhill or Z's.
Oh my gosh. What? And you don't have Sawhill. Sawhill's not here either. If Z's is on tank, like, this is
just
unprecedented to say the least. And I hope everything is okay with Sniper, and hopefully we can get them in shortly if they are able to. But it doesn't seem that Nightmare Timeless were exactly prepared for this either. I've never seen Z's play tank. I've only seen the support, and they're really, really good at it. So how much of a stretch could be playing tank? It's going to be hard against somebody such as Hitori. Having Aniyun come in on the flex support, I don't think is going to be an issue at all. It's her most comfortable role. She is incredible at it and will very well fill the shoes of Z's completely. It's just, how in the world do you work with a tank that I guarantee you did not scrim with before?
Yeah, this is in an uphill battle now for Nightmare Timeless, knowing that if Sawhill's out and Sniper's out at the same time. Yep, Z's right there on the tank side. Velvet and Onion coming up to the support line now to start. So this is where Nightmare Timeless have to really, really find a way to find a miracle. I think Z's, I'm not doubting Z's ability on the tank, but to go up against a team like go up against a team like YFP Oblivion, who has Hitori and the rest of the team there, this is going to be a challenge.
Is that a Mercy I see from NY right now? Or we have a Pharmacy on the field, and it's been a minute since we've seen that one. If players run Mercy, it's often to go with an Echo, not a Pharah these days, with how her flight patterns have changed, but I'm here for it. YFP Oblivion are caught completely off guard by the threat on the high ground, the tank rolling through the back line, and they're covering all of their bases accordingly. This is that chaotic comp that we've seen a couple teams try to attempt earlier, but YFP Oblivion is the only one who's found real success on it.
Yeah, and YFP right now for this Nightmare Timeless team, they're just having so much struggle right up against the right up against the ball, right up against the Widowmaker that's doing oh so much. And yes, I mean, the Mercy's there just to boost up what Wisp is giving right now, but man, this Nightmare Timeless team already, that's a quick fight that you do not want to be losing on.
Yeah, the sides are switched, so it will be Nightmare Timeless on your left there, and And it'll be actually Z's making the first swap of the day alongside Zoe. So Tracer Diva now the direction, understanding that the Orisa isn't going to do too much about a Hamster who's rolling around or a Wisp who's in your back line. You get the trade out here and there, but I mean, Nightmare Timeless, they're just faster. They have more uptime, and losing one player that can just get res like that is not a big deal.
Yeah, it's, again, if you lose one, it's not the end of the world, especially if it's the Widowmaker that's getting boosted and your team's able to protect you just to get that res up. At the same time is again, not the end of the world. Good thing you have the Mercy in play. Senna gets rid of Bundle, so there may be some kind of opening here that Nightmare Timeless want to play off of, especially off of a big pick like that.
It's a little bit of something. What is this position from Victoria? I think you can just stay there forever since you didn't activate the boost.
Stuff.
That's a problem. You kind of needed Zoe to get in, and this is just unfortunate for Nightmare Timeless. Like, they don't know how to approach. They can't win this macro. Senna eventually does the ego swap to Widow in the spawn that usually doesn't work out. Wait, they rezzed her. She's coming back. She's going to swap to the Widow again. Daring Wisp to peek. Almost read the jump shot, but instead catches the Pharah with the body.
To the Mercy with the body as well, so now they can't peek off of this. I wonder if Senna's going to stick this. If Senna's going to stick the Widowmaker at the very least here, this would be pretty interesting. And in fact, yep, Senna will. So this will be interesting to see if this Widowmaker hits anything.
You have to get in the position to do so first, and it's kind of hard when your main player for taking space, both the tank and the Tracer, have been struggling to gain forward progress. It's been pretty much all YFP Oblivion in the kill feed so far, and it's looking to be just about done for City Center. And Z's does have a good chunk of health and the self-destruct to work with, and with that pick from Senna, this fight is very much still going on. Z's making that difference that they can, but unfortunately has to leave Velvet to fend for herself against a very angry Hamster who's rolling around, causing havoc as Hitori does. Nightmare Timeless eventually get that swap on over, but we'll see how long it's going to last.
Yeah, it's got to last a little bit longer than just 0%, obviously. It's just got to tick all the way up to that 100. By the way, Nightmare Timeless pressure is on. Just moving on over to the Lucio instead of the Zenyatta now means that they're going to have a lot more speed, especially with this ball. But if they can keep the Wrecking Ball trapped, maybe they got a chance. But Anya going down, and Wisp is on the junk right now. We're getting silly with it, Molly.
Oh, I've seen everything. My eyes burn with what is going on. It's working one way or another. It's working. Wisp is doing the Junkrat thing. You chuck bombs some way, and eventually players will fall as a result. This time, no, Senna will get the shot before Nenwai breaks out the Glock, reses their DPS, and does it all for YFP Oblivion. And oh yeah, this is just a composition that is meant to be scrappy, and YFP Oblivion, unfortunately, haven't been able to have that same synergy that we're so used to seeing them.
Yeah, and again, the bigger thing, right, Sawhill Sniper being out means this team doesn't have a lot of stability to play around Z's. I wonder if they did try to scrim with Z's just in case the scenario happened, but right now for Nightmare Timeless, they have not found any stability. Maybe one fight just for that 26%, but otherwise, this has all been YFP Oblivion, or this has been all YFP taking rightful advantage of that mismatch between Hitori and Z. So you got to feel bad that Nightmare Timeless doesn't really have that tanks line that they're used to having, but oh boy, YFP Oblivion, it's just looking really good for them right now.
I just feel bad. Like, Nightmare Timeless, this is a team that we very well know can take a fight. It's just unfortunate that you can't give us your all in this match. I don't think Z's is doing anything particularly wrong. You just lack the spearhead in your front line, the communication of a main tank player, and that had to have been a boot off the map from the rollout.
It had to be.
Immediately after. Like, there's just not much that Nightmare Timeless really can do in this scenario when YFP Oblivion are at full strength like this.
Onion, look behind you. Look behind you.
No!
Just this Widowmaker looking for the Widowmaker looking for the kill there is just great when Onion's not even paying attention to the Widowmaker. But this is a scrappy fight, and if you're Nightmare Timeless, you're okay with this so far. I mean, you're staggering them out. This is better than it has been based on just one team fight alone, and yet YFP Oblivion stabilized a little bit more. That's what the Wrecking Ball does. It stalls out before you're able to stabilize, and here we go yet again. Another fight's about to happen.
Well, do the setup pile drive, but not before Senna finds his head on the Cassidy of all heroes. This is not a Widow map, people. Do not be pulling this out in my ranked games, and I feel a little bit confused. This is like kind of the thing with IFT Oblivion. They've been running this competition for so long. NY being on this Mercy has been surprisingly valuable. The Resurrections, I don't think that they've missed one so far, which is incredible to say, given the state of that hero so far. Eventually, YFP traded out a couple here and there, and Neymar Timeless will get the point.
Yeah, the reses have been great, and NY's, again, this isn't more just to have fun with it, but NY holding on to this and making this pharmacy combo a little bit more deadly here, but NY finally going down means Nightmare Timeless, yes, they have the point, but they may be able to keep it in this fight.
Yeah, the minefield, its own players back, but doesn't exactly prevent them from contesting. It's those eliminations that will do that job. Twist in the front line. It was a gutsy dive from Z's, and that's not a barrage. Bun just barraged the baby diva.
Oh,
what kind of the game that we're playing? But and dies for it, gets the boot, but Senna gets her on the way down. This is great. I love it.
We love this kind of Overwatch, right? The fun type of Overwatch. They're just having fun with it. The environmental kill trade for the regular shots.
Oh.
This is, yeah. Just kind of having fun on this area now. Nightmare Timeless coming up with 5 ultimates, though. They can play well with this as long as their ultimate usage is well worthwhile, and of course, well, if they can get rid of what is a very, very mobile hamster right now.
Hitori's bald. I don't think Hitori has died yet, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think so either.
So, and she's been okay. I jinxed it. My
wow,
bad.
Good jinx.
My bad, Hitori.
Good caster. We have been doing that a lot today.
Yeah, we just can't say anything nice about players or that they're gonna live because they just fall over certainly afterwards. NY does pull off, I believe, the 7th successful res of this map so far. So it doesn't really matter if Hitori died because she's right back in the action. Nightmare Timeless getting close to 1-fight territory. We'll grab a flip though, so the progress is halted for now, and Nightmare Timeless can hopefully find some stability.
Yeah, maybe they can here as they get the point back, but at 78%, not the greatest situation you want to be in, although you are trying to catch up here, especially with a self-destruct, but they don't have any shield to work off of on the point. Yes, they do have a lot of cover, but at the same time too, oh boy, this, yeah, okay. Yeah, Hitori's just diving. Hitori's just having fun back there.
That's all you do. You take attention away from the rest of your team, who often tend to be the players you should be paying attention to. Pile drives, even if they're not resulting in eliminations, it certainly forces Nightmare Timeless back. You can see them all crowded in a small room with the exception of Senna. She's all by herself, and Bun will go ahead and take her right on down. Z's, though, takes her at the pharmacy, and this is what we wanted to see from Z's, a very mechanical player, and clearly able to pull their weight on the Diva.
Z's is coming up big now. You know, online, here comes the Diva. Here comes the sub-in from the support to the tank line, making good use of some space and making a lot of good damage happen. So now Z's, they get rid of NY earlier on, off of the Mercy onto the Brig now. So Nightmare Timeless, 3 ultimates on the board to play with. YFP have 2, especially in Final Fight territory. This could be big.
I mean, Nightmare Timeless, as much as I thought I wouldn't be saying it, are in this fight. They got the ults to work with. Senna to zone them. Okay, never mind. It's done. Scott hits them downtown with a nicely placed volley, and Senna just didn't really stand a chance. Another barrage for Bun. This time will not be placed on the baby Diva's head. You can tell YFP Oblivion are starting to take this team more seriously.
Do we count that as a caster curse? I mean... okay.
Not that time.
Yeah, not that time. Self-destruct available though, Pulse Bomb available too. We've seen a lot of Pulse Bombs be good. We know Zoe's really good with some of these ultimates that we've seen in the past here, so it's got to come up big, especially now that YFP does have a Transcendence to use to play off.
Oh, and that was a beautiful Pulse Bomb from Zoe. Only Scuffed remains as support, and it's not allowed. The Transcendence will have to be used, and near perfect timing to make sure everyone can live, and starting out looking great for YFP. Both the DPS fall shortly after the Brig player, and oh, Nightmare Timeless close to flipping this point back into the control. Scuffed way too late on the Transcendence, and is about to get beaten into a pulp alongside Nenwai. Nightmare Timeless, Keegan, I didn't think I'd be saying this, but we're going to round 3.
We are going to a round 3. I also want to ask real quickly, Senna, how much of that focus beam took up your mouse pad? But regardless, though, again, like you said, I did not think we were going to see a map 3. I did not think we were going to see Garden the way that started off with a 126 in favor of YFP on City Center. But we go to the Gardens now, and Nightmare Timeless don't look all too bad, especially with the substitution against YFP Oblivion. I mean, I know Hitori is playing the Wrecking Ball. Maybe they finally figured out a way to counter it, just get past the backline here, and they finally put it all together. But it's just looking not too shabby here, and especially now that they may have found an answer to it, now that they got off the Mercy, maybe this is a little bit easier for Nightmare Timeless to play off of. But Hey, I'm good with the series. I'm good with the 3-map. I'm good with the 3-map control.
What we've seen so far are 10 individuals, not necessarily 2 teams, you know?
Right.
Nightmare Timeless have been taking these ones, and they've been winning a good chunk of the ones. Senna, Zoe, Z's, all of them very talented at hitting the shots when it is needed. And because of that, you're not really going to have that much of a contest. YFP Oblivion, really Hattori's rendered useless in a lot of these statements. Now that Z's is back over to the Diva, they're going to have the exact same amount of like this burst damage power that we saw Nightmare Timeless run away with to win that round.
And I'm also very surprised as well that one is going to stay onto the bar, but as I say, that switches on over to the Tracer. You can see the amount of pressure, though, and now that they have the Cassidy, that pressure is taken off of you because of that hinder nade. That ball can't get away.
Well, they can't, and Nightmare Timeless, despite having to play a flex support on tank, are making the most of this opportunity. I said before, if Z's is allowed to fly into YFP Oblivion and take these ones like they've been doing, Nightmare Timeless honestly are going to win this.
All right, and Hitori's getting a little bit more serious now. Finally gets the switch over from the Wrecking Ball, and now we're going to see the Diva Mirror. We're also going to see Bun, well, goes on over to the Genji instead. So word of advice yet again, if you weren't paying attention earlier, Genji plays have only got to one at most. So and on a neutral we've seen an ace. So regardless, don't play.
Yeah. Bun is by far the most scary neutral Genji that you could ask for, especially paired up with Hattori, who is now much more focused on targets with the Diva. The disruption wasn't doing much to a Nightmare Timeless team who wasn't playing as a team in the first place. So the Diva swap will work out a lot better from YFP Oblivion, and we're immediately seeing the difference in that squad. Senna and Zoe do manage to get a couple out of the result, and Z's still gets the remake. I mean, these DPS for Nightmare Timeless are winning fights that they really shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, Senna pulling that off of the Deadeye against Bun, who didn't have a deflect there, so Bun goes down with it, and then just everybody else following up. Velvet and Z's using their ultimates on the self-destruct to make sure they're contained, plus the rally to keep them up. So Nightmare Timeless really on the advantage now, having that orbital ray to play off. They're going to go quickly. Watch out for Senna.
The Matrix from Hattori came in the nick of time, and it'll do so again! Knocks up the Pulse Bomb, and Nightmare Timeless, just like that, out of win cons, Anium holds on to this orbital ray, perhaps a little bit too long, narrowly, stays alive. There's multiple packs from Velvet to keep the flex support on their feet. Senna, that's one, that's two. There's no way the Nightmare Timeless still managed to win the sound, and it's all Senna to do it.
How is this happening?
No,
I mean,
this is not happening.
Surely not. I mean, Nightmare Timeless, again, this is the support on tank. Did they actually pull this out?
They're gonna pull it out. Like, YFP Oblivion staggered way too long. And Nightmare Timeless, against the odds, against not having their tank available to play last second, still managed to win the map in the strangest fashion that I think we've ever seen in a Calling All Heroes match.
I don't know what, I'm speechless. D's taking on over from support to tank. Saho and Sniper, two of the best tanks, obviously, in Calling All Heroes out, and yet D's fills in the shoes. D's fills in the shoes well, especially on those last two maps, 199, and then I would not put on my bingo card that Z's takes over on the tank side and they get 100-0 on Gardens. That was not on the bingo card at all for me today. My notes just gets thrown out the window here. I thought I only put Z's as a support. Apparently, Deadly Tank and Senna and oh boy, Senna and Zoe too. Give your flowers to them as well, because Senna at the end, obviously the Cassidy pulled it off oh so well, hitting shots, and we know Senna can, we know she can, and she did. And then Zoe pulse bombs have been great as well, putting the pressure on the back line. Again, my notes, I'll tell you right now, my notes, I'm right here on this paper. Bye. I'm speechless.
Yeah. Those 10 minutes that we spent talking before the series started, just disregard. Like, that
absolutely
doesn't matter anymore. Like, this is, I don't want to say it's unserious Overwatch, but it borderline felt that way at points. Like, the first round, when you looked back at City Center, it was Nightmare Timeless like, well, we have a flex support on tank. We're not really going to do very well. 100-0, not a doubt. You swap Z's over to the Diva, come University, you start getting more eliminations, you're like, wait a minute, we might actually be able to do this. And then they really start to snowball that momentum. They're getting more serious with the gameplay. Senna and Zoe have gotten the better of Bun and Wisp on pretty much every turn so far. And by the point that YFP Oblivion realized, oh, hey, shoot, this is an actual threat that we need to play into, it was too late. They were already down. They were staggered so badly that they never got to take a good fight. And I don't want to say that Nightmare Timeless are going to win this series because of that, but I think how YFP Oblivion approach the next map is going to be much different than Oasis.
I think it was more of the unexpected where they didn't know that Sawhill and Sniper weren't going to be in there, so they expected maybe not this much of a move up, but with Anyun in, and again, Anyun was down low. I think in one of the later fights on Gardens there, you saw Anyun fall also low, pulling out the orbital ray, maybe being a little bit patient with it. It did take a little long, but in the end, it still resulted fine. So it's not like it doesn't feel like this Nightmare Timeless team, without Sawhill and Sniper is not them. It still feels like this team is still as strong as ever. And the fact that they took a map off of YFP Oblivion, who, again, with Hitori being the best tank in there, they somehow dropped the map. And I didn't expect this at all. Like I said, my notes from the previous 10 minutes we were talking about get thrown out the window, just destroyed, throw it in the fireplace. I mean, I know it's getting to November and we're starting to turn up the heat a little bit on fireplaces, but I need one of my own just to throw the notes in. It was just an insane gameplay overall from Nightmare Timeless. They can keep this up. Honestly, Molly, I'm willing to call this an upset on my end if they win this. I'm willing to call the upset.
If they take this next map, and I want to make this clear. What we just watched was not team-based Overwatch.
No.
Hitori is one of the best tanks out there when it comes to team play. When it comes to, we're going to play as a 5, we're going to set these fight plans, and it's going to go the way that we think it is. But that is not what we just watched. And I think that is when you have a team that is at this top level, it is those team-based squads that are going to be the best. That's why they're at the top. And now that all sense of that has gone out the window, we are only looking at the pure mechanical skill of these players and their individual beings. And it was Zoe and Bun the entire time. Z's knows how to play ranked tank, which, as you know, is a lot more individual based, whereas Hitori is so practiced with playing with a team instead. And I think that those are the kind of things that Nightmare Timeless were able to turn into their advantage there. If YFP Oblivion want to take this to the next level here, you gotta find some way to manage to work together again and not allow yourself to get lost in the sauce like we just saw in the back half of Oasis.
Yeah, you really I think the individual play there was great between both teams, but I think now the team-based one, I think Nightmare Timeless found a way to be maybe a little bit more team-based, a little bit more comfortable now that Z's is in the driver's seat of the tank. So if Nightmare Timeless can continue to play this on, YFP Oblivion, I think, has to play a little bit more together, a little bit more team-based, right? Got to get serious down to the point where I don't know if they want to afford being known as the team that lost to the sub support on the tank. I don't know if we want to write that headline for them, but already losing the first map is bad enough. But now here we go again. More slots coming in. The next map, by the way, is King's Row, and Sniper now comes back in. So Z's moves back to support, and Anyun is now out and subbed out for right now. So we go to what is more what we are used to. So my notes, now all burned up partially, can come out of the fire, and we're back.
Number one, I'm very glad that Sniper is okay, because it did sound like it was very sudden last second. Oh no, our tank is MIA. We don't know what's going on. So I'm glad that he's back and is ready to play, and we're going to get this normal, what we expected. So if you remember what we said at the first 10 minutes of the series, this does apply now. These are teams that are going to rely, hopefully, on more team-based strategies. And in the past, YFP Oblivion have found better success in those regards. But as we move to King's Row, you just lost that first map, and I am hoping for YFP Oblivion's sake that they're not going to let that get to them. We're now at a map disadvantage going into this next point of King's Row, and it's something that Nightmare Timeless honestly could use towards their advantage.
Yeah, and now, at least for YFP Oblivion, I feel like, if I'm YFP Oblivion, I'm like, okay, now we get to face the real Timeless, right? Now we don't get a curveball thrown at us. Now we actually get the fastball that's supposed to be coming, that we know is supposed to be there. So now with Sniper coming in, this gets a little bit I guess easier. I shouldn't say easier for YFP Oblivion, but now they can go back to the strategy that they were involved in at the start. So at the very least here, maybe this is YFP Oblivion saying, hey, we'll go back you in the neutral, we'll play back in a map we both know, but let's see if we can figure this out down one.
This is what YFP wanted to start with on this map, and we saw them play it earlier. It looked very good, but now with taking on Senna, that's a much different battle. Senna very much run away with that previous map, and it's the main reason why Nightmare Timeless were able to win it out. But things like that from Wisp that are going to force this team back with Sniper being on the Sigma here, Keegan, it's a very slow push forwards.
Yeah, it's a super slow push, and you saw it especially with Zoe going down that early on from Wisp. So as long as they can maybe build up that gravitic flux, and at the same time for Nightmare Timeless, right, it's the game of patience. You can't expect to just push right in, especially with the Sigma. You're expecting that with Minarisa and a Ramatra and all that, but not with the Sigma. You're expecting try to find a pick, especially with Senna and Zoe on board here. You're looking for that first door open, but once the door is open, you can start to play in a little bit further. But this game is all going to be about patience for them right now.
Slow and steady wins the race essentially in Bun.
There it is.
Went a little bit too fast for her likeliness, and Senna and Zoe will find the shots that they've been waiting for YFP Oblivion to overstep themselves, which doesn't happen a whole lot, but shouldn't happen much more now after that result.
Yeah, they took this composition all about patience, all about waiting for that door open, and that's a huge stagger onto Wisp as well. Sniper finds that out, so now for Nightmare Timeless, they're going to get underneath the archway. There's no doubt about it. They're going to get past it because you don't have that Widowmaker pressure from afar anymore. And especially now, you've got Hitori split up as well. That's a free archway. They've got some space to make.
And Sniper's going to have a gravitic flux here too, and unless we see an insane javelin from Hitori, which is not entirely out of the question, it's not looking too great for YFP Oblivion. They eventually will push up to hold this choke, making it harder for Senna, Zoe, Sniper, all of them to get value. With the orbital raise, trying to break through this approach. Hitori ult down herself, and Z's Zoe both hit the deck as a result. Nicely done out of YFP Oblivion, knowing where it is best to take the fights.
Yeah, and they played a lot of the quick game, right? As soon as they saw that the rest of the team was up, they hyper-ranged out, and now they're able to just push in. So that was a orbital ray used for free from Z's. They get that out. Senna's going to use the infosight just to get any information as to where they are, but for YFP, only a blade, though. I'm sure Bun will break this curse, right? But someone like Bun's got to break this curse. Otherwise, it's Sniper and Velvet that have the advantages on their ultimates, as well as a Mirage.
If Bun can't do it, I don't think anybody can. Hitori is out there, though. Did they just flip the script on them? Yeah, they did. Sniper moved past, but whipped on the gravitic flux because of the fortified Orisa. Zoe wraps around behind in the Transcendence. The Barrage not worried about dying whatsoever, and it was a play that clearly caught the defense off guard.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it may not have been the whiff, but it was also just... Oh, wait, no. There's no way you save this, right? I mean, Wisp has to go back.
No.
Wisp is just cornered here. I don't know if you... do you allow this Widowmaker just to sit here? I mean, it's a 4v5 regardless now. Wisp is in the back line, yes, which you have to worry about, but it's just man advantage when you push forward. So Wisp getting 2 shots there, yes, does help and stops the advancement maybe a little, but 4v5, just watch out for the Widow behind you. But this is in favor of Nightmare Timeless, I would say.
Wisp is still in the
Wisp is still in their
back
spawn.
On first point. Like, they're basically down a player. Nightmare Timeless could very easily just push this team right now. Hitori recently swapped to the Zarya, so it makes it a little bit harder to walk into them, but you don't have to worry about the Widow for a good second. Eventually, Wisp will get back to the team, but Senna has the sights. No, Wisp will get the better of that specific duel, and Nightmare Timeless instead will have to fall to Bun's Blade, which we do see get more value until you get kicked in the face. Unlucky.
So I want to point this out statistics-wise. The most that a Blade has gotten today is 1. Yeah, that's been pretty much it. And Bun getting 1 in itself is already an impressive feat, apparently, today. So now Nightmare Timeless, though, Wisp is no longer a threat for you in the back line. That's fine, but now you got to worry about this long sight line here. And Wisp isn't hitting a lot of shots. Don't know how Wisp made it back, but I did die for it. Just the fact that, you know, that back there in general was amazing in itself.
And we do see a swap over to the Wrecking Ball, too. I'm not sure if I've seen Sniper Wrecking Ball thus far, but hey, if that's what you're going to do to Hitori, I like it. Zarya doesn't work as soon as you swap off this Genji. Sniper saw that, counter-swapped accordingly, and will rather leave it up to the support ult and the lack of a tank on the side of YFP. Sniper is just rolling around in circles, having a ball of a time themselves, and I don't know if it's going to win him the fight. The YFP are trading this out?
I feel like that this is still winnable here. They're pushing him off. They're stalling it, and Hitori is on the Zarya, but I don't think that matters. They win this fight.
Yeah, I think Hitori stuck the Zarya just in an attempt to build up the Graviton Surge, but Zarya is just not a great hero at this point, especially if you do not have a Genji that with someone you're going to bubble, so you're going to stick it for the Graviton Surge, hope that grants a stop here, because Nightmare Timeless are on a roll. Okay.
caster curse?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're counting that one. Yeah. As Wisp just absolutely takes out, and the headshots are still there. They have the pressure on the Widowmaker, yes, and there's a great stick from Senna too. That's huge for them.
There you go. All right, Nightmare Timeless, they're back into this, and Hattori died before she could pull out the grab too. Now you're stuck on the Zarya even longer, and Nightmare Timeless are still rocking their way through. Zoe, a menace on the far
The
right.
question is, do you risk staying on this for the grab surge? I guess it is. I mean, at some point, right, you got a Sniper and Zoe and Senna are just a little bit too mobile where this graviton surge is going to matter. The only person, or only two that you can argue to land this on is the Velvet and Seas, but with the Transcendence, that graviton surge gets canceled, so all advantages right now to this team from Nightmare.
I don't like the Zarya swap. It is not the way to go here, and like, granted, Wrecking Ball doesn't always get great value. The only thing that Hattori can do is just get close enough. Velvet was somehow close enough to Hattori where she can laser her down, parkours on up, body blocks Z's from getting the health pack. Wonderful tank play. We know how good Hattori is. I just question the viability of the hero that she is playing, and Zoe showed us just that. Does find herself face to face with Wiz. Is not a sniper player I want to see.
That was I think that was a headshot plus some more bullets from Scuff, so that was an insane combo there. Zoe switches on over to the Genji instead with less than a minute left to go, so this team is a full-on dive, and yep, Wish just melted away.
It's like a drive-by.
Yep.
Just Wiz, hey, Widowmaker! Oh, he goes flat now. No, literally, you're just playing full dive. The graviton surge finally appears about 3 or 4 fights later than we thought it would be, and it still gets Senna. The one shot through the Transcendence, that's the best case scenario for you right now. Bun is uncontested in the backline and can make this even.
You know, despite this Zarya not working out as well as we think it should be, they're holding on to this. 20 seconds left to go. They will have the mines available. They'll have the orbital ray at the same time for both teams. So really, Nightmare Timeless just have to dive, and they have to dive the right target for this to work, because if they don't and they're able to escape, YP Oblivion's going to have something to say about this, and they may have the defensive edge.
They've been able to do that to Wisp for the most part. You just can't do it in overtime when the payload is your lifeline to keeping the rounds going, and you leave Wisp uncontested. That's exactly what's going to happen. Velvet goes down. Wrecking Ball is very hard to work with on this final point. So even though Nightmare Timeless will end up getting a couple extra meters, a full completion is pretty much out of the question for now. Stall sees it, but not enough for Sniper to return. Yeah, Sniper is only now just coming back from the spawn. So Nightmare Timeless will have to be happy with falling short of this third objective.
I mean, that's not a bad push either, the way that it started out, right? I mean, Nightmare Timeless had a good amount of pressure onto YP Oblivion despite losing that first fight, and then had a good few fights inside of the alleyways, although Wisp was still hitting shots and delaying the push all over the place. A credit to Wisp as well. But you're looking at a YP Oblivion team that absolutely gave them a little bit of more of a hard time, and especially Hattori holding on to that graviton surge, and when it counted, it actually did work out because there was a Transcendence gone. Now YP Oblivion, after that Transcendence, didn't work their way in, and if Nightmare Timeless doesn't find a pick there, well, that dive really just goes for nothing. So Nightmare Timeless, I agree with you, should have switched up maybe a little bit earlier because of that Zarya, or YP Oblivion just absolutely laid on the damage to them for right now. So with only 2 points and 60 meters, I would say they're happy with it, but you know, against a team like YP Oblivion, every single point counts. You would have loved to complete that map with time instead. YP Oblivion looking to see if they can tie the series up at one apiece.
This is already a good start for that. I think that Nightmare Timeless, when they swapped over to the Wrecking Ball, I'm not 100% sure if that was like something that they've been practicing, or it was more or less so that YFP Oblivion would be caught off guard, you get back to the fights faster, which on a point where the spawns are so offensively favored, it makes sense. You can just regroup and have more numbers, and you can win statistically in that direction. YFP are taking the Zarya. Bun is back to the Genji, so I don't hate it as much. You want to enable Bun further. We've seen how good she can be if she has the right tools behind her.
Yeah, the right tools, including everything but that Dragon Blade on the back, right? And it's just making sure that, yeah, I'm just going to keep harping on it because I think it's funny that they're getting more, that all of these players are getting more kills not on the Blade than anything else. But right now, you can see, right, this game, about Nightmare Timeless is one with that Sigma. The game was about patience here. YMP Oblivion with this composition, they want to go in. They want to get that Zarya up and running. You see it already. They're just pushing up to this upper staircase already.
Yeah, they're moving up, and Wisps is, for some reason, peeking the tank and 3 other players down the middle small hallway. Not a great spot. Widow does not have that much HP, and Nightmare Timeless will have a great time to start off on this offense. We haven't really seen Hitori get that bubble charge either, and it makes it even harder. And it's only in these moments here where Bun can actually start slicing and dicing in these small rooms, yet Zoe is doing the exact same thing, blinking in and out of danger and keeps Nightmare Timeless afloat.
Yeah, it keeps them on the defensive end for right now. It lets them recover, lets them restabilize. They didn't lose anybody big of note, but taking out Sniper is a big one because now YFP Oblivion can just go on in and just straw onto point.
This will be at least the first tick gained. I believe Sniper will be back for another contest, which as long as you have the tank, it makes sense to get another touch here.
Do they? I think they may not get another touch. This might be close if they do, but no, Sniper doesn't come back in time. No. They just get it.
And they get the pulse bomb out of Zoe, too. I believe that hit the shield of Nenwai there. So this is best case scenario for YFP Oblivion. They have a 4v5 advantage. Bun clearly wants to chase down these eliminations, but I don't know if the team's far enough. Yes, there we go. It's a sandwich between Hitori. Bun, though, doesn't have any support within their sight lines, and that is going to be a little bit rough. Nightmare Timeless, though, the more that they end up bleeding out here, further this payload is going to push, so Sniper has to equalize as much as possible. Yeah,
that was Bun having at least Nenwai on, but Nenwai didn't have enough packs to save Bun in the meanwhile, so that's a good stagger here, and especially getting on Nenwai too. Getting Hitori would be even bigger because that's not another wave respawn, so Hitori's going to get stalled out. This is some time wasted, and at a very good spot where that payload is a little bit farther back than the archway, meaning it's a clean fight for them if Nightmare Timeless wants to just fight here.
Yeah, this is totally fine. Nightmare Timeless, and this is the great spot for them to take. Sniper can isolate Hitori completely from the team, so I'm going to bring it up again. This Graviton Surge better be getting a heck of a lot of value, because otherwise the Zarya pick doesn't make a ton of sense in the long run. Wisp does spot the flank from Zoe. And kind of deter that from happening, Venomheim, just for safety, you know, you can never actually guarantee it, and this is actually big info for YFP. You'll notice that they rotated to cut these players off on the high ground. Wisp was still ready for that Tracer flank, and that's a great value you could get off of just the wall hacks, essentially. Now YFP can go in, the bubble, onto the DPS. Can we break the streak of the 1-kill Dragon Blade? Well, we get a 0-kill Dragon Blade. So, yeah, we can do that, technically.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a 0. The average is looking lower and lower every single game we play
goodbye,
here.
Bun.
Yeah, goodbye, Bun. Just on a whip shot here. And actually, they're going to invest everything here.
Ooh, I mean, it is the Primal Rage out of Sniper, and you don't want to be moving into a rally, and that on top of it, the Graviton Surge can just be thrown to the backline. Sniper is preoccupied with just throwing hands at Nenwai in particular. Bob from Senna, like, you want to try to stabilize this. I think Sniper's the only other one alive right now for Nightmare Timeless, and eventually we'll have to retreat to keep this next push going.
Wait, that's insane though. Wait, I think they may have another contest here if you're Nightmare Timeless. That Bob stalled out so much time there that there might be another contest here from Nightmare Timeless if they decide to, and I think this Winston jumps in. That was huge.
And instead, I really questioned, like, were we really throwing the Bob there? But it turned out to be the secret carry at the end of the day. Nightmare Timeless just need to convert on this, and Hitori take care of. Great. Best start for Nightmare Timeless, and hopefully you can just hold on to the rest of your resources since it's still up to over 2 minutes to defend this point.
Senna's got a big brain. I thought, yeah, like you said, I thought that Bob was going to thrown out, but that Bob contested the point until the team could restabilize. The way it lasted, nobody was killing the Bob, no one was touching it, so because of that, they're allowed to play one more fight, and they're able to succeed in getting that first pick overall. And now Nightmare Timeless, Zoe's been good with pulse bombs, we know that, and that's the only ultimate on board, so 155 left. I'd say Nightmare Timeless is doing a pretty good job of melting time off the clock, Molly.
Hey, all things considered, it's in the name, right? A team that doesn't really care about time, especially when their opponents have it. Another stick on the shield from Zoe, very close, but not exactly what you wanted. Tori, though, swapped over to the D.Va, as we mentioned, like this a lot better than that Zarya. We've seen what she was able to do with it when she can connect with Bun and Wisp on this defense, and those support ult pop. Sniper very narrowly escaping with her own Primal Rage. Nightmare Timeless will have the resources to regroup this. Velvet will have a rally too, and it's only a matter of time till that's popped inevitably. It's only because Hitori hasn't decided to push up yet. Eventually now, after losing Zoe, Velvet decides it's time to re-engage with a full push. Nenwai, though, nears it out, has the later ultimate, and now it's the Dragon Blade. Going to be the main story of the day. Will not be. It's Hitori and Wisp deaths. Instead, YFP Oblivion will get this second point unlocked. Will have a chance at getting a map to their name.
Yeah, that's just Senna rather using the coach gun saying, and then no, we're keeping this at 0. We're keeping it there. Oh. But regardless, though, I mean, the good fight from YP Oblivion did cost them a lot, right? Costed them the rally, costed them the blade, but otherwise, not too expensive. You're still going to come up on a self-destruct. Wall is a Deadeye too. Nightmare Timeless, though, have been really good with some of these ults. Careful of the Nano Winston, though, especially after a first pick like that. They may not even need it.
No, this is huge. I was going to say, Nightmare Timeless, we're going to win this fight with just the Nano, but not having to use the Nano and still getting the eliminations here. This is awesome. There's only 2 minutes left for YFP to push, and to have this sort of advantage heading into it is great.
Also, credit to Z's as well, switching on over to the Ana instead. That proves a lot of pressure, especially if that Bionade lands. If it's not eaten up by the defense matrix here, that Bionade could very well change the nature of a fight.
Yeah, Z's is named after the Ana, if I'm not mistaken, so having that in your back pocket is certainly a scary thing to look at. Still no Nano Boost checked in. Exchange of the Bob for the self-destruct, which still gets Senna somehow, and with Zoe falling too, Nightmare Timeless didn't even get a chance to use that Nano play that we were hyping up so much.
Yeah, I mean, at least they hold on to the Nano Boost, right? That could have been a lot worse if these had used the Nano Boost. So your saving grace right now is with a minute left. You do have a Nano. You do have a Primal. So Sniper's going to be up for a good while to melt away the clock. Molly, I feel like this is going to go into overtime with the combination of the two. Problem is, now the orbital race starts us off. Zoe, though!
Zoe! We broke the streak! There we go! The Thor with the Dragon Blade who throw the Nano onto the newly swapped to Genji, and that is all that it's going to take. The stagger onto Itori here. Eventually she'll get off the map, but oh, the streak has been broken. It's a happy day here.
My hands up are in excitement. I have my hands in the air. We broke the streak. Thank you, Zoe. I don't know if I should be saying thank you to a player that's competing in a 1 versus 2 game mode right now, but we broke the streak. But Nightmare Timeless again, using that nano boost onto for the blade, and now Sniper's got a proper range to hold this off. Molly, this is all overtime. This is make or break. It's either 2 or 1-1 right here. This is going to be a very long overtime.
I can already tell. I mean, Primal Rage from Sniper, that's the only big shiny button for the time being. YFP Oblivion very close to their own and should have them by the time a full team fight engages, but no, it's Nightmare Timeless who took that initiative that we know them so well for. Nenwai pops the rally, doesn't attempt to get a touch, but she's getting beaten up by the Primal Rage. It's now only onto Bun. Zoe broke the streak, but she can't quite do it for herself. YFP Oblivion on their last limbs here. Nightmare Timeless' spawns are closer, so the longer this fight goes, the better it is for the defending team. And I cannot believe we're about to say this, Keegan, but Nightmare Timeless are up on match point.
Match point for a team that we did not expect to win map number 1 and yet did so. And when they have their main tank, one of their 2 main tanks in, guess what? The story still going their way. And a play of the game, I feel like besides that one neutral, this is only the 2nd time we've seen a Genji play of the game, but this one's on a blade, nano boosted blade. Oh my goodness, the Nano Blade, the classic, if you will, between the Ana and the Genji. We finally found it. We finally broke the streak after 3 games and 2 maps. We finally found it. A Genji-worthy clip with the blade, and all it took was a Nano Boost and a small room. That's all it took. But YFP Oblivion, this is surprising to me. I did not expect a 2-0 here. I thought at the very worst, it was going to be a 1-1, especially after that first map, but Molly, you and I are sitting here talking about a 2-0 lead where YFP Oblivion are backs against the wall.
I wouldn't say that they're out of it. Like, this definitely has the potential to go more than 3 maps. But Keegan, these are the defending minor 2. Like, they're sitting on that really fun chair. You know,
Yep.
the chair that's on top of the really cool mountain of all the things that you won. It's great. We're not seeing it. We're not seeing that same level of team, and I think it's mainly in the DPS department, if I'm going to be totally honest with you. I've seen way more out of Zoe throughout today, and it's insane to say that, especially when Bun is on the other side. Like, she's doing great as well. Zoe is just doing more. She's finding more traits. She's getting more value working with Sniper than what we've seen than the DPS from YFP Oblivion working with Hitori, and that is what is going to end up winning you fights. Granted, King's Row was decided by a coin toss. It was that final battle, and you didn't have the resources for it. Sniper and the Primal Rage took the initiative on the fight before anyone was ready to counter it from YFP, and that's about all it did. So, Keegan, we could find ourselves in a Game 5. We could find ourselves in a sweep.
Yeah, I mean, these coin flips these coin flip fights that you talk about here really just come down to who has the better skill or who has the better instinct. But there was one big brain play when we talked about this. It was that you talk about the time melting away, right? If they had one more fight, I feel like YFP Oblivion could have finally broken the door open, but they had one less fight, and that's thanks to Senna. Senna, right? That Bob earlier on melted away another fight, melted away more clock off the board on that second point with that Bob. And yes, that Bob may not have killed anything, but it killed the clock. It killed the momentum that team from YFP Oblivion had. So just these one, not even mistakes, these one extra steps or this one extra mental IQ point that you have on some of these fights really makes the difference in some sort of these close games here. So now we move on to our next map here, and for the first time today, we are going to see Flash Clash be pulled out. It's not going to be Clash, but we're headed to NJC. New Junk City is the map pick here for YFP Oblivion, who need to reverse sweep to give themselves a chance to get back into the grand finals.
Hey, no Clash on Calling All Heroes broadcast just yet, but we get the Flash.
We can pray for it. We can hope for. You know what? You know what I will say about that. Rising. I know you like to get a little crazy with it. If you can hear us, tomorrow, you can get us right tomorrow, right? You got us right.
Oh, totally. Well, we gotta get a Clash map at some point, but people are just more comfortable with Flashpoints. And
yeah, absolutely.
I'm actually kind of surprised we didn't see this earlier. So, I feel like if you're going to have the opportunity to pick from like the map pool as a whole, there's technically 4 options for Flash and Clash, where there's only 3 for every other one. So they do kind of play similarly. They're all kind of scrappy. So I can understand like picking a Circuit Royale or like a Gibraltar or something that has a more specific composition and removing that from your opponent. From a strategic standpoint, that can make sense, but we get it for the first time here today. Perhaps some return of some Junker Queen that we know Sniper and Hitori both enjoy playing. Probably away from this Deking Ball, if we had to guess, though, and returning those more kind of head-to-head sort of tick comps.
Well, I mean, yeah, the Sniper being the main tank here, obviously that Sniper Hitori matchup is one we're always paying attention to, in which is going to get the better feed off the other, and especially with Junker Queen, right? I know Hitori is a very flexible tank, right? But we haven't seen much of the JQ as of yet, so maybe that does get pulled out, and especially in a very, very tight matchup, right? Where NJC, it's all about the speed, it's all about where you're positioned, right? Because it's such a big map, where you're positioned on the map, and where you guys are where the team fights happen, or rather where you decide your pathway is going to go to. Every single second counts, every movement counts in this map. So for YFP Oblivion to pick this means that they're very confident that they can try to outmaneuver or outpace Nightmare Timeless in New Junk City. So this is going to be one where I'm expecting this to go very fast. Fights are not going to be very long, I would say, unless the Junker Queens come out and we're going to get some scrappy fights. I'm willing to bet if that Junker Queen comes out, we just may see hands throwing at each other, and very well so, because the first point is arena, so we might just see hands being thrown all over the place, whether that's through axes or knives or all.
All of the above. We like throwing sharp objects at them. In the game of Overwatch, don't throw your scissors at your friend, please, and thank you. This is going to be a map that, as you said, don't do that. Put the scissors down, Keegan. This will be a map that does lean more towards the chaos and the overall scrappiness of these teams, but you do have the opportunity to pull yourself ahead based on the macro gameplay, deciding when and where to take fights, if you should in the first place. And again, in the past, YFP Oblivion have won maps, series, and even titles because of that. However, that has not been the case today. Nightmare Timeless have looked far and above like the better decision-making team. There's something that just doesn't seem to be clicking on the side of YFP Oblivion. They're a little bit slower. They're a little bit indecisive in some ways that we want to say. They've been experimental with the compositions and have yet to really find a true answer to what has happened so far. And they think Flashpoint will be the spot of the turnaround, because you're going to have to be flawless from here on out if you want to get your spot in the grand finals today.
Yeah, and I think for both of these teams as well, for Nightmare Timeless, they know that they've got 3 opportunities at match point. For YFP Oblivion, everything counts now at this point. You have to reverse sweep, like you said, in order to make that grand final spot. At the same time, though, I feel like it's not clicking. I feel like YFP Oblivion is doing this thing where maybe they're just trying to take account of what's going on Nightmare Timeless's side, and then trying to figure that out if or when they get to the grand finals, depending on how that lower bracket run goes, if they drop down there. So if YIP Oblivion are doing that, then not a bad way to do it, especially, but you don't really count that first map because, you know, Z's was your tank, but now that you have Sniper in play, maybe this is something you're looking forward to, maybe something that you're trying to figure out what is the best strategy to go around on. So here we start on Orisa, pretty much mirror on either side, except it is Widowmaker versus Soldier.
Wisp has been playing a ton of Widowmaker today, and I love watching Wisp Widowmaker. It is always a treat, but Senna's just been doing more on the Ashe, the Cassidy, the Soj than anything else. It's only when you get one-shots like that. I'm sorry, Wisp. I will never say anything bad about you ever again. You are the best Widowmaker player of all time.
And ladies and gentlemen, we can count that on the caster curse again. Put another tick there, ladies and gentlemen. All right, cast the cuss, number 4 for Tiny Shiny. That's at Tiny Shiny 19
yeah.
for any of your caster curse needs. For YFP Oblivion, though, talk about Wisp. Well, already up to 77% for that information. Nightmare Timeless really trying to find a way through this arena side, and now you have a few angles that Wisp can look off of. So unless you're diving Wisp, it might not be a good idea to try to play that fight. And yep, they absolutely hurt you. This is on you. This is on you.
No, literally, this will be clips later, and Wisp is gonna message me like, "Hey, I know where you live. Keep one eye open at night." Like, genuinely, this is a scary level of performance out of Wisp. There is no reality in which they should be doing this much on Widowmaker on this particular point. Rotations are key, but a big strategy that we've been seeing a lot of teams pull out is if you have a strong hit scan player, like both of these teams do, you set your Widow up on a strong off angle and let the rest of the team deal with the front line and hope that your aimer can get the pick first.
Well, Wisp is going to do this already, but they have the orbital ray out already, and this is finally a good fight here for YFP Oblivion without the need of Wisp, I should say. So they use the orbital ray. Yes, Nightmare Timeless flips the point. It's going to be all for naught, though. I think the way that Wisp is controlling this game right now, they are scared of this Widowmaker, which is why they're forcing out ults, right? Z's trying to force that in to get into the point, but doesn't work out in their favor regardless. So for YFP Oblivion, they are doing an excellent job. Wisp is online, cooking in the kitchen. And as we move on to the next point here, they're going to really need to be wary of this Widowmaker hitting more shots as we go to Refinery.
This is a genuine strat. As much as, I know it's gotten hate lately, like, oh, Widowmaker's so good, you shouldn't be able to one-shot, but it's hard, right? It's really hard to be able to do this, and you have to be smart about where you're positioning. As a matter of fact, Spellman takes the walk of death, just like crab walking over to the side of safety, but it's not, it doesn't even matter. Like, Wisp is just too good. Stop peeking them. You know where they are. No one is safe from their crosshairs.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the we are going to announce this right now for this map. The only replay that we're going to be seeing is Wisp. No, I'm just joking. I have no idea what the replays are going to show, but I guarantee you a good chunk of it is going to be Wisp regardless, because they are just hitting shots over and over. They can't do anything about it. They don't have a shield to work in. You can't even get close enough. And right now, New Jung City, well, this is New Wisp City right now. Really
the new Wisps has been born from the ashes of this team. They're like, all right, we're down 0-2. This is unacceptable. Cracks Knuckles, pulls out the Widowmaker, and that's pretty much all you need to see so far. It's finally Senna getting a word in, and well, I didn't even mention the Dragon Blades because we just knew it wasn't going to do much of anything. We focus on Senna, who is getting those eliminations for Nightmare Timeless. The first time that she's actually been able to build up some decent railgun charge and get some percentage going.
Dragon Blades get pulled out. Overclock gets pulled out. Ooh, okay. Well, 51% and so 20% enrolling here. Nightmare Timeless finally finding their way in here, and that's a huge dagger onto Heat voting now too. So Nightmare Timeless are going to hold on to this for just a little while longer, as well as Z's getting up an orbital ray before Scuffed can. So Nightmare Timeless can be as patient as they want. And then what? I saw Lifeweaver there for a second. Okay, back to the Brigida to go.
Back onto the Brig. I think there was like some thought of maybe we can do more damage. There's not really that much of like dive happening, but yeah, it's just bad. Brig is so good right now. The AoE healing, the packs, they have no idea what's behind them, do they? They have no idea what is about to happen, and they're gonna keep hitting shots like this.
Wisp.
Oh, it's such a risky territory to have to play on, but this is kind of what Nightmare Timeless do. They know that Wisp is gonna be on some sort of flank, so they can take this 4v5 fight. You're kind of cracking the code for this composition, especially now that this point is so close to ending here. Nightmare Timeless just made the right choice, pushing the weaker side and made sure that Witz couldn't get a shot off.
Yeah, I'm also very surprised here that they decide to invest, or YFP decides to invest into the orbital ray instead, because they haven't won that fight. They lost 2 or 3 people already, so the fact that you used the orbital ray means you don't have it to start off this next point as they move on over to the next point. But it's just regardless, though, now Nightmare Timeless have the better standing, at least on ultimates wise. Yes, YFP Oblivion have the Terror Surge, but everybody else on Nightmare Timeless is going to have a checkmark up sooner than anybody else on YFP.
This is Nightmare Timeless. They kind of found their momentum, got their mojo back here. This is the best point for YFP Oblivion, though. It is the most open out of all of them, and Wisp can get more sight lines. Often it very much limits where Nightmare Timeless can play overall. The biggest thing is Wisp getting chased down on a completely different objective right now. It's a 4v4. Honestly, Wisp is doing their job. Even if they end up dying, Zoe's not in the fight.
Zoe is just like, I've had enough. I'm done with you. I saw you trying to flank. You are not going to do that today. So yeah, they banned.
Dude, we can't take this seriously.
We're just smiling this entire time.
It's so fun. Like, it's fun, but it's serious, and it gets serious when Zoe pulls out the blade. Does make eye contact with Whip, slices them in 2, and Nightmare Timeless will, assumably, get that flip out, which it did take them a little bit longer. YFP Oblivion have a decent amount of progress going before this happened.
Wiss, I don't think fans normally throw a blade at you. I don't normally think they pull out a knife right in your face. Pretty sure that's not a fan. But regardless, though, for Nightmare Timeless, yes, they do give up 45%. You take that, that's fine. That means you only need to really do 2 wins here on this next point to go up 2-1. But the bigger thing right now, though, 2 ultimates online for Nightmare Timeless. If they want to engage with both the Rally and the Orbital Raid, they're more than welcome to do so, especially now on having the blade, maybe to get something good.
Now, but it's into the rally of the opposing side. It's Senna down, followed by Velvet. We broke the curse bun! Look at you go, you beautiful Pearson, you. YFP Oblivion straight back into the fight after a successful DPS play.
Zoe said, I'll do it. Zoe said, well, I'll do it the first time, and then Bun does it a second time there. Sniper stays alive, which means they still get another fight into this territory of Junkyard. But again, that blade was huge, and now YFP Oblivion will come up on an Orbital Raid. Nightmare Timeless will as well. This is going to be a really, really scrappy fight on this point.
It's about to be. The question is, can you get to the point? Probably with Z's and Senna combined efforts in the spawn, but no! What in the world? YFP Oblivion completely disregard the overclock, walk into them anyways. Tori lands a couple of nice punches all the meanwhile, and there you go. YFP Oblivion will regain the lead once again in Flashpoint, only needing 1 more to get the first map.
Yeah, so now they're looking down map point here as they move on over to Bomb Flats, and this is where Nightmare Timeless have to find some kind of answer. They invested ultimates there. They invested DPS ults for nothing. So now Senna's going to move on over to the Cassidy just to see if Bun can get stopped. Wiz falling also low. Why and how are you still alive?
Well, I don't know. Wiz shouldn't be alive right now.
Should not be alive at all. What was that, 5
longer. Even if Zoe is kind of Wisp's biggest fan, always has to make sure that she knows where Wisp is setting up. But yeah, so far, Tori, I thought that was going to be an immediate Terror Surge, but I think once they get the Shield Bash out first, there it is, pulls them back in. Beautiful timing out of the tank. She knows exactly what to look for. This is why we call her one of the best.
Yep, and he's totally adjusting to the gameplay really well, and then this is also going to be a stagger on onto Sniper. Yes, Zoe goes down. Wait, so Zoe gets the deflect onto Wisp and then goes off the map? Assuming? I'm not too sure how that happened, but I question this no longer because we're going into another fight here where YFP is going to have a rally to work off of. Nightmare does have the blade, but that's going to get countered out by the rally overall. So this is pretty much dry fight unless Bun has anything to say about it on a blade of their own.
Yeah. Back in the pocket. Hey, it was really good last time. We gotta do it again. Zoe, we'll trade it out. So maybe we're moving away from this gunfire and or the good old-fashioned melee weapons and some sharp objects. Bun pulled the trigger first, but Zoe shortly after, who will get more value as of now? It has been the Genji on YFP Oblivion, and yeah, Nightmare Timeless lost both of their supports. They tried to reset quickly, but there's just nothing stopping YFP Oblivion pushing up.
YFP is just going to push up the spawn, try to delay this as much as possible. They know they have the map in their hands so long as nobody gets around them. So 10% here. I don't know if anybody touches. Your only chance here is Tracer, who might just be able to get it.
It's going to be close.
Yep,
but yeah, Senna will get the tag and maybe even the flip. Why is Witz on Torbjorn? I don't even... We've seen Junkrat. We've seen Torb. You know what, Witz? I'm not gonna doubt you anymore. I learned my lesson from last time. Will be the Terror Surge though. YFP winning this with the ultimate advantage, but Hattori doesn't have any HP to spare. YFP Oblivion, I think they did everything right. They went to try to deny the touch, and Senna just had a favorable battle to take that objective forwards.
Not only a favorable battle, but at least pulled YFP's attention back for right now. So Nightmare Timeless now having the advantage on this end. They need this map in order to send us to map number 5, in order to send us to at least point number 5. But right now, just trying to play the flank game and try to pinch in this team from Nightmare from YFP.
Well, Sniper certainly made everyone have a big old group hug. Not a happy one though for Nightmare Timeless losing Senna. A bit of a more scuffle for this point. Speaking of scuffed, there was a orbital ray on the field, courtesy of that exact player, and Bun is happy to play with the increased damage and try to take Z's down to size. Can't seem to land the Shuriken. Zuno extremely mobile, hard to hit. Bun finding that out the hard way. Senna returns to the battle, but it seems to be too little too late. Overtime has already begun, and Nightmare Timeless don't have anyone else left to keep this point contested. And this series, it ain't over just yet.
We get to see more Overwatch. We get to see
Woo!
at least a game that I didn't, again, at the start of it, I didn't think we were going to be a 2-0. I thought it was going to be a 1-1, but YFP making this a little bit more interesting. You totally getting your Pachi, and I think this was the double kill onto both of the supports. Playing excellently on the Oasis side. It didn't look all too good back on Refinery because there were a little bit of staggers from the last 2 points of Junkyard and Bomb Flats. Like you said, a little bit more open area that works out well in their favor, and obviously with the position and the aggression here from YFP that earns them the map win on the NJC. There's a reason why they picked it, but now for the rest of the way here, if they win out even the next map, the rest of the games are Nightmare Timeless's pick should we go on to the rest of the series. So big, a little bit of a disadvantage there, but the only 2 points you have left are either escort or push. So this will get quite interesting to see if Nightmare Timeless or what they decide to pick.
Hey, the big thing to note here is the wind is certainly back in YFP Oblivion sales, and the main person to do it was Wisp. It was a little bit quieter at the end of the map, but at the literally won the first 2 points.
I do want to I do want to say Wisp. Do you want to apologize to Wisp right now here on camera, because those first shots were really nice.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you know what? I did it on purpose. I said it so because I knew that as soon as I started doubting them, that they'd come back and say, see, I'm good. I'm like, yep, you're good. I got you. You're good.
Yes, the caster curse was for Wisp. Yes. Just to get Wisp online. Yeah, yeah. We'll put that in the air quotes right there for you all. But yeah, for Nightmare Timeless though, other than escort and push, your only 2 map modes left. I mean, if you're YP Oblivion, you feel like the wins are back in your sails, right? You feel like you've got a little bit more momentum, especially after a 3-1 win like that for New Junk City. You get to play at least another map, and denying 1 match point opportunity for Nightmare Timeless. Can you stave off the other 2? That's the bigger question, because what next map we will see? Who knows? Because again, it plays 2 different completely maps, right? It's either attack defense on escort or a neutral point on push. 2 completely different map modes. Who knows what they want?
And I think that's going to entirely depend on where do Nightmare Timeless feel that they've been the most successful so far. Has it been on this sort of Winston dive composition? Has it been when you're playing an even toe-to-toe battle? Because I gotta say, that looked pretty strong in comparison to the previous maps. YFP Oblivion had a clear advantage, and we're gonna give Nightmare Timeless a little bit more time to ponder what that next map will be. Sending it to a quick break. We'll be back for the continuation of this series. If you tuned in not too long ago, you would have seen Nightmare Timeless were up 2-0, and this series looked just about as good as done. Well, let me tell you, Keegan, this is far from over. YFP Oblivion have found something that works for them. It was Whips to drag them out of the trenches and the rest of the team to run with the wind while they still had it. We have map number 4 in the pool, and this is very necessary for both teams because this will prevent you from having to go through the entire lower bracket tomorrow versus just winning here and qualifying for the grand finals.
Yeah, you would need that extra map inside of the lower finals, so that means that you're playing an extra best of 3 before you get into the first of 4 scenario grand final. So you're going to play a lot of Overwatch, and you're going to need to win 7 instead of winning 4 if you're just looking at it overall in terms of maps that you need. So YFP Oblivion, again, on the cusp of losing this, but it feels like they found some wind in the sails, right? That last map, especially with Wisp hitting all the shots on New Junk City, 3-1, only dropping down a refinery. Otherwise, Arena, Junkyard, Bomb Flats, all going their way. And for YFP Oblivion now, not their map pick, but now we go to Nightmare Timeless, where they will decide to go to push instead. We go to the streets of Portugal. Esperanza is where we will go next. So for Nightmare Timeless, they're thinking maybe they can go right in their faces instead of having to maybe look down a Widowmaker, but this is still Widowmaker territory. I know we've seen a lot of Widowmaker as well, so Wisp might have some fun on this map too.
I think if there's even the smallest thought of, hey, maybe I can play Widowmaker here. Wiz is going to play Widow. Like, there's not a doubt. Like, Wiz played Widow on Oasis University. We are beyond that point. Now, you played it on New Junk City. That doesn't happen, okay? This is just a player who knows that they're good at Widowmaker and will run with that until it literally just doesn't work anymore. The only thing is, I do wonder if Nightmare Timeless are going to do the same thing, because you have Senna. Senna is a more flexible player than Wisps and can also fight them toe-to-toe. The difference is Senna has stick towards like a Sojourn or an Ashe or even a Cassidy rather than the one-shot hero, just because you can do larger bursts of damage and you're more consistent on your overall output. However, that story seems to remain the same, and those mysteries haven't solved. Wisps on the Widow.
Yep, Wisp is on the Widow again. You have that upper line to talk about there, and here's the thing for Senna, right? On the Sojourn. Sojourn has been a little effective, yes, but the way that Wisp has been pulling out the shots here needs to be a little bit more. But this is a speed here. Good Javelin onto Sniper for right now. They sniffed out that they are flanking all the way in the speed, but looks like positions have swapped already.
I was like, I don't even know what side of the map people are supposed to be on yet. You can't swap positions already. They'll become more clear soon, though, because Wisp is already taken care of. And I think this was a really smart play from Nightmare Timeless. Completely caught YFP and Wisp, who couldn't rotate fast enough off guard. You no longer have your Juno, though, and therefore not much healing along with it. We're getting our first look at a Lucio, Juno, Junker Queen composition, which is just zoomed to the max. And they're going to sprint around the map in circles, and YFP Oblivion cannot catch up with them.
Yeah, but I feel like YFP don't need to catch up to them right now. They feel you feel like they can just play together as a team, and especially in the speed. That composition, I think, was mainly just to get to the robot first or get the positioning first, but because YFP played that slowly and patiently, losing the Juno early on from Z's doesn't really give you a good sense of this composition here between these two. So for YFP Oblivion now, they have advantage. They have this robot pushing. They haven't really gotten a touch in since then. They might even get first checkpoint for free here.
Well, can anyone get to the touch? No, they can't. That is not great. If you are a fan of Nightmare Timeless, YFP Oblivion now have a massive advantage, and not to mention positioning on this. You could rotate around the back, or that would be where Nightmare Timeless would meet you. You're playing more the split style where Velvet and Zoe are going to go on these little adventures. So you've been seeing him where Sniper kind of deters Tori from taking space on the front lines. It will be an early, very early actually, orbital ray here that no one, you can run away from everything with Nightmare Timeless's composition, so you're not worried about losing any of your teammates, and you can kind of re-engage once Tori burns her cooldowns.
Yeah, and this is going to be a disengagement here from YFP. Smart to do so as well, just to regroup with the team and make sure you're stabled out right now, but you do have a Terra Surge available, and knowing that you've got the check mark makes this a little bit easier for you.
Oh, but every ult was just popped right on top of Z's face, including Buns, and a great combo from YFP Oblivion here. They're going to turn this robot right back around. I don't even think forward spawns got canceled, as a matter of fact, so this is even worse for Nightmare Timeless. They're digging themselves into a hole that is going to be pretty hard to get out of.
They didn't even lose anybody in that fight. Nightmare Timeless got 0 for 5 there for YFP Oblivion, so they are well within the driver's seat. First fight win, first checkpoint win here for YFP Oblivion. They have 4 ultimates on the board and nothing to cleanse the Rampage here, but this is starting to slip away from them. An early pick here would spell doom.
You got every ult though. There's not an answer to Rampage specifically unless you somehow get stunned out of it, which is pretty unlikely to happen. Nightmare Timeless should be winning this fight, but they may have waited a little bit too long. Nenwai gets 2 both off of the rallied shield bash, and that's it. They don't even get a chance to ult. The only trigger that was pulled was Velvet's, and it got absolutely nothing done.
Yeah, that rally, that especially that shield bash getting 2 is not something you want to see in the kill feed ever if you're on the receiving end of it. And that just means that for Nightmare Timeless, they have not a lot of answers left. This robot's in the home stretch already. There's just been not a single good thing from Nightmare Timeless right now. YFP has all the answers.
I mean, if you win this fight here, which Nightmare Timeless, again, should be able to do. So he played with Fate over the dumpster. It's still a support down, and with spawns right there, Nightmare Timeless will be okay. Commit the Rampage into this, but it's only on to Hittori and Bun, and Bun survives with a sliver of HP. Scuffed and Nenwai working overtime to keep the Genji alive, and YFP Oblivion, they can just stall time. Wisp has already returned on the Tracer. Velvet hit the deck, and this bot it's not going to move. If you're Nightmare Timeless, you're just worried about trying to stop some momentum. YFP Oblivion, they can just live here as long as they want. They don't care about completing. Sure, it would be nice, but it's not likely. You can just buy as much time as you need.
Yeah, it's just melting away the clock here and knowing that they're super close to it. Even if they fall down, they're going to keep trying over and over, even maybe investing some ultimates. As long as you can keep wasting away the clock, that's the best case scenario. But finally, they get it out. They get Hittori down. That's the end of the stall, but what a stall it was from YFP. Now they're going to have ultimates still up on this board as well. Wisp and Zoe still going at it here, and they finally get rid of the team. But with 1:36 and 5 minutes left to go, this is an uphill like no other right now for Nightmare to come back from.
No, and if you can stagger Wisps, that'd be pretty helpful, which you do. I don't know if they'll be able to get forward spawns. We'll have to keep an eyeball on that, but it's 136 uncontested meters, Keegan. That's 4 or 5 team fights in a row that you need to win. That is not going to happen. With YFP Oblivion's ult bank, with their time, Wisp did get forward spawns because they haven't even been canceled yet. Both Orbital Rays and the Dragon Blade making an appearance. Bun will get shut down, and Nightmare Timeless do have a player advantage. The difference is they don't have a tank, and that is where YFP can start to shine. But is it really going to make that difference? You don't have damage exactly on your side either. It's all just who is better sustained, who is better healing at this point. And Zoe trying to take the Juno out of mid-air, slices their way right through Scuffed, and this spawn still hasn't been canceled, Keegan. Want to throw this out there. YFP will be back in just a flash.
Yeah, but the bigger thing, though, too, is Hittori and Scuffed. I don't know if they get the spawn in time in the middle. They do, so they do get forward spawns for it. And right now for Nightmare Timeless, that's worst case scenario because that means they're going to be fighting for this checkpoint, and that one fight makes the biggest difference here to flip it on over. They only got 4 minutes left, though. That pulse bomb almost killed.
It was very close, but I mean, Zoe, I think that was like a panic play to say, oh no, if this pulse bomb gets a kill, I gotta trade it out. And in fact, you do get an advantageous kill at that. Nenwai's rally, though, that's a tough one. Was really far in there. Even though Brig has a lot of health and rally, you're still not a tank, Nenwai. I hate to break it to you. Nightmare Timeless will take what they can get right now and start moving closer to that checkpoint.
Yeah, unfortunately, that fight doesn't go your way unless you have a nano boost and maybe an orbital ray to go alongside of it, but you don't have 3 supports in this game. So really for YFP Oblivion, they get a little bit too aggressive with Nenwai, so Nightmare Timeless now winning a fight and saving their ultimate, especially that Rampage. Nothing to cleanse it on YFP side. So Nightmare Timeless, if they want to start to win out fights, the Rampage is the way to do it.
And there's not going to be a point contest there. No, there is one. I believe it was one who put herself towards the point, but Wisp back on the Widow, and we know when this happens, it always catches Nightmare Timeless off guard, more specifically Velvet, so they still have the ultimate advantage. You're just going to lose positioning and close access at this point. With strikes yet again, Hittori attempting to face tank, the Deadeye pops the rally, and it's not enough. Instead of charge that up for so long, it's enough to even tap a tank in that degree.
Yeah, that fight felt a little confusing. Who's gonna win that? The Terror Surge charge or the Deadeye holding on for super long here? But 2 minutes and 34 seconds left to go. YFP the goal here is just to stall out. Wisp is making sure that they are feeling uncomfortable on this point. It might be even worse than that.
And who looks at that spot? Like, genuinely, who looks at that spot? Eventually you will, now that Wisp got the kill there, but in Nightmare Timeless, you had to win this. You had to find a way back in. You don't have a support, and Velvet isn't looking too much healthier for now. Actually grabbed a health pack, and Wisp gets the kill on Zoe, of course, with the help of their own support. And the longer these fights go, Keegan, the better it is for YFP Oblivion. Like, their chances of winning this have skyrocketed.
Absolutely. Every single second that gets wasted away by this clock is second and percentage points of chances that get wasted away from you as well. Senna's able to find Whistle, so that's a good start for you.
Yeah, Bun, though, has yet another Dragon Blade, and at least got both supports off the back of it. Best case scenario. Nenwa does top rally. Perhaps a slight bit of overkill. With how far ahead YFP Oblivion are, though, it's not going to matter too much at the end of the day.
And I want to point out, too, 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Yes, if Nightmare Timeless wins another fight here, they could get it, but they still have not captured that checkpoint. So either way, that's more time stalled off the clock. That's more time for YFP to regroup as well. And the fact that that wall is all the way up to 136 is bad news bears for you already. So 1 minute and 15 now on the clock here. Not a lot of time left. Nightmare's got to dig deep and find some miracle to avoid a map 5.
Literally a miracle. Like, YFP Oblivion, I think to the point where they pushed it, they had like over a 90% chance of winning this map.
I would say over 98.
Previous smarts. Yeah, something crazy like that. Like, YFP Oblivion, they want to go to a map 5. They already set that benchmark, and it's going to take everything out of Nightmare Timeless plus some to even think about that comeback. And Zoe will be the one to start it off. Wisp is down, looking for the break, grabs that one too. The new swap over to the Orisa can now match Tori blow for blow, but that's exactly what it does, Keegan. This robot is running away from them. Even if Nightmare Timeless win the fight, they lost the war.
They've lost the battle, they've lost the war. They get 4 checkpoints too, so YFP Oblivion played that perfectly. Even in a scrap fight trade, the best you can do is move that robot up forward so that you get the spawn advantage, and again, play them out, spawn them, install them in the middle as well. So they can't even contest this right now. Nightmare Timeless are such in a bad position right now that their final fight comes in the midfield. This is not good here for Nightmare Timeless. They got to find some way to get this fight win without using a lot, and that's asking for a lot.
I mean, they don't even have a lot. The only thing they had was Senna's Pulse Bomb, and that's not even an option thanks to Bun. YFP Oblivion full steam ahead now with Scuffs over to Ray at their backs. Sniper cut down into pieces. YFP Oblivion, they wanted to prove that it was just a fluke. It was just a mistake that they ended up down 0-2 because, Keegan, we are headed to a map 5.
Reverse sweep potential. This is YAP. This is the YAP Oblivion team we were waiting for, right? The last 2 maps going their way. First 2, maybe they were just settling in, getting their bearings together, but now the last 2 maps, YAP Oblivion getting themselves together, finally finding some pieces to fall in the right places. And the cracks in the dual armor finally unsheathed themselves. Nightmare Timeless on the back foot, in my opinion. The wind is on the sails of this boat from YFP Oblivion, and it is full speed ahead. They have everything going their way, and now the last map of Escort here. Anybody's guess as to what it is, but for Nightmare Timeless, trying to find any opening right now, it feels like YP Oblivion, they played that map to perfection, to near perfection. Yes, they gave up 50 meters or so, but they didn't give up the checkpoint. They pushed the robot back at the right time to go all the way to the checkpoint. And meanwhile, during that scrappy fight, like you said, lost the war in the end, won the battle, lost the war. And that costed them so much time. The way that YP Oblivion stalled out time in that mode, every second counts, every stall matters. They did that well. So to Escort we go. Reverse sweep potential, Molly. This is one of those games where you just bookmark this one for the record books.
Literally. You know what the first thing I said was when we went on break between maps 3 and 4?
This is going to go 5.
This is going to go 5. I made sure to fill up my water bottle specifically because I'm like, this is going to go 5. Like, the way that we saw YFP Oblivion explode out of the gates here on push. And mind you, this doesn't happen a ton. But when you have 2 teams that are fighting back and forth like that, you expect the map to go that way. But if you win 5 fights in a row just to start off your push map, you're not coming back from that. This map was over after the first 4 minutes, and we just had to talk over it like there was a chance of coming back, which I guess technically there always is. but not in this case. Nightmare Timeless aren't going to take down a YFP Oblivion who have found their mojo and are extremely strong heading into this next map. And honestly, Keegan, I'm shocked they didn't pick Escort to be the 4th map, because that map pick gives you more advantage, because you can have more opportunity to dictate what composition is being played. I wonder if they picked it to avoid the opportunity of Wisps running more of this Widowmaker, of Hattori on in Orisa or a Winston, which she is very well known for. You can't ignore it anymore. You are forced to face the curtains, and this is your last chance to pull it through.
Yeah, this is you're forced to face the music. You're forced to reconcile with your choices here, because now when we get to Escort, right, there's a few maps that work out in Wisp favor, and Wisp keeps hitting shots. Then this is going to be a really, really tough map for Nightmare Timeless to get off of. And maybe it's kind of, and I hate to put it this way, maybe it's a Gibraltar, right? Maybe you can dive the Widow. Maybe you can put a little pressure on, or if you're trusting Senna to hit the shots right on maybe the Widowmaker or something of the Ash, right? Maybe that is the case you go to. You could even do a Shambali Monastery, throw the curveball, why not? But either way, you're looking down the barrel of a Wisp Widowmaker potential that still is so threatening to you. Ever since New Junk City, I have learned that no matter what map it is, Widowmaker is viable if Wisp is in the game. So no matter what, here on the Escort side, this is going to be, I hate to use this against them right now, Wisp is the nightmare to this Nightmare Timeless team.
Quite literally, and it's not just Whips too. And I think that we've established that Hattori is the better Orisa between these two tank players, and the Sniper isn't super confident on the Winston either. So that eliminates both Shambali as well as Gibraltar, ideally. Meaning, do we go back to a circuit? Sure, you'll have to deal with the Widowmaker, but at least we know Senna can keep tabs on them a good bit. Hattori's still an incredible Sigma. Like, it's kind of, it just feels like a lose-lose. I would say you pick Circuit because we know Sniper can play the Sigma, and you know that you can confidently put Zoe on a Genji or some other hero like that.
But I feel like that's only trying to mitigate the problem too. But at the same time, I mean, you're right. Maybe it is the Sigma plays. We've seen different tanks being played on this map as well. If we were to go to Circuit, and in fact, I just got the message out that yes, we are heading to Circuit. So you're absolutely right. You did call it. So we're not minusing one from the caster curse, but it's a caster call, in fact, for that one. No, we're not minusing it. It's just funny how many times you've cursed today compared to me. It's just hilarious. But Circuit Royale, look, again, this is where we've seen a lot of different tanks being played, right? I mean, we've seen the Orisas being pulled out, but we've also seen Sigmas, we've seen Ramatras, we've seen Reinhardts on this map as well that have gone, that, I mean, have had differing results if you want to go back to each of the maps that we've seen so far. But Circuit Royale, 3 out of 4 times we played this today, so this map is apparently still favored within teams that still want to maybe play that long sight range. But again, Wisp having the I would say advantage Wisp right now, because again, Widowmaker's still prominent on this map regardless of map changes or not.
The only thing that Nightmare Timeless did here, you ensured Orisa should not be played on this map. It's just a tank. You'd rather run something with a shield, and Winston also should not be played on this map. And those are two of Hattori's best tanks, so that forces you to have the Sigma Mirror, which is Sniper's best tank hero. Granted, if you're tank on a Circuit Royale, sometimes it feels like you are a spectator to what is actually happening, and it's rare that we get to see the impact from that role, which is why we spend so much time talking about the DPS in this exact situation. We know that Wisps and Senna, when Senna does mirror the Widowmaker, can trade this out blow for blow. I'm looking more at Bun. I'm looking at Zoe. These two will likely be posting up on Genji if we had to guess, and they're two of the best Genji players within this entire tournament. Like, I think those are the breaking point for either of these teams. Like, genuinely, Keegan, I can't make a call of who's going to win the series right now.
You can't make heads or tails of it. You can flip a coin as many times as possible, but it still land up 50-50, right? And so at the end of the day, when you're looking at this matchup here, one team has the momentum behind them, and the other team, it feels like they're up against the wall, but in a 2-2 situation, at least you know the score is even. At least you know that right now we're playing a 1-1. This is it. There's no ties in this at all. So otherwise, this is a map win all, right? So for both of these teams, knowing that they don't have to play that extra game in the lower finals makes this game also important. And right now, the fact that I would say the bigger storyline here is that YP Oblivion is one away from the reverse sweep, is one away from something that, you know, we have not seen in a little while now. It's been quite a long time since we've seen a broom in the opposite closet get taken out. So who knows right now for this Nightmare Timeless squad if they can adjust to it, but especially when your threat is a DPS like Wisp, and when Bun can pull out the Genji at the same time to dive, and Hitori can adjust, Nightmare Timeless is going to have to do a lot of adjusting, especially the way the last two maps have played out.
It's like, think about how this series started, Keegan. It's night and day between what we've seen. Nightmare Timeless, you put a support on tank. I was ready to just call this series. It's 3-0. It's over. They won Oasis with Z's playing tank, of all things. I'm like, wait a minute. YFP is out of it. They couldn't recover themselves even when Sniper came back in for map 2 of King's Row, and it took an insane pop-off from Wisp to slowly shift the scales into their favor, and now it's Nightmare. We were looking for that adaptation, right, out of YFP Oblivion, and now it's Nightmare Timeless, who have to show us that exact same thing. Circuit Royale will be the battleground for it, and major eyes need to be turned to these DPS players.
Circuit Royale is mainly, right, the DPS are your key to winning this, whether it be the long range or whether it be the dive potential to make sure that that Widowmaker feels uncomfortable, or whether it's the Hanzo, right? I know we had our Hanzo moment earlier, so maybe it's the Hanzo, maybe it's the Widowmaker. Who knows if these guys pull up the Classic? Obviously, the Widowmaker, Hanzo have been the duel thus far. Maybe with the map changes, we see something different, but as Nightmare Timeless is the one defending first, the Mei gets pulled out here.
This checks. This very much does check.
Which
you want to
yes.
hold this first corner, and you have Zoe on the mid do it. Senna covers the background, and you don't really have much contention. In the past, Zoe has been able to play incredible in every single hero she's picked up except this one. Mei has been her one weak point for a very long time, and we haven't even seen her pull it out in, like, I don't even know if we've seen it much this entire circuit, so this will be a really good test for her to see what she can do to set Sniper up.
Well, why not, right? In the last game, might as well pull out all the stops, see if you can find a way to make this work out, and especially if Senna can get the shots off on to Wisp as well. You need a counter to that Genji of Bun, so why not pull out the Mei, see if that provides you anything too. So they've already got it around the corner. We know a lot of times here, we've seen it throughout the day, where this corner has been a little bit more of a kite back now. You're going to play around this underneath bridge area just for this first point, but that just means some space fought here for YFP.
Yeah. Remember how I said you shouldn't play Orisa on this map?
They're going to.
Well, they're going to. And I think it's because you were expecting Sniper to pull out this Ramatra. Orisa is just beats a Ramatra into a pull. Simple as that. With all the CC, there's nothing that Sniper can do about it. You'll see them hit it with yet another Javelin so far. YFP Oblivion are banking on not their DPS to get picked, but for Hitori to gain space and make sure that Nightmare Timeless can't set up Zoe. They can't set up Senna. Like, this is the best case scenario that you could have walked out with the spawn. The Mei wall out and doesn't really do a whole lot of anything so far. Zoe less effective than what we're used to her seeing, and Bun finally getting in there on the Genji. YFP Oblivion, they've only just opened the floodgates for this team.
Yeah, the door was wide open there. You saw the Genji movement go up into the back line, and with nobody supporting out this Widowmaker, it's a team kill with Bun starting that all off. Already up to a blade, mind you, 93%. That's how long that fight lasted. Hitori's got an ult. Bun's got the ult coming up as well. Scuffed and D's are both going to have their ultimates too. That fight lasted super long, but the patience was there. Bun was able to advance on to where Senna was, and that just spelled the end of the fight there as soon as Senna went out of play. So for Nightmare Timeless, got to stabilize yet again, but the way YFP is playing, they're playing patient, but they know they can because of the pressure that this Orisa provides onto the Ramatra.
And even a couple tools to work with here. Mainly support ultimates, but Blade wants to be the star of the show. Will it be this time? Yes, it will, but all thanks to Hitori pulling them together, and 1-2 slashes from Bun will get the job done. A massive dump, sure. YP Oblivion just conquered the most difficult part of the map.
Yeah, they used 3 ultimates there. Well worth it, though, because that's both of the support ults gone. YP still have a rally to play off of as well, and the only thing to counter that right now, Senna's only using that for information. Sniper has the Annihilation. That is it. So YAP Oblivion with the better ultimate coming up on the rally versus the Annihilation right now. Blizzard could be big, though, too.
Nightmare Timeless actually to get there to touch first, and Sniper has used all of their cooldowns. It just even gets stick a toe onto this payload. The wall is good, but shortly broken. Nenwai kind of sits through this team, has the shield to just boop them all backwards. Sniper got javelin, got whip shot, everything you could possibly imagine from CC thrown Sniper's way. That ultimate get absolutely nowhere, and neither does the Blizzard. Zoe has yet to make an impact on this Mei, as I feared might happen, just given past experiences. YFP Oblivion, they got the momentum on their side, and it's Wisp, of course, the one to bring it their way. A massive overextension from Z's, and this payload should be walking home any second here. It's only Sniper who's fighting for dear life.
Yeah, they get the point here with just under 5 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time to push this up, and why not speed right past everybody, make some more space for you. So if I'm Nightmare Timeless, I don't know if I stick with this Ramontra the entire time. They go on to the Sigma instead, just to see if they can stave off Wisp for only a little while, but that doesn't take care of all the problems. Hitori's being aggressive. Guffed when that hyper ring is up allows Hitori and Bun to move up and very quickly as well. So Nightmare Timeless, yes, with the May wants to slow down, but YFP obviously have nothing that they want to do to slow things down.
Not quite. That wall's good. I like that. That's great. And me almost actually shoves Sniper off the map, but Sniper might just be as good as dead here. Has to pop several ultimates to keep the tank alive, yet it doesn't even matter. Notorious Terror Insurance pulls them all back in, and that's the wombo combo the YFP Oblivion are playing with.
Now they're playing on home stretch territory. Only ults you're going to have are the Matrix as well as the Blizzard, but you're not going to have a Genji here, so that might be a start for you, but that payload's getting close.
It's getting close, but... And Nightmare Timeless, again,
yeah,
in theory, should be able to hold. And yeah, you don't even want to take that fight. Don't give Nightmare Timeless the opportunity to just chuck tools in your face. That is not what you wanted to happen, though. The whole point of disengaging was to not stagger, yet I see Wisp and Nenwai full send 6 feet under.
And I see Scuff 6 feet under as well, so that's going to stagger them out a little bit more, although there's, I guess, the wave respawn still intact. But big thing, too, though, is that, yes, they pushed it up. They did disengage. Maybe not the best disengage ever, but another stagger here. Bun takes out Zoe, so whereas this could be a go button here for YFP, is it the way how close this is right now?
Again, Nightmare Timeless have such a significant ult advantage, especially when I look at that orbital ray. And Nightmare Timeless, they need to play their cards right. Granted, you have a lot of time that you need to hold and not dump everything in your way. So you want to be as conservative as you can while taking initiative. Both support ults at the same time, plus Blizzard, not a great start for an ultimate economy. You'll win the fight, sure, and YP Oblivion are just going to come back all the much more stronger, and even then, they're not exactly leaving yet. It's just Sniper on the cart, whereas Hitori has turned her sights to the spawn doors for some reason. Sniper cannot get back to healing up their team, and it'll make sure of it. Terra Surge 2 from Hitori, and that will eventually cost them their life. Overstayed their welcome. It's only Wisp now who's been managing to hit a couple of shots here and there. This is everything that Nightmare Timeless had dumped into one fight.
Yeah, but they still might be able to win this out. I mean, it's going to be over and over
No
the
way.
staggers again. They
No
get
way.
rid of Sniper too. That may be it.
No.
I don't know if anybody, there's going to be a Lucio that touches, but is that it?
Whip shot! The whip shot! Oh, no, it will keep it from touching, but it's whips just to put them all down to bed. Nightmare Timeless, you cannot use 5 ults in a fight and lose. That cannot be happening. This team has lost every bit of momentum that they had heading into this game, this map. YFP Oblivion looking dominant.
They're looking all the part of a #1 seed, eh? They finally got the bearings together. They forgot that the first 2 maps existed, and they're on their way right now with an excellent play. And for YFP, Bun and Wisp, your key there at the same time. Hitori making a lot of work on that Orisa, and this is a game. This is a composition which wants to be aggressive, and also Wisp can open up the door at any time, regardless of if you lose first pick or not. That stagger potential that this composition has is just so good from YFP. They played that right, and yes, Nightmare, you cannot use 5 ults and expect to lose that. You cannot just have that fight melt away, and yet YFP Oblivion stuck with it. They knew that they still had a winnable shot at it. They kept at it and ultimately landed up with just under 2 minutes for 3 points. An already impressive push when you think about what this map started off at.
It's Hitori. Like, genuinely, it's just Hitori. Playing the Orisa, which I still don't entirely recommend unless you can, play like Hitori. Sniper doesn't want to match that. Sniper's not super confident on that Orisa in comparison to other heroes. The problem is, you're just kind of forced to play at Hitori's tempo. Wisp was hitting the shots. We didn't get much word out of Senna, and the reason this happened, Hitori was in there, and there was nothing to stop her.
Yeah, there's really nothing to contest Hitori here at the moment, right? You don't have that significant laser, right? That I know we've seen some Symmetra's play or the Zarya play as well. Nothing really contesting the Orisa. So at this point, Hitori's allowed to play free. Sniper can maybe stave off some of that damage, yes, with the shield, but this is gonna have to be a really big attack from Nightmare Timeless if they want to see any momentum out of this game so far.
getting around this corner, like every single corner is going to be a battle just with Sniper on the Sigma. And honestly, wouldn't be shocked if for some reason there was a swap later on if you can't make your way through this one fight. Been in an aggressive position, kind of denying this first part of the high ground. We haven't seen much of the reworked part of the map get used so far, and mainly because there hasn't been an opportunity. YFP Oblivion once again showing that Hattori, you just plop herself right down at this corner and be a problem no one can pass.
And Bun also in the back line too, just ignored the Sigma entirely, let the rest of the team play in, and then notices that the Genji and the Juno are out of place, so Nightmare Timeless, there's no momentum at all. It doesn't feel like they have any answers for this team right now, and especially you have no idea where Wisp is. Wisp playing a little bit more aggressively around this corner, but just trying to figure out something. If this first pick happens, if they can get rid of Wisp, they may have a more open door, but right now they're just afraid of this Widowmaker making any impact.
Wisp is under a bit of pressure because all those shots from Senna gonna whiz right past their ear, but again, I think it's the main problem with Hattori. We talk about Wisp being a threat, yeah, but you Slayers focus so much on one thing, you forget that Bun and Hattori are just as much, if not more, of an issue at this current moment.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? You're worried about one thing of Wisp being the one that you're worried about, but you're also worried about Hattori.
There we go.
You're worried about too many things at once. Hattori is the threat as well, already up to a Terror Surge. Senna gets rid of Bun, yes, but is that enough of a gap? It may just be because that's the Genji not on your backline anymore.
Sniper's looking a little bit lonely around this corner. I'm not gonna lie to you. Velvet in a small room, and Tori's waiting for that shield bash to be forced out. There it is, the Terror Surge that we know them for. That'll be one dead Sigma, and the rest is just up to nothing. Senna's gotten a few picks here and there. That one specifically on a whip could be helpful, but Nightmare Timeless only can take their first good fight now.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like Nightmare Timeless really don't have a plan for this. They're going in, maybe just drive fights and all, but while YFP is staggering their ultimates, Nightmare Timeless has 5 of their own, but again, 5 ultimates. Last time they tried this, they didn't work out well.
Okay.
This time, maybe it's a different story.
There we go. Senna, she's stepping it up. She's stepping it up. She knows that this team needs to get space. You play Sigma to enable the Widowmaker. The Widow has been enabled. Senna's hitting the shots. You've moved yourself past this first corner, and you didn't even need to use many tools.
You only needed the infra site to give you some information. Otherwise, that's it. You can put some pressure now onto this Widow. If you can stagger out the Widow, that would be huge news for you. But Wisp, tell me you live. Tell me you don't live. Okay, Wisp does go down at the very least. And that's a great clutch. Maybe just to stall out more.
Wait a minute. But, oh my gosh.
Wow.
Scuff lives. Nenwai was just barely in armor pack range of the Juno. And Scuff being alive here, that orbital ray is incredibly close. That could be a big problem. And it's already one. And it's just the Dragon Blades that we've seen so far. It's Zoe, though, to take down that very Juno player and make this a contestable fight. Wisp is on the Sombra, I just noticed. Not really sure how that's going, especially with the recent reworks. But it certainly could be a pain to somebody like Sniper who can't take care of them quickly. This will be Nightmare Timeless. Once they crack their way through that first corner, YFP Oblivion, or rather Nightmare Timeless, made sure that their opponents could not get a full regroup and will get themselves to the second point.
Then I feel like they finally regrouped with each other here at this point for this YFP Oblivion team, or for this Nightmare Timeless team. How is Wisp still alive?
No shot.
The movement gap is quite insane, and for YFP Oblivion, they take that advantage with them. Yes, they get the checkpoint, but they're able to push up a little bit farther now. They may even push them around the corner spawn.
The deflected javelin! Tori just skewered their own DPS player. Oh my gosh, this fight. I have done an actual facepalm throughout this fight. It is just insane what has been happening. We need some sort of normalcy to this setup. Please give us some form of normalcy. I beg of thee. Sniper is down. We know the Orisa hasn't worked out well in their favor so far. It's mainly been that Bun Hattori duo, and it seems to be the case for the time being.
Yeah, and I think they're going to stick on the Sombra just to make sure they can maybe disrupt this Genji a little bit, which they do for Wisp right now, or maybe that was more of a desperate pick just to touch the point, but held on to it for a little while now. They're going to have to stick on this if they want the EMP significance of it, but you have Nightmare Timeless finally finding their way through, albeit with a minute and a half left. That fight on the first point lasted so long. YFP Oblivion had all the defensive holds up until this point. So now Nightmare Timeless has to be the one to aggress. Sniper on the Orisa instead now, right? Having to play that same aggressive game, but we know Hitori's a lot better at it at the moment.
For now, but not the Dragon Blade. The Dragon Blade story is still true. I believe that was a hack and a shield bash and everything else that you could possibly chuck a Genji player. Zoe will be feeling that tomorrow when she wakes up to play those matches. Nightmare Timeless are just so good at this comp, and every time that we see a new fight, it seems that it just puts them further and further ahead.
Yeah, and it feels like right now for Nightmare Timeless, they don't have an answer to this Sombra. Wisp is going to have an EMP at the same time too, and with the changes, right, Sombra has to play a lot more with the team. It's not like you're worried about backline pressure anymore. Just got to get out. Wisp does, and an EMP available with 40 seconds left.
It's not looking good. Not at all for Nightmare Timeless. We're gonna have
That's
to
huge.
face this here, and the rally gets completely negated. Velvet still pops it out, but since she was the first target hit, the shield bash wasn't an option. Nightmare Timeless are sent careening back to the spawn. They're gonna have one more chance here. The YFP, Keegan, they are so close to getting this reverse sweep.
The body block. Oh, they almost had Sniper on a stagger. Just got out in time. But now with 14 seconds left, somebody's got to touch the point. They got to get out of the spawn room. They're not even close to where that payload is. That payload's up the hill. Somebody's got to find a way to go.
And they're using the ultimate just to get out of spawn. We saw the swap from Senna over to Tracer, but she couldn't even triple blink out. Someone is on the payload, so this round will keep going. But for how long? Sniper finally gets that golden combo that we've seen Hitori repeat with Scuffed time and time again. And you couldn't ask for a better time for it to happen. Nightmare Timeless on this payload. Senna running it on home, and this will be uncontested push with those overtime spawns being so long.
I think they might get a touch, and if they hyper ring out of this, they might get one touch. No, maybe not. Okay, they may be a little too far out. Yeah. Oh, no, they do.
What? No! Bun dashes their way into the payload. This game is not done just yet. Bun, Dragon Blade, Hitori has a Terror Surge. We've seen this combo work before, and all it needs to do is work one last time. They almost got off the payload, but that wick keeps on burning. Scuffed Hitori one apiece. The nightmare is just about to become reality for Timeless. YFP Oblivion do what we thought was impossible and will pull off the reverse sweep and book themselves a ticket to the grand finals.
Wow, 0.95 meters to touch, and it turned out to be the final fight. An unbelievable series. YFP Oblivion, stand up, take a bow. You deserve it. Reverse sweep entirely. This was final fight as well, and look at the amount of pressure that Scuffed has right on with the orbital ray, with the Juno, the hyper ring, and all of that. They found a way to touch it. And again, that I feel like this is a repeating headline where the moment we think that they're not in for a touch opportunity, Nightmare Timeless did this back in Kings Row where we didn't think they had a touch. The Bob touched it, and they got one more fight out of it. Well, YFP is like, well, why not us try that same headline, right? Got the last touch, got the dash in at the end, and it's the one that counted. Congrats to YFP Oblivion, our first team in the grand finals. They are set in stone, but the way they had to do it was some kind of match on its own, a reverse sweep. I'm floored from what I just saw.
This series was nothing short of exhilarating. We had these amazing pop-off plays from these hit scan players. We had some twists and turns, unexpected changes to comps, to lineups, and heck, we had a support on tank at the very start of our series. And that is one of the two maps that Nightmare Timeless won. Once we saw we at YFP Oblivion get warmed up, take things seriously, and play the game that they know how to do, that is when they started to walk away with it. Each map we watched, it looked more and more favored towards YFP Oblivion, and is very fitting for them to make yet another return to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, for this Nightmare Timeless team, I thought that up 2-0, they had a chance at, you know, taking down the #1 seed, making this a lot interesting, but you can put this on the record books that, again, just an insane series between these two. You will never not get a banger when you have these two teams facing off against each other. That series proved it right there, albeit you never want to be on the receiving end of a reverse sweep, so you know Senna, Nightmare Timeless in general, this entire team is going to go back to the drawing board tomorrow. I bet you they're going to come up with some plans to get around it, but there were just too many curveballs. I think YFP throwing out that Sombra may have thrown off a few plans that Nightmare Timeless had towards the end of that map there. But overall, man, I think YFP adjusted well, got the momentum back. That NJC, man, again, the apology to Wisp and all Wisp to start that map off and essentially start the momentum off for what was the reverse sweep.
You want to know the best thing about this whole series, Keegan? is it can happen again tomorrow. The way that our bracket is shaping out, and as we get to take a look at that so you can have a visual image of it, this is a team, a matchup that is becoming very notable within Calling All Heroes. YFP and Nightmare Timeless have met. I believe this might be the third or fourth time should Nightmare Timeless make it back, but Nightmare Timeless haven't missed out on a finals. They've been in every single one, whether they have won it or not. But the journey there isn't going to be easy. There are still more matches that Nightmare Timeless will have to play to get that return. Queen's Gambit and EXO Azathoth both hungry for an upset.
Yeah, they're hungry for that upset. They know that if both of those teams are watching right now, I feel like they're a little bit more hyped as to the scenario, because now they know Nightmare Timeless is vulnerable at the very least. If they can just if either of these teams that won can just replicate what YIP Oblivion did, albeit in the last 3 maps, you've got a chance at that dark horse run for either of them to upset Nightmare Timeless. But I feel like if you're Nightmare Timeless, you're playing tomorrow angry. You're playing tomorrow like we had that in our hands, we let it slip. We're mad. We want the rematch, and tomorrow 3 matches, right? Lower semis, lower finals, and then the grand finals later on after the rising finals. Tomorrow, Molly, I'm already excited for. I need this. I know daylight savings ends tomorrow. I need this clock to move forward today.
Hey, we still have plenty more good Overwatch, Keegan, so don't you worry about it in the slightest. This is only day 1 of our 2-day playoff bracket weekend, and as much as we enjoyed our time up here, we want to make sure that everybody gets to reap a little bit of rewards in. We had our drops running all throughout the day today, and if you were hanging out with us, I'm sure that you were able to score some of those. Look at all those pretty purple profile pictures, name cards. I know I'll be rocking those as soon as I get on to play some Overwatch games later, but whew, they are sure pretty dang good. So make sure that you are connecting your accounts to your Twitch to make sure that you can go ahead and grab those, because they are only available for today and tomorrow's stream.
You need to be watching the stream. I'm telling you, I can tell you, Molly and I are going to be rocking those in our game as soon as we get it. I can tell you straight up I have this on the side just to get the drops. I'm 81% to that name card. I am almost there. I've had it open the entire day. That should show you that tomorrow, if we go the same route, and tomorrow, right, 2 best of 4. So if you don't get it tomorrow, there's no excuse. So be here, watch the whole thing. I'm telling you right now, there's no excuse for you not getting it. But I'm already 81% to that name card. I'm so ready to get it in game already.
Okay. It'll make it easier to make sure that you can be here to get all of your drops.
What is
Go
that?
ahead and drop a follow on all of the Overwatch Esports socials here on Twitch and YouTube to watch the stream, but also over on X to stay updated on all of these super cool highlights that we have going on, and to make sure that you are set to go for the rest of our games that are tomorrow. We're now at the 5th out of our 6th regular circuit events that have been going on, and it has been nothing short of exciting. Keegan, it's been a wonderful day number 1, but it's time for us to go ahead and say goodbye to all the people who came out to support Calling All Heroes today, and get ready, prepare yourselves, because those finals tomorrows are going to be epic. Have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern.